The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to the Friday, June the 8th edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, and a very special welcome to the new subscribers who are tuning in. On this day in history, in 452, Italy is invaded by Attila the Hun. In 793, Vikings in longships from modern-day Normandy plunder St. Cuthbert's monastery on Lindisfarne Island, off the northeast coast of England, capturing and killing monks. In 1191, King Richard I of England arrives in Acre in modern-day Israel to join the siege of Acre during the Third Crusade. In 1783, Lake volcano in southern Iceland begins 8-month eruption, killing 10,000, causing widespread famine throughout Asia and Europe. In 1789, James Madison introduces a proposed Bill of Rights in the U.S. House of Representatives. In 1918, Nova Alquilia, brightest nova since Kepler's nova of 1604, discovered. In 1987, New Zealand's Labour government legislates against nuclear weapons and nuclear-powered vessels in New Zealand, only nation to legislate against nuclear power. In 1969, MLB legend Mickey Mantle gives his farewell retirement speech during Mickey Mantle Day at Yankee Stadium. 60,096 people see number 7 retire. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The Abbot and Costello program, with the music of Carl Hoff and his orchestra, our singing stars Amy Arnell and Bob Matthews, and spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub who, when caught putting water wings in his father's pocket because he heard him say he was going to float alone, calmly said,
"I'm a bad boy!"
Costello, now look, our good friend Melonhead was kind enough to give us a job in this restaurant. Please, why don't you get out here and wait on these tables?
I'm out here in the kitchen, Abbott.
Well, get in here.
But I'm very, very busy.
Never mind, get in here. Look, drop whatever you're doing. You idiot.
I was washing the dishes.
Listen. Wait until Mr. Melonhead sees all those broken dishes. Do you realize those dishes cost money?
Yeah, and speaking of money, Abbott, there was $10 missing out of the cash register last night. Now, I don't like to accuse knows nobody. But you and me are the only ones that can use the cash register.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Well, how's about each of us putting back $5 and we'll forget the whole thing?
Oh, no, you idiot. You're going to ruin this business. You're going to ruin this restaurant.
Now, how you figure that out? I mean, after all, Abbott, what do you mean? You're the one who's ruining the business with that terrible coffee you've been making.
Oh, yeah? I've been making coffee for years. Every morning I get up and make coffee in my pajamas.
Well, from now on, try making it in a percolator.
Now, look, come here, Costello.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing behind that counter? Take your hand out of that cookie jar.
I'm stacking up all these policeman cookies.
Policeman cookies?
Yeah, cupcakes.
Cupcake. Keep your hands off the food, please. Keep your hands off the food.
Okay.
My wife is the cook in this restaurant.
Oh, no, she ain't. I fired her. She's so ugly, she ruined all the food.
How could her looks...
Yes, she did.
How could her looks spoil the food? She isn't that homely. You know that.
It's the first time I ever saw garlic back away from a person.
Oh, you dumbbell. Answer that. Answer it. Go ahead.
Hello, Mullenhead's Restaurant. Costello speaking.
Mr. Costello, do you have frog legs?
Yes, I have.
How do you keep from jumping out of your pants?
Hey, you know, that's a very peachy joke. I'm going to pull that joke on Abbott. Hey, Abbott.
What?
Have you got frog's legs?
No, but I've got a pickled tongue.
Now, what am I going to do with the pants?
Look, will you cut all that stuff out and get to work?
Yes, sir.
I told you 3 hours ago to fill all the salt shakers.
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't they filled?
Oh, Abbott, it takes time to push all the salt in those little holes.
Costello, you don't do anything right. We're all out of milk. Look, I've got to buy a bicycle now and go into town.
Well, why don't you buy a cow?
Now, wouldn't I look foolish riding a cow to market?
Not half as foolish as you would trying to milk a bicycle.
Oh, Costello, I don't know why I ever got you the job in this restaurant. You can't do anything right. You can't even wait on the customers.
Who says I can't?
Yeah, well, today at lunch you spilled soup all over the Admiral's head.
Well, the Admiral didn't mind. It was Navy bean soup. The beans stood at attention.
Never mind that. And another thing. What about those eggs you fried? Why were they so stringy?
Well, I couldn't find a frying pan, so I cooked them in your banjo.
In my banjo. Look, I told you don't know how to wait on customers. Here, Costello, sit down at this table, and I'll show you how to be a waiter. Now, here I come. I'm the waiter. Do you understand?
Yeah, you're the waiter.
All right. Good morning, my good man. What can I do for you?
Good morning, waiter. Do you serve ladies here?
I do.
Well, bring me a nice short blonde.
Will you cut that out, please? And order some food.
Okay, waiter. I'll take some little sardines.
Well, why don't you take the big sardines? They're cheaper.
Well, why are the little sardines so expensive?
Well, the little sardines are harder to get, you see. You see, in the ocean, the big sardines eat all the little sardines.
Oh, for heaven's sake!
Sure.
How did he get them out of the can?
Oh, come.
Hey, you! Maybe you just better bring me a herring.
Do you want a kipper?
No, I don't want a kipper. I want to eat her.
I know. No, by kipper, I mean our herring are pickled today.
They're pickled today?
Yes.
I'll come back tomorrow when they sober up.
No. Get up from that table.
Okay.
Look, I'll be the customer, and you come in and wait on me.
Good, I'll do that.
Oh, okay, now here I come.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, waiter.
I sit right down here and have a cup of coffee.
Thank you. It looks like rain, doesn't it?
Yes, but it tastes like coffee.
I know. No, you dummy. Don't ruin the restaurant. Don't run it down. Try to sell me today's special. Head cheese and cream spinach. That's the idea.
Head cheese and cream spinach?
That's it.
But nobody wants to eat that stuff.
Never mind. Sell it to me.
Sell it to you?
Yes.
Okay, would you like some head cheese and cream spinach?
No, thanks.
I told you we couldn't get rid of it.
There you go, running the place down again. You're supposed to tell me what a nice restaurant this is.
Oh, do you want me to mention the rats, too?
Rats? Costello, there are no rats in Melonhead's restaurant.
There aren't?
No. Do you hear me? There are no rats in this restaurant. Now repeat after me. There are no rats in this restaurant.
There are no rats in this restaurant.
That's better.
But did you ever see such big mice?
Shut out!
And they got children, too.
Where's the sugar for my coffee? And I want a spoon.
You want a what?
I want a spoon.
Don't you think I'm a little too young for you, Abbott?
Look, will you stop? Will you stop this silliness and take my order?
Yes.
I want a sandwich with jelly and Philadelphia cream cheese. Now get it.
Okay. One sandwich with jelly and Philadelphia cream cheese.
Philadelphia
One
cream cheese.
sandwich with jelly and Philadelphia cream cheese.
Yeah. Oh, of all the stupid guys. Okay, Costello, come in now. Costello, come out of the kitchen. Costello! Costello! Hello? Melonhead's Restaurant.
Is this Mr. Abbott?
Yes.
I have a long-distance call for you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, Abbott.
Costello, where are you?
I'm in Philadelphia. There'll be a slight delay on the cream cheese.
And now Bob Matthews sings I Can't Begin to Tell You.
I can't begin to tell you how much you mean to me. My world would end if ever we were through. I can't begin to tell you how happy I would be if I could speak my mind like others do. I make such pretty speeches whenever we're apart, but when you're near, the words I choose refuse to leave my heart. So take the sweetest phrases the world has ever known and make believe I've said them all to you.
Costello, see what that woman at the lunch counter wants. Hurry
What
up.
is it, madam?
Young man, I just moved the noodles in this soup and I found a grasshopper.
Well, that's what you get for being so snoopy.
Another thing, there's no ham in this ham sandwich.
Well, try taking another bite.
All right. You see, there's still no ham.
That's too bad. You must have gone right past it.
Hey, Fatso! Hey, Fatso, come over here.
What's on your mind, mister?
The spring chicken is very tough.
You must be chewing on one of the springs.
Last time I'll ever come in this place.
Why is it that everything I do is wrong? Why is it that the last touch from these miserable fingers turns everything to dust and ashes? Ah, alas, it is a cruel fate that I was born to be a fool. Why couldn't I have been born in the same mold as the great heroes of our day? But no, no. Fate has placed me in a different niche. And here I stand before you, a clown, a silly buffoon, scorned by my fellow men. Scorn! Do you hear me scorn?
Oh, gee, Costello. Costello. I'm sorry.
Abbott!
I'm sorry.
Shut up!
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to win the Academy Award. Oh, the bells are
All right, now, look. Stop this silliness. Look, before any more customers come in, let's sit down and have our breakfast. Come on.
Okay. Hey, Abbott. Oh, look at the new waitress.
Yes, Melonhead hired her this morning. Her name is Myrtle Chips.
Chips, eh? Well, she sure is well stacked.
Oh, good morning, boys.
Good morning, Myrtle.
Well, now, do you see anything that looks good to you this morning?
Well, we better have breakfast, I guess.
Miss Chips. Miss Chips, bring us some cakes, please.
Okay, hot cake's coming right up.
There, Costello's the kind of the girl you ought to marry.
Not me, Abbott. When I get married, I'm going to marry an ugly girl. If you marry a pretty girl, she'll have to run away.
Well, an ugly girl can run away, too.
Yeah, but who cares?
I know. Don't be silly. Here comes Myrtle back again. Isn't she a wonderful waitress?
Yeah, she can cook, too. Look at them hotcakes. She sure can cook.
Costello, get up and wait on that man that just came in.
Okay, well, you have, chum.
Hey, listen, buddy. I was in here Wednesday? No, Friday. And when I was eating my salad, I found a button in it.
The button must have fell off when the salad was dressing.
Yeah, that was a good one. Now bring me some warm orange juice, 2 slices of burnt toast, a dish of raw oatmeal with sour milk, and a cup of weak coffee, and make sure there's grounds in it.
Anything else? Anything else?
Yeah. You sit down here and nag me. I'm homesick.
Hey, Costello, look who's coming in the door. It's your actress girlfriend, Bessie Maymucho.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Miss Mucho. What brings you here?
I heard you boys were working in this restaurant, and I thought I'd drop by and have some nice hot coffee.
Coffee?
Oh, sure, Rabbit. You know what coffee is. That's what you drink out of a coupe and Suzer.
Won't you have lunch with us, Miss Mucho?
Well, I might have some creamed cauliflower, mashed potatoes, and some broiled lamb choke.
Why don't you try our fried calves liver and bouquin? Smothered in onions.
Hey, Costello, here comes Niles. Mrs. Niles, French maid. Fifi LeBlanc. See what she wants. Hurry up.
Hello, Fifi.
Ah, Monsieur Costello. You are glad to see little Fifi. Oui, oui?
Wow! Carry me out of it!
Take it easy.
Ah, vous êtes très jolie, mon ami. I am crazy for you. Je t'adore. Je t'adore.
What did you say?
Je t'adore. Je
You heard
t'adore.
the lady Abbott. Shut the door!
You stop it, Costello. What can we do for you, Fifi?
Mrs. Niles is giving a party tonight, and she would like to have you furnish the food. If you have a pencil and paper, I will give you the order. Monsieur Costello, do you speak French?
Oh, I parley around the boo a little.
Fine. Then write this down. Mrs. Niles would like hors d'oeuvre en canapé, pâté de foie gras, bouillabaisse marseillaise, fromage de brie, cuillère de bœuf au jus, and Mrs. Niles would like poulette vin rouge en casserole, vichyssoise jardinière, jambon avec pomme de terre, crêpes Suzette et café au lait à cognac Napoleon. Now, have you got that?
I got it all but one part.
What part did you miss?
The part that comes after Mrs. Niles would like.
And now it's lovely Amy Arnell with Carl Hoff and his orchestra. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, snow, snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Here's Bob Matthews with Symphony.
Symphony of love, music from above. How does it start? You walk in, and that song begins, singing violin, start in my heart. Then you speak, the melody seems to rise. Then you sigh, it sighs, and it softly dies. Symphony, sing to me. Then we play, and it's clear to me when you're near to me. You are my symphony, my symphony.
Hey, Costello, isn't that Mrs. Niles' house there on the corner?
Yeah, stop the car, Abbott.
Okay. Are you hurt, Costello?
No, I always get out through the windshield. Am I hurt?
All right, I didn't mean it that way. Here, I'll help you up. What's the matter with you? Oh, you buy me a new windshield. You understand that?
Go ahead, knock on the door. My hand's
You
hurt.
knock on the door yourself.
Oh, hello, Miss Rabbit. Did you bring the food for my party?
Yes, we have it all right here, Mrs. Niles.
Fine, splendid. Just roll that big barrel of beer into the kitchen. Oh, pardon me, that's Costello.
Now, just a minute, Mrs. Niles. Do I look like a barrel of beer? Dr. Cowan.
No.
Thank you.
On second thought, a barrel of beer has a head on it.
Well, I'll tell you, Mrs. Niles. I wish I hadn't have said that. I was just going to remark how lovely you look in that party dress.
Oh, thank you, Costello. It is a lovely dress. In fact, my designer told me this dress just matches my skin.
Yes, it does. What is it, corduroy?
Now, just a minute, Costello, just a minute. You can't talk that way to my wife. Today is her birthday.
Yes, in fact, I just got through lighting the candles on my cake.
How many candles have you got on the cake?
Why?
You got an awful sunburn.
How dare you? Just how old do you think I am?
Oh, about 45.
I'll take that.
Take it, you snapped at it.
Oh, one more remark like that, Costello, and I'll cut the buttons on your sunsuit and let your rompers droop.
Oh, that's telling him, dear. I think you're wonderful, dear. You are my little rabbit.
No, Kenneth, dear, you're my little rabbit.
No, darling, I insist you are my little rabbit.
Oh, and I insist you're my little rabbit.
If there's anyone in the audience with a hunting license, what are you waiting for?
Look, never mind that, Costello. Let's get the food in the house for the party. Come on.
And I hope you nitwits had sense enough to bring some meat.
Meat? I got 500 pounds of it out here.
500 pounds? Why, with the meat shortage, how could you get so much meat?
Well, it was very simple. I'll bring it in. Dinner is served.
My goodness, what kind of meat is that?
Brisket of sea biscuit.
Oh, you idiot. Wait till your boss, Mr.
Mr. Melonhead gets here, and I'll have you fired.
There you go, Costello, getting yourself into trouble again.
Gee, I guess I'm just no good. I'm just a garbage can on a back stoop of life. What? Yeah, that's it. Right.
Look, Costello, I'll give you one more chance. I'll let you wait on the table, but you'll have to take orders from my cook. Oh, Rudolph, will you tell Abbott and Costello what you want them to do?
Then, boys, here is the menu for tonight. Just radishes, rutabagas, green carrots, parsley, and parsnips. Whole kernel corn, roast beef, raspberry rolls, and butter.
Don't look now, but your percolator's boiling over.
Quiet, please, and get out in the kitchen and get your waiter's uniform and get ready to serve the dinner.
Are the woodpeckers following you? Or is that the phone?
Come on, Costello. Let's get out in the kitchen. Come on.
Well, it's about time you boys showed up. When you work for me, I want you to be on time. You understand? How dare you? How dare you keep the great Melonhead waiting? I've been here in the kitchen, working my fingers to the bone.
Looks like you've been working your head to the bone.
Silence, Costello. The reputation of Melonhead's restaurant is at stake. Mrs. Niles expects us to cook her a Spanish dinner tonight. Do you know what a Spanish dinner is?
Yes, sir. It's an eternal hot foot.
Never mind. Quiet, whatever. Now, the first thing, Costello, we've got to do is make Mrs. Niles chili.
That's what I say. What'd you say?
I said, do you know how to make Mrs. Niles chili?
Oh, sure. I hide her long underwear.
Oh. Will you stop those bum jokes?
That was a little chili con carne.
Never mind. Never mind the chili. Did you get tamales?
No, I didn't get tamales.
Well, why didn't you get tamales?
Because every time I get tamales, Fibber is always home.
No, you don't. Well, he says get tamales. He doesn't mean get to mollies.
No, I mean get tamales.
Would anybody like a pair of matching bookends with skin?
Costello, will you please get busy? We came here to cook a Spanish meal for Mrs. Niles in her patio. Can you remember that?
I can remember when she didn't have a patio to cook in.
Please, will you get busy, Costello? Now, first, we're going to make the chicken soup. Here, get that chicken over there and grab her by the neck.
What?
Grab that chicken.
Okay. Wrong chicken.
Costello, take your hands off Mademoiselle Fifi. Mademoiselle, I'm sorry this clumsy oaf bothered you. Pardonnez-moi, s'il vous plaît.
Il n'avait pas besoin d'être aussi insolente avec moi juste parce que je suis une fille.
Wait a minute. It's the acting cry. I understand that pig Latin. Now, give me with that, Padamo.
Costello, please, will you cut it out? We've got to go in and serve the dinner.
That's right. And Costello, I want to warn you about that. I don't want you to make any noise in there. There'll be a Spanish orchestra playing in the dining room. You'll see the men standing there, clicking their castanets and banging their maracas together.
You know, sir.
Yep.
That's a Spanish band.
Yeah, and do you know what you do?
Yeah, I walk over and hit him on the head with my fiesta.
Oh. All right, now, the first course is just about ready. Wait a minute. Don't take that platter yet. It's not ready. First, I'll braid the ends of your frijoles. Then I'll sprinkle a little Tabasco sauce on your tortillas, and then I'll take your enchiladas and put them back in the hot stove.
You wouldn't dare.
There's the music, Costello. Let's carry in the food. Come on, hurry up.
All right, everybody, all right. We're all ready to eat. Just a moment, Costello. What is this thing you placed in front of me?
That's a duck.
A duck? Is it fresh?
Is it fresh? Just stick your fork into it.
All right.
Hey! That's the freshest duck I ever saw.
All right, I'll take the duck back, Costello.
Okay, Melonhead. We'll be preparing the Spanish pudding.
Spanish pudding?
Oh, yes, Mr. Niles. This is Spanish pudding with flaming sauce. Now, I'll just light the sauce.
Costello, don't light that sauce. It will blow you across the street into that vegetable market.
Don't be silly, Abbott. I lit these before.
Costello, for the last time, don't light that sauce. It will blow you across the street into that vegetable market.
Get out of the way, Abbott. Onions, carrots, sausage, fresh tomato.
sings Come to Baby Do.
I took a choo-choo fast as I could take a choo-choo. I came a long, 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 long way to take you in my arms. And now it's your first move to prove that you've been true. Come to Baby Do. I've been away, way, 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 way beyond the blue horizon. I'm hoping no one else is on your mind. So pucker up, my sweet, and meet your Waterloo. Come to Baby Do. Stop me from guessing. Take no time to tease. Stop all this messing. Put your begging baby at ease. I wanna love you just the way I wanna love you. I'm gonna try to make you understand. When all is said and done, the one for me is you. Come to Baby Do. Come to Baby Do. Come to Baby Do.
And now here are Bud and Lou back for a final word.
Well, you've had a swell time tonight in the restaurant, Costello.
Yes, Abbott. And the audience has been so nice that I'd like to invite everybody over to my house, and I'll cook dinner with my own little white hand.
Oh, no, not that, anything like that.
What? It's that heckler again. Hey, so you don't think I can cook, eh?
You're such a great cook. Tell me, how do you make an old English pudding?
I don't know.
All you do is take the whites of 12 old eggs.
Whites? What do I do with the old yolks?
Use them on your program next week. That's a joke, fatball.
Good night, folks. Good night, everybody.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Waiting for the train to come in, waiting for my gal to come home. I've counted every minute of each livelong day. Seems so melancholy since she went away. I've shed a million teardrops or more, waiting for the one I adore. I'm waiting in the depot by the railroad track, looking for the choo-choo train to bring her back. Waiting for my life to begin, waiting for the train to come in. Waiting for the train to come in.
UPN Wednesday is the place to be for a full night of adventure. First, he can show her the universe and the secret that could save Earth.
Think of what I can offer you.
But at a price.
You would kill over 80 people to keep me here?
In all new Star Trek Enterprise. Then, for Secret Agent Jake Foley.
There's nothing like a good hunt.
There's no such thing as a weekend getaway.
There's a guy who's trying to kill me. You're already dead.
All new Jake 2.0, UPN Wednesday. It all starts at 8/7 Central.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you, Durward. Nice of you and Gary to leave us all this nice, fresh air for broadcasting.
Said they had a good show, didn't they?
Always a good show. Could I sing now?
That's a good idea.
You sinners, drop everything.
Let that harmony ring up to heaven and sing. Sing, you sinners, just wave your arms all about. Let the Lord hear you shout. For that music right out. Sing, you sinners. Whenever there's music, the devil kicks. He don't allow music by the river Styx. You're wicked and you're depraved, and you've all misbehaved. If you want to be saved, sing, you sinners. Tell the Sara Lee limerick today.
Well, you're on, kid. Take your best shot.
There was a young mother named May who welcomed her kids home from play with Sara Lee cake for a cool summer break. No wonder they run all away.
Goody.
Did you like it?
Goody gumdrop. And here's another version, special for the ladies. There was a young wife named Gay who pampered her husband each day. With Sara Lee cake for a cool summer break, she got her new mink coat right away.
Hey, that might work, especially with Sara Lee cream cheesecake. It's a favorite with most men.
What makes it taste so special, Rosie?
Sara Lee skill, and because it's made with the freshest real cream cheese and other fine ingredients.
You know what I like? I like that crunchy graham cracker crust.
And that special surprise topping.
You're making me so hungry.
With Sara Lee cream cheesecake, you can enjoy really delicious cream cheesecake as often as you want, oven fresh from your freezer. Like all Sara Lee cakes, it's completely baked, ready to serve and enjoy. Merrily, merrily, only Sara Lee tastes so good.
Well, here's an evergreen now, one that I've always had a fondness for. This is from Connecticut Yankee, so you'll notice the poetic pronoun. Thou swell, thou witty, thou sweet, thou grand, wouldst kiss me pretty, wouldst hold my hand, both thine eyes are cute too, what they do to me. Hear me holler, I choose a sweet lollapalooza in thee. I'd feel so rich in a hut for two rooms and kitchen, I'm sure would do. Give me just a plot of not a lot of land, and thou swell, thou witty, thou grand. I'd feel so rich in a hut for two rooms and a kitchen, I'm sure would do. Give me just a plot of not a lot of land, and thou swell, thou witty, thou grand.
Say, you remember that wedding day situation we were talking about where so many males fainted in comparison to the females? Remember that discussion?
Sure. The figures were 3 to 1, weren't they, on fainting?
That's the ratio. Men pass out 3 to 1. Look at that.
Well, you know, I think I'd like to explore this topic a little further. I'd like to continue it.
You better drop it, Bing. Just forget it. The odds are apt to go 4 to 1 any minute.
We may have to close the polls.
Oh, the book is folding, huh? I feel we should research this a little. I honestly do. Let us sort of indulge in a little fact-finding here.
For that, you mean the underlying principles of the thing, huh?
What I want to know is, what are some of the elements that cause a man to cave in when he's going to the altar? What are the reasons for his strange behavior?
Well, I'll tell you one. The reason that a lot of men faint before they get married is that they're just plain scared to death.
Well, I'm surprised a member of the female sex would admit that.
We're not scared.
No, but you're the reason men are scared.
Not at all.
Oh, Bing, I believe that a fellow's scared to death because, well, he has a sort of a feeling that he's a cornered animal, a trapped animal. He says to himself, this is it.
And he blacks out.
There you go.
It's a moment of truth.
But just 1 second. What about that poor little girl that's being trapped? It's the moment of truth for her, too,
Now,
isn't
wait
it?
a minute. Let's stick to the man. It's the man who faints the most often. Remember, 3 to 1. I guess he figures he can't run, he can't fly, he has no wings, he can't scream. That would be a little crazy, so what does he do? He faints.
Yeah, it's a form of release, really.
Exactly the way I figure. He gets a few more seconds to be alone with himself. Even though he's in a coma. He's all in there, but he pull his little coma in with him.
He reprieves himself.
Yeah.
Well, babe, we might as well face it. Weddings are not for the weak-kneed. And that's what a lot of you fellas are.
So the old saying holds true, huh? Faint heart ne'er won fair lady?
But that's no sign fair lady never won faint heart, you know.
Aw, Bing, now come off it. We women don't chase the men half as much as you wish we did.
Well, the way I see it, Rosie, it isn't that the men object to being chased or pursued. It's when they're caught that they fall into a heap.
Maybe men are allergic to orange blossoms.
Yeah, or shotgun smoke.
Well, whatever the reasons, I think we've covered them pretty thoroughly, but it certainly points up one thing adequately, and that's that men are actually, after all, they are the emotional sex.
I don't know about you, Bing, but I'm all shook up over this.
Pull yourselves together, boys. You're running out of fingernails.
I have an idea. Maybe we can get Buddy Cole to play the wedding march.
What do you want to do, have men fainting from coast to coast here? Let's have a song that's not going to shatter men's nerves. Let's have some easy, cool music.
What is there to say? And what is there to do? The dream I've been seeking has, practically speaking, come true. What is there to say? And how will I pull through? I knew in a moment contentment and home meant just you. You are so lovable, so livable. Your charm is just so unforgivable. You're made to marvel at, and words to that effect. What is there to say? And what is there to do? My heart's in a deadlock. I'd even face wedlock with
Bing, you were just kidding when you said men were really the emotional sex, weren't you?
No, I wasn't at all. I think it's a most alarming situation that so many men faint at weddings. To me, that proves conclusively we've become the emotional sex.
Okay. You win the title.
Well, I personally think there's no doubt about the fact that we're the frail ones, the delicate ones.
You're hysterical.
And for that reason, don't you think that women ought to do an about-face with us and, well, see that we're more protected and catered to?
You're darn tootin'. That's the only course, really, for the ladies to take.
How you boys dream it up?
I think that women should help their gentlemen friends. They should open car doors, help us in and out, give us a little service.
Yes, ladies, start treating us like we've been treating you.
Like you've been treating us. How long is it since you saw a man open a car door for a woman?
Well, we're too delicate.
Oh.
Too sensitive for that kind of work.
Heavy.
That's heavy, opening car doors.
Yes.
Sure, it's a woman's job.
Yes, that's what we've been trying to tell you.
Another thing, I think that the ladies should give men seats on buses and subways and on the suburban trains, too. Ladies, get up and give the poor man your seat.
Yes, relinquish your cane bottom to a poor, high-strung, emotional man.
Oh, brother.
Another thing, wait a minute, ladies.
Brother.
It's really important that you cuddle us and make things easy for us. The weather's warm.
Because during hot weather, we're apt to faint right in our tracks.
If we don't get a seat.
Lay there.
We're not getting much sympathy here, are we, kid?
Well, maybe out in the homes where the ladies are listening, we're drumming up a little sentiment for the cause.
Well, I hope so.
As long as we're on this subject, Bing, I have one more little suggestion.
And?
Well, I think the ladies should remember us when they come home from shopping.
Yeah.
You know, bring us a little box of candy or maybe a bunch of violets.
Yeah, some little bauble. Even if it's only a little bottle of shaving liquid. We do love to open presents, don't we,
Oh,
Ken?
we sure do.
Just love to rip that
It's not the gift so much, Bing. It shows that the girls are thinking of us. That's really what it is.
Of course, we don't want to acquire anything worldly. It's not that at all. We just want sweet thoughts. Thoughts in the form of gift-wrapped packages.
And Bing, don't forget, diamonds are a boy's best friend.
I was working up to that. I was leading that way.
I'm not trying to dishearten or disillusion you boys. But don't hold your breath, either one of you, until the ladies in your life start bringing you presents or opening car doors for you.
We shouldn't hold our breath,
No.
Huh? That's a way to faint for sure.
Well, why don't we try to revive Buddy Cole in the orchestra now? Throw a bucket of ice water on Buddy over there, will you, somebody? Let's get going here with a song.
How every honeybee fills with jealousy when they see you out with me. I don't blame them, goodness knows. Honeysuckle rose. When you're passing by, flowers droop and sigh, and I know the reason why. You're much sweeter, goodness knows. Honeysuckle rose. Well, I don't buy sugar. You just have to touch my cup. You're my sugar, so sweet when you stir it up. When I'm taking sips from your tasty lips, seems the honey fairly drips. Your confection, goodness knows, honeysuckle rose. Taking sips from your tasty lips, honey fairly drips, confection, goodness knows that's honeysuckle rose.
A very important love song now, ladies and gentlemen.
And what makes this particular love song so important, Bing?
Well, I tell you, we rehearsed it, we know it, and
Yeah.
Buddy Cole's got the downbeat standing by there.
Wait till I get a glass of water.
Later, women. They say that falling in love is wonderful. It's wonderful. So they say.
And with the moon up above, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. So they tell me.
I can't recall who said it. I know I never read it.
I only know they tell me that love is grand. And
to hold a girl in your arms is wonderful, wonderful. In every way, so they say.
You'll find that falling in love is wonderful. It's wonderful, so they say.
And with the moon up above, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. So they tell me.
To leave your house some morning and without any warning, you're stopping people shouting that love is grand. And the thing that's known as romance is wonderful, wonderful in every way. So they say.
And so we conclude for now. We hope you enjoyed what we had to sing for you and what we had to say.
Hope also you'll be listening again tomorrow. Same time, same place.
As Mrs. Phineas Teakworthy Barnaby said to her daughter Pamela, there's no sense in doing something halfway when without any more effort you can do it right. Oh, brilliantly put, Mrs. Barnaby. She was, as you may or may not have guessed, referring to expanded CBS News over the CBS Radio Network, the most complete network news service in broadcasting today. Get all of the news from where it happens every hour weekdays right here.
There is a videotape. If you watch it, 7 days later
Oh, man.
will be 1 week from today.
Have you heard about this videotape? The one where they do it on the boat, and then in the car, and then in the bathtub? And he's like, hey, baby, I love you. No, not that tape.
3 times the terror.
You watch it, and your phone rings. And a creepy voice says, you're gonna die in...
I'm gay.
Who's gay?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
3 times the suspense.
Where is my daughter?
Are you mad? I am your daughter.
Scary Movie 3.
Who are you?
I am Orpheus. I believe this evening...
What are you still doing here?
Please, LaQuisha. I'm prophesizing.
I'm prophesizing my foot halfway up your...
October 24th everywhere. Rated PG-13.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
He's here in Philadelphia. Thanks for the memories to tell you that the High King of Comedy, Bob Hope, is with us. And he's here with us right now in person in a special broadcast being carried by the combined Philadelphia radio station. Hello, Bob.
How are you, Bob? We're going to bob each other to death tonight. The network is bobbing tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, very thrilled to be here, and it's a wonderful thrill seeing this audience here. Quite a surprise. All United Airliners, you know. Every seat has a safety belt on it right there. How are you? Glad to see you. Give them oxygen about halfway through, because they're used to it.
Sure will, Bob. You happy to be back here in Philadelphia?
I certainly am, and I'm very thrilled about that United Airliner that landed us here last night. I think only the United Airlines could drop us in here like that, because after we landed, I still saw clouds underneath us.
Yeah.
That lovely Philadelphia fog was right up around, had us by the ankles. I saw clouds with shoes on last night, believe me.
Well, how do you like Philadelphia weather, generally speaking?
I love it. I love it. Generally, I love it.
Well,
I have
You've been here before.
I sure have, and I'm here to apologize for it. I want to say... Bob, it's a great thrill being in here, and this is a nice little garage we have here, too. Isn't it? This one of the regular studios, or is this one of Begley's traps here?
It sure is.
Hi, Jim.
Well, how are things in Hollywood? You just recently
Things
come
in Hollywood are very, very fine. I think that they'll be thawing out any day now. People are walking down Hollywood Boulevard with ice picks. They're wearing mink shorts, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Kids are walking around with skates in the swimming pools. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. The oranges have white caps. Fur-lined slacks. I bet it's something out there.
So we were supposed to have that, you know.
Yeah, well, we've just reversed it for a change, that's all.
Oh, how's Jane getting along? I've also want to ask you. I wonder how Jane Russell...
she's forging ahead.
Yeah. I guess she usually does. It was quite a thrill making that picture with Jane, wasn't it?
It was, and I'm just getting over it. My eyebrows are just thrown back in. It was. I really enjoyed the pale face. A lot of people wondered why they called it the pale face. If you worked with Russell for 10 weeks, you wouldn't have any blood either, Bob.
I know that. Well, Bob, of course, you brought the whole
band.
troupe with you.
This is Harry Horlick's band right here.
No, this is Clarence Furman's orchestra.
Clarence Furman. Hi, Clarence. We've had it before, haven't we, Clarence? Yes, sir. He has that thanks for the memory look, you know.
Yeah, nice way he played it, too. How about some of the other members of your troupe?
Bob, we'd certainly like to have you meet them, Bob, because there's quite a few of them here. We have that wonderful comedian from our regular Swan show here.
Oh, Irene?
That Tuesday night Swan show. And I want you to meet her, because she's a wonderful comedian. Irene Ryan, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to Philadelphia, Irene.
Oh, thank you.
You feel all right?
Well, considering everything, all the virus that there is around.
Oh, it's awful. Everybody in Philadelphia's got a cold, you know.
Yeah? Well, I guess I'm about as well as could be expected.
She's full of the joy of almost living, isn't she? Are you having a nice time on the tour?
Oh, I'm having a wonderful time, Bob.
Isn't it
I
great?
just happened to think.
What?
The last time I was here, this KYW, it wasn't even here. It was someplace else.
KYW, where was it?
I don't know. Where's some other place I went? On Chestnut Street.
Oh, that was a long time ago, Irene.
See, there I go.
Please, let's not get back to Ben Franklin time. Look. I knew you'd come up with something like
I
that.
always say the wrong thing
I
for
shouldn't have
myself.
brought you over here at all. We should have just let you finish our laundry, and we could have...
You're not kidding. That's what I was doing today.
I know you were.
You're the swan boy. I'm the swan girl. Oh, gee.
What does she mean, long neck? I don't get that at all. At least that's what Les Brown tells me.
Oh, fine.
I know. Are you ready for your show tonight? Do you have all your...
Oh, yes. The laundry's all done and everything. I'm ready to
your show
work
at the
now.
arena, huh?
Yes, I am, Bob.
Well, I know. Well, we certainly enjoyed you. Bob, she's been a divine girl in this trip.
She was with you on the trip to Berlin, too, wasn't she?
Yes, she was on the airlift show, and she did a wonderful job over there for those boys.
I'll say, gee, that was more fun than the last war. Goodbye now.
Goodbye. She's really not that old, Bob.
I don't think so.
She just plays that up, that girl.
And, of course, you have another charming lady in your troupe, too. Everybody...
Yes, but we're not going to introduce her right.
Oh, you don't want to
I
do
think
that?
we ought to introduce that boy from Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh,
that young baritone, if we can get him away from the bowl of pablum.
There he is.
He's a wonderful guy, and he's from Cleveland, Ohio, the home of the Cleveland World Champions, Indians. We were in Boston last night, and I said that, and I'm lucky to get out of town. But here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Billy Farrell. Billy, how about a little song? We have Jeff Clarkson from Les Brown's band sitting over the piano, and I think you ought to do a little song here for the Marty Diamond's program. How do you feel?
Slow boat to China.
Oh, wonderful. We hate to wake you up this early, but go right into it, huh?
There is no verse to this song, 'cause I don't want to wait a moment too long to say that I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Get you and keep you in my arms evermore. Leave all your lovers weeping on the faraway shore, way out on the briny, where the moon big and shining, melting your heart of stone. Yes, I'd love to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Yes, I want to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. On a real slow boat, on a slow, slow boat to China.
Billy Farrell. Yes, sir, that's Willie Farrell, and a very nice job out of Clarence Furman there. That's some happy ad-libbing with no rehearsal, didn't you think, huh?
That's all right, I'll say.
Hey, Bob, let Petrillo know about this taking. Petrillo, that's John L. Lewis with the Lifetime Needle. Will you,
I meant to ask you, Bob, how you coming along with your golf game? You've been playing here in Philadelphia, haven't you, the Pine Valley
This is not my weather, you know. I'm not a mudder, old boy. This is Dad Hope, you know. I have one of my opponents, my usual opponents, my Philadelphia opponents, standing back there, Sonny Fraser, here in Atlantic City, where we usually go down and play Pine Valley here, you know, which is the Alcatraz of golf.
Well, you and the Craws go a few rounds out there on the coast. The Craws?
Don't recognize it. Let's not bring the other generation in. We play a little, Bob, 5 cents a 100. But I want to tell you, last time I played in Philadelphia was Atlanta Country Club here for some big Red Cross deal.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll never forget, he got up in the first hole, took a terrific swing of the ball, missed it, threw himself out of bounds, and got up again, took another full swing of the ball, and missed it again. There were 2 little ants sitting in the ground, and the one ant looked at the other and said, let's get up in this ball before this guy kills us.
Bob, what's the story on your current tour? You've been almost all over the country, haven't you, in the last few weeks?
Yes, we certainly have, and I wish our laundry would catch up with us. We hired a DC-6 United Airliner, you know, to carry us, but we really needed was a Piper Cub to follow with the laundry. I'm turning my collars and everything now. I spend my days just scraping my shirts. But I want to tell you, let's bring out this our wonderful singing star of the show before we go too far. We'll have to miss her here. Bob, I know you want to meet her. And she's done a magnificent job also helping us open a lot of March-Dime campaigns along the route. And she's the Warner Brothers singing star and Columbia recording artist, Miss Doris Day, ladies and gentlemen. Right here.
You gonna sing, Doris?
I guess so. Look at her.
Oh, there.
One of those
was really swell, Doris Day. Haven't seen you since Romance on the High Seas, Doris.
You got drive-by.
Oh,
How have you been?
Oh, great. That's one of the tunes you're going to sing tonight at the arena, right?
Yes.
What time does that show start out there? Around 8 o'clock, 8:30?
About 8:30.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, swell. How do you like traveling around with Bob?
Love it. He's wonderful.
What if, hey. He just pulled his 45 on her, ladies and gentlemen.
No, he really is. We're having a wonderful time, Bob. Yes.
What's the deal in Hollywood with you, Doris? Any new pictures in the offing?
I have a new one coming out in April. My Dream is Yours.
Oh, fine. That's on the other side of that Someone Like You record we've been playing. Well, we get played enough around here, I know that. How about this March of Dimes, Doris? I understand you've contributed quite a bit to the opening of various campaigns throughout the country.
Well, and almost all the cities. I think it's a wonderful thing.
It certainly is, and I know you and Bob and all the troupe have done a wonderful job of inaugurating these campaigns throughout the country for this great cause. A little bit more about your show at the arena tonight, Doris. How does that work, anyway? I'm going to try to come. I don't have to make a station break around 9 o'clock. Go, you have our authority. Go. Well, thank you.
Don't pay attention to Begley. Just walk. That's all. That's what I say.
What do you do in your show? You know, I've never seen a Bob Hope show off the air. I'd like to know what you do.
Well, we do everything we can't do on the air.
Somebody told me one time that you almost did a striptease, but Gypsy Rosalie telegraphed you and told you to cut out, get away from that racket, didn't you?
Well, that was in the Air Force show in the garden. But on this show, I think I was here with the Victor Caravan about 42.
Yeah.
And I think this show tops it. That's a pretty big statement, but I really do because we've had enough practice. We've been out about 25 days now. And we've just been moving along. Besides Doris, we have Les Brown and his wonderful band. That's the pianist, Jeff Clarkson's just playing for us, the Clarence. And we have Billy Farrell, as you know. You just heard him. We have High Everback, our announcer, our boy that hustles the swan, you know, for us. And then we have a wonderful act called the Titans that are just killing the people. How do you like that act, Doris?
They're sensational.
What are they? Acrobats?
Yeah, they're a little above that. Let's say they're muscular coordination men.
Okay.
That costs about 200 more. But I want to tell you, then we have, who else do we have? We said Irene Ryan, didn't we? Our comedian.
You know that Les Brown band.
Fashion show, the most beautiful models here in Philadelphia.
Oh.
With all the latest styles.
I understand you picked them.
I didn't pick them, but I sent ahead and told them what to pick. But I'll tell you, Bob, we're all very, very thrilled to be here to aid in this March of Dimes campaign. I don't think you have to tell the Philadelphia people how important it is, because they know from experience just what it means. All along the route, Houston, New Orleans, Miami, and Tampa, and Jacksonville, we've had the pleasure of helping open the campaign. And in Houston, I saw a lot of little kids in the Jefferson Davis Clinic there. I wish all the Philadelphia people could have seen the courage and the hope in the eyes of those little kids. I'm sure they'd dig deeper. So this way we have to put this campaign over. You never know.
After listening to you, Bob, I'm sure they will. And thanks a lot, Bob Hope, and your entire troupe for being with us tonight. This is Bob Dennis.
It starts with this. Then you grill up that. Put on a few of those. Bake one of these. Put some of this on that. Then this is what you get. And how about that? So try one of these. This is a place. You got that?
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, king size, extra mild and soothing, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. 2 armed bandits hold up a restaurant in your city. The owner is slugged, beaten viciously. One of the bandits is shot. The other makes good his escape. Your job? Get him. Friends, the name Fatima has always stood for quality.
Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Remember, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
Switch to Fatima yourself today.
Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. King-size Fatima. The difference is quality.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, June 2nd. It was smoggy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Denis. My name's Friday. It was 7:53 a.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery detail.
Oh, good morning, Joe.
Morning, Frank. What's doing?
Not too much. How was the weekend?
Oh, it was great. I hated to come back. It's sure nice up there.
Where'd you go? Same place?
Yeah, Lake Mary. You remember Don Camp House up there, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
He said say hello. Fishing's real great up there. You ought to try and make it next month or so if you can.
Fat chance.
Well, what's the matter?
The in-laws are loose again. They're coming down for a visit. Never stay less than a month. That'll take care of my vacation.
That's too bad. Why don't you say something to the wife?
What's the use? Why start an argument?
Well, what do we got here? Anything hot?
Yeah, this one here. Hold up and slugging. Cafe down on South Hill. Radio car boys jumped him. Shot one of them. The other one got away.
They identified yet?
Yeah, the one who was shot, Benny Ashford. Record long as your arm. Graduate from Folsom. Some of them never learn.
How about the number 2 man?
Don't know. They tried to talk to this Ashford last night. He wouldn't tell them anything. I called the hospital just before you came in. They operated on the guy 6 o'clock this morning. You're going to call as soon as he's able to talk. It's going to be a couple of days at least.
Mm-hmm. How much did they get?
Here's a crime report.
Thank you. Did you talk to the victims yet?
No, not yet.
It's a fair night's work, isn't it? $805 in cash, man's diamond signet ring, estimated value of $1,500. 17 stitches in the victim's scalp, slug with a revolver. Huh? Must have meant business.
Lousy thing. They didn't have to slug him. He couldn't put up much of a fight anyway, 68 years old.
No other witnesses, huh?
No.
Just the owner, his wife, the bartender?
That's all they have listed yet.
Did you phone the victims yet?
No, I was just going to when you came in. 2 phone numbers for them. They're both listed there.
Yeah, I see. Why don't you finish up with the day book here, and I'll give him a call, all right?
Okay, fine.
Here, you want a pencil?
Oh, thanks.
Hello, this is Friday, Los Angeles Police Department Central Robbery. Mr. and Mrs. Reiner there, please? Neither one of them, huh? Well, how about the bartender? Is he there? 6 o'clock, I see. No, that's all right. I got their home phone. Yeah, thanks very much. Nobody there.
Try the other number?
Yeah. Hello, is this the Reiner residence? Yeah, well, this is Friday, LAPD Central Robbery. Los Angeles Police Department. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Reiner. Oh, I just called the restaurant trying to get a hold of you. How's Mr. Reiner this morning? I see. Mm-hmm. I wonder if it'd be possible if my partner and I could drop out and see you this morning. No, your case has been assigned to us. Yes, ma'am. Well, how about 10 o'clock? That'd be convenient for you? All right, fine. Yes, right away. Thank you very much. Bye. Oh, I got it set up, Mr. and Ms. Reiner.
Yeah?
10 o'clock this morning out at their home.
How's the old man feeling?
My wife says pretty rough. He lost quite a bit of blood. Big shock for an old man.
It's too bad.
She says he's still pretty hazy, but we can talk to him. One thing he remembers pretty well, though.
Yeah?
The face of the man who slugged him. 8:20 a.m. We finished making up the day book, and then we went over to the main jail to interview 2 other robbery suspects who'd been booked in over the weekend. We completed our 5:10 reports on them, and then we got in the car and drove out to the Westchester district to talk to the victims of the cafe holdup the night before, Mr. and Mrs. William Reiner. 9:55 a.m. We arrived at the Reiner home, and a small, gray-haired woman answered the door and asked us in. She identified herself as Mrs. Reiner.
Come right into the living room, officers, and make yourselves to home.
Ma'am,
Thank you. You go
very
ahead,
much.
sir.
I hope you'll excuse the way the house looks. Everything's all upset. I haven't had a chance to do any picking up.
It's perfectly all right, ma'am. We understand.
I was up with my husband half the night. Head hurt him something terrible. It was almost 6 in the morning before he got to sleep. I hope this is enough to make up his mind for him.
How do you mean, Mrs. Reiner?
About selling the place. I've been after him for months to get rid of it. Business like that's for younger people. We're getting too old to keep it up. Besides, the doctor's been telling William he needs more rest, less worry.
I see. Well, how's your husband feeling now, ma'am?
Oh, not so well. He lost so much blood and his head's so sore. He's taking a nap right now. I expect he'll be awake in a few minutes. That's all right with you, isn't it, officer?
Yes, ma'am. It's perfectly all right. We'd like to go over the thing with you anyway. Might possibly be something that you forgot to mention to the officers last night.
Well, I told them everything. I'm sure I did.
Maybe some of the details, Mrs. Reiner. Maybe some little thing that didn't seem important to you could mean a good deal to us.
Well, I don't know. I thought I told them everything. Where do you want me to start?
Well, when did you first notice the two hold-up men, Miss Reiner?
When they come out of the back room. I guess they'd been hiding there.
You noticed them earlier in the evening? I mean, were they customers in your place?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think so.
Where were they served? Was it in the restaurant or were they in the bar?
Well, there again, I'm not positive, but I think it was in the bar. I think I served them 2 bottles of beer.
You don't happen to remember what you did with those 2 bottles, do you, ma'am? Possible we may be able to lift some prints off of them.
No. The officers asked me that last night. It wouldn't do any good. You see, I was the only one who touched the bottles. We used the regular big mugs, and I poured the beer for them. Neither one of them touched the bottles.
Now, how about the man who escaped, Miss Reiner? You remember him pretty well, do you? What he looked like, I mean?
Oh, yes. Yes, he's the one who did all the talking. He's the same one who hit my husband, too.
What did he look like, ma'am? How old would you say he was?
Oh, I don't know. I think I'd say he was in his late 30s, yes.
How tall, ma'am?
Well, my husband's 5'9", and I'd say the man was 2 inches taller than him. He's huskier, too. I'd guess about 175 or 80 pounds, a very strong-looking man.
Do you remember what he was wearing, Miss Reiner?
It was a tan sports coat, I think, and green slacks, light green, and a dark brown hat.
Did you notice anything unusual about him?
I beg your pardon?
Anything outstanding about him? Anything that was different? Say a scar, a mole, tattoos, anything like that?
No, not that I could notice.
What was the first thing this man said to you and your husband, ma'am?
Well, he said it to all 3 of us, me and my husband and the bartender. That's George O'Leary. He's been with us for years. He's a good bartender, if he'd only stay sober.
Yes, ma'am. What was the first thing the hold-up man said?
Well, he's the same one that hit my husband, you know. He said in a real loud voice, he said, "This is a stick-up. Get your hands up high and keep 'em there."
Well, what happened then, ma'am?
We put our hands up for George. That's the bartender, you know. Scared him so bad he dropped a full bottle of bourbon. Bonded, too. Broke all over the floor. George isn't well. That's why he drinks.
Well, what did the hold-up men do after they had you raise your hands?
Well, that one that hit my husband, he told the other man to go behind the bar and get the money. It was all spread out on the bar. William and I was just checking the register when it happened.
Let's see. Would you go on, please?
Well, after they got the register money, they put it in our bank bags, and then they went through my purse and through my husband's wallet and through George's wallet, too. They took George's last $1.50. Got $805 in all. Cash, I guess you knew that.
Yes, ma'am. Well, what happened after that?
Jenny, where are you? Oh, will you excuse me, officers? My husband.
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
I'll just see what he wants. I think he'll be able to talk to you now.
All right, ma'am. Frank, do you remember to bring that mug book?
Yes, it's out in the car.
That's good. We can leave it here with the Reiners. Pick it up later tonight. Huh?
Okay, you want me to get it now?
No, let's wait and see how he is.
Officers, would you like to come back here? Officers?
Yes, ma'am, we're coming.
Jenny, would you pull up chairs for the officers?
Oh, why, surely. Officers, this is my husband, Will.
How do you do,
Hello.
sir?
Here you are, Sergeant.
Thank you very much.
You catch the other man yet? The one who hit me?
No, sir, not yet. That's why we're out here. We know that you don't feel too well, Mr. Reiner. We'll try to keep it short.
No, I sure don't. I guess Jen told you. My head's killing me. Poor girl. I kept her up most of the night, I guess. Sure a fine nurse, Jen. She didn't get any rest at all.
Yes, sir. Well, she was just telling us about the holdup last night, sir, how it happened.
I was telling them how they got the money, Will. I didn't explain about your ring, though. Do you want to tell them?
It was the worst part of the whole thing. I'd rather have lost anything but that ring.
How's that, sir? Some kind of a keepsake?
It belonged to my dad. Diamond signet. Stone wasn't perfect, but money sure can't replace it.
Yes, sir.
I remember when Dad gave it to me. It was just a couple of days before he died. It was his ring. Been the family way back.
Which one of the hold-up men took the ring, Mr. Ryan?
The same one hit me. The one that got away. After they took all our money, he came over to me and said, "Give me the ring. Hand it over." I told him I couldn't get it off my finger.
What did you do then, sir?
Slapped my face. Said if I couldn't get the ring off, he could. Said if he had to, he'd cut it off. I pleaded with him. I told him what it meant to me. It didn't do any good.
I see.
When I didn't give him the ring right away, he brought that gun down right on top of my head. Hit me as hard as he could. I don't remember too well after that.
You think you'd recognize the man if you ever saw him again, Mr. Reiner?
I'll never forget him. I sure hope you find the ring, officer. Jen and I have been through some tough times together. I guess at one time or other we've either sold or pawned everything we owned. But we never let go of that ring. Never did. Not until last night. Isn't that right, Jen?
Yes, that's right, Will.
Well, we'll do all we can to get it back for you, Mr. Reiner. Now, about this man who got away, can you remember anything outstanding about him at all? Anything unusual?
No, I don't think so. He had mean-looking eyes. I remember that much.
Yes, sir.
Kind of the smart aleck type, I guess. Kept twirling his gun around in his hand, on his finger, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I was scared to death he was going to go off. So was George. He's our bartender. Real scared, wasn't he, Jen?
Oh, yes. George was white as a sheet.
How do you mean, Mr. Reiner, he twirled the gun around?
Oh, you know, like in the movies, cowboy pictures. Typical smart aleck. He sure did run when the cops came, though. Only wish he was the one who got shot.
Well, you're sure you'll be able to identify this man if you see him again?
I told you I'll never forget him. Say, there's something about this I don't think I understand.
Yeah?
Why you ask me all these questions about it? How about the fellow who was with that crook? Fellow they shot. Why don't you talk to him? He ought to be able to tell you who his partner is.
Well, he had an emergency operation, sir, at 6 o'clock this morning. His condition's still critical.
Oh, I see. Just a matter of time then, huh? I mean, when he recovers, you'll be able to talk to him. You'll find out what you want to.
Well, there's only one hitch, sir. Whether he recovers or he doesn't recover.
Yes?
Either way, we can't depend on him. 11:38 a.m. After we finished interviewing the holdup victims, Frank got the mug book out of the car containing pictures of recent robbery releases from the state prisons, and we left it with Mr. and Mrs. Reiner. We instructed them that if they succeeded in identifying any one of the pictures, to take down his name and prison number and call our office immediately. We told them we'd be back later that afternoon. 11:50 a.m. We left the Reiner home and drove down to the scene of the robbery, the restaurant on South Hill. When we got there, Officer Walmsley from Leighton Fingerprints was just leaving. He told us that he'd been unable to raise any legible prints at the back window where the number 2 suspect had escaped. Frank and I checked over the scene, then we headed back for the office. There were half a dozen messages for us in the book. One of them was to call State Parole Officer Fred Galloway at his office on South Broadway. Frank put in the call, and Galloway said he'd be right down. He thought he had something for us. 1:05 p.m. Galloway met us in the squad room and briefed us on some of the information that he'd received earlier that morning from one of his parolees. It concerned the wife of a former holdup man who now was wanted by Galloway for violation of parole. He told us the wife had rented a car from a U-Drive lot in Santa Monica, and that supposedly the ex-con and his wife were planning to leave the city.
What's the tie, Fred? How's it figure in for us?
I was talking to Chandler this morning. He happened to mention the holdup you're working. This fellow answers the description of the one who got away.
What was that name again, the ex-con?
Ernest Morgan. Your L.A. number 178435. Folsom number is 12968. The reason I got pepped on is the thief could have hurt his leg jumping out of the back window of the bar. You figure he could have?
Yeah, easily. It's a good 30, 35-foot drop. Why, Fred?
Well, my informant says this Ernie Morgan has a bum foot. Hurt it so bad he can hardly walk on it. Says he saw Morgan day before yesterday. His leg was all right then.
Sounds like a good one to get off the street, huh? What do you say we check his package?
Good idea. Your informant say who this Morgan's been running with, Fred?
He said he didn't know. He thinks he plays it alone, more or less.
Go ahead, Fred. You contact the U-Drive lot, Fred, and get the dope on the car?
Yeah. Didn't want to put the teletype on until I was sure. One of the fellows from our office had to make a call out that way. They're taking a mugshot of Morgan's wife out there to see if the U-Drive clerk can give him an ident on her.
She got a record?
Well, she's never done any time. She did a couple of pinches with him. Never could make her on anything, though.
I'll pull the package.
All right, fine, Fred.
How about your victims, Joe? They any good?
Yeah, they claim they can identify the man. I don't think we'll have any trouble there. How about this informant of yours? You know where we can locate the Morgans?
No, not now. According to him, Morgan and his wife left town about 9 this morning. He thinks he might get a line on where they're headed, though.
Well, how come your informant knows so much about Morgan? He run with him?
No, he sold with him up at the joint.
Fred, Joe, you want to have a look?
Yeah.
Here's the package, his mugshot. Is this your Ernie Morgan, Fred?
Yeah, that's him.
Good picture?
Yeah, looks just like it.
The description, Joe. Got everything right down the line.
Yeah.
Check this right here. Habits and characteristics.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it?
What's that?
He likes to twirl a gun in his hand. 1:52 p.m. We placed Ernest Morgan's picture in an envelope along with 24 other mug shots, and then we put in a call to Mr. and Mrs. Reiner, told them we were coming out to see them. They told us that so far neither one of them had been able to identify any of the pictures in the mug book that we'd left with them. Fred Galloway went back to his office, and we told him we'd notify him the minute we got a positive identification. 2:25 p.m. We drove back to the Reiner home. The old man was still in bed.
Been all the way through this book of yours, officer. Couldn't find one who looked like the man, could we, Jen?
No, his picture's not in there, Sergeant. We're sure of that.
Let's see. Well, we've got some more of them here, folks. I'd like to have you look through them if you don't mind. See if you can identify one of them.
Yes, all right. Jen, would you fix this pillow back here for me, please?
Oh, yes, of course, dear. There you are.
Thank you.
You see any picture in the book that resembled the man at all, sir?
No, I didn't. None of them. Wasn't one who looked like him.
Here you are. See if any of these pictures look familiar to you.
Thank you, sir. Jen, you want to sit here by me? We can see them together.
All right, well, let's see now. Oh, my, look at this one, Will. Doesn't he look like a mean one?
Mm-hmm. Hey, look at this one, Jen. Look at him. Think he's a college graduate, wouldn't you?
Oh, my, yes. Officer, this young man here, what did he do?
Let me see that, man. Oh, yeah, it's Marty Lee, hold up and murder, Miss Reiner. Shot and killed an elderly lady. She ran a candy store.
Oh, my, can you feature that? Such a clean-looking boy. Never believe, would you, Will?
Takes all kinds, I guess. Let's see now. No.
Let me see, Will. Oh, no, that's not him.
No, we've been through these already. Have you some more, officer?
No, that's all, Mr. Reiner. You sure the hold-up man's picture isn't in there?
No, sir. I looked at him all pretty carefully. I didn't see him. Did you, Jen?
No, I didn't see him. Was his picture supposed to be in here?
Well, we thought so, ma'am. Let's see. Here, how about this one? Does he look familiar to you?
Jen?
No, I don't know. Maybe not. We serve so many people every night.
Are you folks sure you'll recognize the hold-up man when you see him?
Oh,
yes. Of course, yes.
Well, just one more question here, Mr. Reiner.
Yes?
Now, are you absolutely sure this is not the man who held you up and slugged you last night?
Yes, I'm sure. It's not the man.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Because of Fatima quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers coast to coast are switching to king-size Fatimas every day.
Switch to king-size Fatimas yourself.
You'll find they're distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma.
You'll find Fatima gives you an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Yes, that's why Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
Remember, the name stands for quality.
Insist on Fatima, the extra mild and soothing king-size cigarette, with the added protection of Fatima quality. Ask your dealer for the bright, sunny yellow pack. Buy king-size Fatima.
Monday, June 2nd, 2:45 p.m. After the victims, Mr. and Mrs. Reiner, failed to identify Ernest Morgan as the robbery suspect, Frank and I got in the car and drove back to the office. Neither one of us had anything to say. Just at the moment we figured that we had the suspect positively identified, the victims themselves had contradicted what we thought was definitely the answer to the case. It wasn't by any means a news story. One of the first lessons a working detective learns is to keep an open mind, regardless of how incriminating the circumstances first appear to be. The big fallacy of a detective being too sure too soon is based, for the most part, on the failure to recognize that police work means human beings dealing with human beings. So instead of going by the usual odds, the human margin for error is doubled. Frank and I didn't have too clear an idea of how or why it came about, but suddenly we found ourselves farther away from the solution of the case than before we started. 3:10 p.m.
Lousy day, huh?
Yeah, sure.
10 after 3. Feel like I haven't slept for 2 days.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Pretty hard to figure in it.
Sure hope the wife did the washing today.
Why?
She won't feel much like talking. I sure don't.
Well, let's check the book, huh?
Yeah, I'll do it. A couple of phone calls, Joe. One from the hospital, prison ward.
What do they want?
Our number one suspect, Ashford. He's doing better than they figured. Be available for interview tomorrow morning.
Lucky thief, huh? Was the cop who would have died?
Another message. It's from Galloway. Wants us to call him. It's still the Madison number?
Yeah. Want the pad?
Oh, yeah, please.
There you go.
Adult parole, please, men. Thank you. Fred Galloway, please. Smith, robbery, LAPD. Thanks. Hi, Fred. Frank Smith. Uh-huh. Yeah, that right. He's sure about that? Uh-huh, sure doesn't figure. No, I didn't mean a thing to him, yeah. Okay. Right, thanks, Fred. It's got me, Joe.
Why, what's the matter?
Galloway got the report back from that U-Drive lot, place where Morgan's wife rented that car.
Mm-hmm.
They identified her as the woman who rented that car. She offered him a deal. She didn't want to leave a cash deposit for the car.
Well, what'd she offer?
Man's ring, diamond signet.
After we got the word from State Parole Officer Fred Galloway, we got out a broadcast and an APB, in addition to those we already had out. We requested that the rented car and the occupants be held for questioning in connection with the robbery of Reiner's Cafe the night before. If a man's diamond signet ring was found in possession of the occupants or in the car, it was to be booked as evidence. The following morning, Frank and I interviewed our number one suspect, Benny Ashford, in Ward 13,400 at General Hospital Prison Ward. Because he had the idea his partner had run out on him and taken the money with him, that he'd let him down, Ashford was in a fairly cooperative mood. After talking with him for a little more than 20 minutes, he named Ernest Morgan and identified his mugshot as his companion in the robbery of Reiner's Cafe. He also told us the holdup was Morgan's idea and that Morgan had told him the job would be a pushover. We asked him where he thought we might locate Morgan, and he told us our best bet was Las Vegas, Nevada. Supposedly, Morgan had a good friend in Las Vegas, an ex-con by the name of Harry Breen. Frank and I went back to the office where we met with Inspector Farnan and Captain Didion. At 1:30 that afternoon, according to instructions, Frank and I signed out a trip car and headed out U.S. Highway 91 for Las Vegas. We checked in at the Las Vegas Police Department a few minutes before 8:30 that night. The alleged friend of the suspect, Morgan, Harry Breen, had already been taken into custody by Las Vegas officers on the request of Captain Didion. We began questioning Breen, and he readily admitted that he was acquainted with Morgan.
All right, how long ago did you see Morgan?
I don't know, this afternoon sometime.
A lot of hours in an afternoon. When did you see him?
What are you so excited about? What did he do, commit a murder?
Now, look, Breen, how much time do you owe the state?
What's that got to do with
We didn't drive all the way up here just to pass the time of day with you. You know he's hot. If you want to cover for him, you can serve his time.
Look, I don't get it. I'm not his keeper. If you want him, find him.
I bet we're going to find him if we have to walk all over you to do it. When the two of you are up doing time, you can figure it out for yourselves.
Trouble with you cops, once a guy does time, you can't leave him alone. I've been leveling since I got out. I've been carrying a lunch pail every day.
All right, now look, Breen, who do you think you're giving us no job? We've been kidded by experts. You're not giving us anything new. We didn't send Morgan up to see you. If you're so lily-white, how come Morgan got in touch with you? All right, I'll tell you. You're as bad right now as the day they locked the gate on you. You're never sorry for what you've done. You just moan because they caught you. Save that act for the jury, Breen. We're not going to buy it. Now, what about it? Where is he?
Wait a minute, huh? What are you so sore at me for? I didn't rob anybody.
Who said you did? You must have been talking to Morgan.
All right, I have. I told you I talked to him. He came around this afternoon. Now, get off my back.
What do you want?
He's hot. He wanted to cool off.
Where's he now?
I don't know. Well, look, how should I know? He came around with his wife, asked for a favor. I couldn't do it. I just got married. My wife's a square. I told her about it. She wouldn't go for it. The guy's a big crybaby anyway, trying to tell me how we ought to stick together. He's never done a favor for me.
You see the car he was driving, Breen?
Yeah, convertible coupe Packard. California plates.
How'd you notice? You got the license number?
No, he asked me where he could get some cold plates. I figured it was hot.
You get him any plates?
Look, I wouldn't know where to get them. I already told you. I've been leveling ever since I got out. There's no use kidding. I couldn't do any more time. I'm too old. One more trip and I'm through. I'm really through. I got a good wife. She works every day. I don't want to lose that.
All right, Breen. You take your choice.
What do you mean?
Who do you like the best, Morgan or your wife? What about it?
All right, you got it.
The suspect's friend, Harry Breen, went on to admit that during the conversations he'd had with Ernest Morgan that afternoon, Morgan had told him that he and his wife were going to San Francisco. There, supposedly, they would contact a man by the name of Baker Harrison, who operated a restaurant out by Hunter's Point. He said the Morgans had told him that they planned on driving at night only to lessen the chances of the police spotting their car. We immediately got in touch with Inspector George Haig of the San Francisco Police Department and notified him of the latest developments in the case. He told us he'd read our teletypes and said that he'd placed the restaurant operated by Baker Harrison under immediate surveillance. We told him we'd leave early the next morning for San Francisco after we'd gotten a few hours' sleep. Before we turned in, we got off a teletype to Captain Didion, bringing him up to date on what had happened and what our plans were. The next morning at 6:30, Frank and I left Las Vegas for San Francisco. A few minutes after 7 o'clock that night, we checked in at the San Francisco Hall of Justice at Washington and Kearny Streets. Inspector Haig was waiting for us. He informed us Harrison's restaurant out at Hunter's Point was still being covered, but so far, Morgan and his wife had failed to put in an appearance. Along with Inspector Haig, Frank and I drove out to the restaurant and joined the detail that had the place under surveillance. 9:05 p.m., no sign of the suspects. 10 p.m., 10:30, 11 o'clock, midnight, still no sign. We waited.
How about this fog? I sure wish I brought my top coat. I'm freezing.
Yeah, if they don't show pretty soon, we're going to have to pull in closer. I can hardly see the door to the restaurant over there.
Smell that hot coffee. Sure could use a cup right now.
Look at that fog out there, Frank. Can't tell where the bay leaves off and the fog begins.
Wait a minute, Joe.
Yeah?
Car pulling up. Convertible.
Yeah. It's a Packard. Wait till they get in the light. We can see him better.
A man getting out, heading for the restaurant.
Yeah, it looks like him. Come on.
Yeah.
Somebody else in the car. It's a woman.
Haig's got it covered. George is with him.
All right, let's hustle it. Come on.
Passing under the light. It's him, Joe.
Yeah. All right, hold it. Right where you are, police officers.
What's the matter? What do you want?
All right, hands up in front of you. Get them up high.
All right, I got him up. What's it all about? What's the trouble?
Frank, you want to shake him?
Yep.
Come on, keep those hands up and stand still.
I'm standing still. Is this a shakedown or what? I haven't done anything. Nothing doing, Joe. Clean.
His hands aren't. Your right hand, mister. Let's have a look at it.
All right. Still don't get this. There, what about it?
That ring on your finger. Where'd you get that?
It's mine. Why? I had it a long time. Diamond signet, a little big for you, isn't it? Doesn't quite fit. What are you getting at? What's my ring got to do with it? Where'd you get it? Crap game. I won it in the crap games down in Las Vegas. I won it gambling.
Is that right?
Yeah, a bunch of guys up in the hotel room shooting a little crap. Just a gamble, I won.
You sure of that, are you?
Of course I'm sure. Just a crap game. I took a gamble, I won.
No, you're half right, mister.
Yeah?
You gambled, but you didn't win.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On August 8th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, because you know what you're looking for in a king-size cigarette, all we ask you to do is compare Fatimas and then make up your own mind. You'll find Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma. You get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Smoke king-size Fatima. I'm convinced you'll agree that the difference is quality.
Ernest Harold Morgan was tried and convicted of robbery in the first degree, along with his accomplice, Benjamin Ashford. Ernest Morgan's wife was tried for conspiracy to commit robbery and found not guilty. Robbery in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary from 5 years to life.
Ladies and gentlemen, when you buy defense bonds, you help build your own future security. You also become a partner with Uncle Sam in building America's security. Buy your bond today.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Vic Perrin, Virginia Gregg, Harry Bartell, Ralph Moody. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
King Size Fatima has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
UPN Tuesday on an all-new All of Us. When your new bride doesn't want to take your last name.
A name doesn't actually change what something is. Unless, of course, that name is Abracadabra.
And your ex won't let it go.
You let Niecy keep your name after the divorce?
Well, I didn't let her keep it. She jacked it.
Things can get a little ugly.
I'm a man. I'm about to handle my business like a man right after I wash up my makeup.
All of Us, all new, UPN Tuesday, 8:30, 7:30 Central after One on One.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Duffy's Tavern.
It's Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And now, here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern with our guest, Joe Bennett, star himself, Ed Garner. Hello, these...
I guess he wants to take it with him. Say, Yasha, where is that Yasha Panya-Slavnik?
How do you do? Say, boss,
huh?
You are calling me?
Well, if I holler for Yasha Panya-Slavnik, who else would I be calling?
I don't know. Yasha Panya-Slavnik is such a common name.
Yes, it is. It's just like John Smith.
That name I never heard of.
You've never been in the hotel business. Dame.
You going to spend $5 on a dame?
Yeah.
$5 on a dame?
Yeah.
But, Arch, for that kind of dough, you could buy a catcher's mitt.
Finnegan, there's other things in the world to get excited over beside catcher's mitts.
You mean fielder's gloves?
I mean dames.
Oh, them things.
Don't tell me you don't like dames.
Nah. All I want to do is to go out with you, hold your hand, kiss you.
Well, is that bad?
I don't know. So far, I ain't let none of them get away with it.
Well, to each his own. Now, where can I get $5, though?
Arch,
huh?
What about the cash register?
Oh, Finnegan, you know.
What about the cash register?
Oh, you know I covered it like that. To my back. Pretty much. Well, look, anyway, just for old time's sake, John, how about a table? Call you again around the middle of October? Nothing sooner, say around September? Oh, too bad, I'm coming down with Joan Bennett. A ringside table, huh? Well, thanks, John, old pal. Nice to talk to you again. You see, Miss Duffy, there's magic in me name. And now, if you don't mind, will you watch the place for a minute? I gotta go down to... That much I don't dislike. Now get your mind back on business and watch the joint here. I gotta go out and dig up some flowers for Joan Bennett.
The next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, take Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one...
I'll take the flash.
Oh, Joan Bennett, look at you. You don't look a day over. Pardon me.
Who are you?
Don't you remember?
Well, the face is familiar. Do you have a name?
I'm Miss Duffy.
Oh, yes, Miss Duffy.
Yeah, gee, I haven't seen you for 5 years.
That's right.
Hard to please.
Then find someone who isn't.
That's my trouble. I just can't even find anyone like that.
Well, I'll do what I can for you, Miss Duffy. Maybe we can go out on a double date.
A double date? Oh, gee, Joan, that'd be wonderful. Is it a...
Time. Say, Arch, is this the dame you're going to spend all that dough on?
Yeah, Finnegan, well, take a look. What do you think?
I'd still rather have a catcher's mitt.
Finnegan, you're being very impolite to a very famous lady.
Famous?
You've seen the woman in the window?
Have I? Every night across the alley. You sure look different with your street.
In my case, I just leave them slightly ajar. What kind of cream is that again?
It's called Lady Mandelbaum's Hormone Cream.
Do you use much of it?
Oh, every night. First I put on the vanishing cream, and then I put almond cream on my lips, and then I cover it all over with cold cream.
Does it help?
Yeah, but she has to sleep with her head in the icebox to keep her face from curdling.
Be quiet, Archie. Joan, don't forget our double you-know-what.
I won't.
Look, Joan, this place...
All these great instruments combined actually cost you much less than comparable console instruments would cost separately. Yes, with an RCA Victor Rutland, wonders never cease, but go on pouring out show after show, record after record. Not just for one person, but for the whole family.
Now, where am I going to get a date for Miss Duffy? Oh, Finnegan.
Yeah, Arch?
Finnegan, would you like to do a favor for your old friend Archie?
For you, Arch, I'd do anything. I'd climb the highest mountain.
Okay.
What'd he say?
He says he'll scrape mackerel, but he won't scrape the bottom of the barrel.
That Willie Hockhauser. My father has bought his last mackerel from him.
Look, Joan, can't we forget Miss Duffy and just let you and me be a gaysome twosome?
Have that phone. Hello, Boris? What are you doing? Swell. Meet us at El Morocco in half an hour.
Who was that?
Boris Karloff.
Wait a minute. Boris Karloff. That's a little too tough on Miss Duffy, ain't it? With all the actors, you know. Why Boris Karloff?
Well, as Miss Duffy says, we girls should stick together, and I don't think her date should be any better looking than mine.
Well, let's change the subject.
All right, what'll we talk about?
Let's get back to men. Ain't it awful how hard it is to get a date? Honest, these days one lipstick lasts me for 3 or 4 months. How about you? How are you doing?
Oh, I do okay. I get a date anytime I want.
How?
It's a cinch. I just tell them I'm Connie's sister.
How does Connie get dates?
She tells them she's Barbara's sister.
Oh, you gotta have pull. Well, I wish you could do something to get me a date.
Well, you shouldn't have too much trouble.
But I'm so fussy and hard to please.
Then find someone who isn't.
That's my trouble. I just can't even find anyone like that.
Well, I'll do what I can for you, Miss Duffy. Maybe we can go out on a double date.
A double date? Oh, gee, Joan, that'd be wonderful. Is it a promise?
Okay, it's a promise.
Joan, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for me. How long have you been dilatory?
I've only been here for 10 minutes.
Oh, 10 minutes, huh? Did it seem like a lifetime?
Well, now that you mention it, no.
Well, anyway, I'm glad to see you. By the way, these flowers is for you.
Oh, well, thank you. I'll bet they were lovely.
Well, they may seem to droop a little, but that, dear lady, is because they are bowing their petals in deference to thine own far greater beauty.
A very pretty speech.
Thank you. Incidentally, their stems don't stack up with yours neither. May I place them around your neck?
Please, a wreath.
Stop worrying. In Hawaii, it's quite the custom, you know.
Oh, just a minute. What's this card?
What card?
It says, "Goodbye, Joe. Signed, the boys of Local 802.
That just shows it was grown in a union hothouse.
Say, Arch!
Yeah, Finnegan?
Hey, what do you say we go down to the ballpark and bat out some fungos?
Look, I'm sorry. I'm busy, Finnegan.
Oh. How about you, sister?
I'd love to, but I forgot to bring my mask and chest protector.
Well, some other time. Say, Arch, is this the dame you're going to spend all that dough on?
Yeah, Finnegan, well, take a look. What do you think?
I'd still rather have a catcher's mitt.
Finnegan, you are being very impolite to a very famous lady.
Famous?
You've seen the woman in the window?
Have I? Every night across the alley. You sure look different with your street clothes on, sister.
Finnegan, please. You'll have to pardon Finnegan, Joan. You see, when he was an infant, he was a bottle baby.
But lots of babies are bottle babies.
Inside the bottle?
Finnegan, please. Your brains.
Well, what about them?
They went that away.
Well, they won't get away this time. Hey, you, come back here.
Oh, no. Look, Joan, leave us get back to business here. I don't know whether you know it or not, but it happens that I'm not married.
You're not?
Nope. I don't even have a girlfriend.
You don't?
Nope. I'm not doing nothing tonight, neither.
You lead a pretty dull life, don't you?
Well, look, what I'm trying to say is I'd like a date with you tonight.
No fooling?
Well, maybe a little. Well, what do you say?
Well, I don't know, Archie. I'm kind of afraid to go out with you.
Why?
Well, you're so devastating. Suppose I fall madly in love with you.
Listen, Joan, I think too much of you to let you get hurt. I'll tell you what, at first I'll only turn on half of me devastatation. Well, what do you say? They're waiting for us at El Morocco.
El Morocco? Isn't that expensive?
You think you're going out with a bum? Look, honey, them flowers I gave you, not that I'm beefing, but they set me back a sweet $1. No, and that ain't tin.
Oh, say, Joan.
Yes, Miss Duffy?
I just got some of this new Lady Mandelbaum's face cream. And I can't for the life of me remember. Before you put it on, do you open your pores or close them?
In my case, I just leave them slightly ajar. What kind of cream is that again?
It's called Lady Mandelbaum's Hormone Cream.
Do you use much of it?
Oh, every night. First I put on the vanishing cream, and then I put almond cream on my lips, and then I cover it all over with cold cream.
Does it help?
Yeah, but she has to sleep with her head in the icebox to keep her face from curdling.
Be quiet. quiet, Archie. Joan, don't forget our double you-know-what.
I won't.
Look, Joan, this place is very unconducive to romance. Why do you say we shove over to El Morocco, huh?
All right, Archie. I'll go out with you on one condition.
Anything you say. What is it?
I want you to get a date for a friend of mine.
For a friend of yours? And how? Give me that phone. Hello, Frankie? Arch. How's it? Atta boy. Hey, how'd you like to go stepping with a dame tonight? Huh? Just a second. Joan, I forgot to ask you, what's your friend's name?
Miss Duffy.
Frank, I'll call you back. Joan, tell me that me ears just heard a mirage.
No, Archie, I think Miss Duffy is a very nice girl. And if you can't find a fellow for her, then our date is off.
Got to get a fella. Hello, Brooklyn Navy Yard? You got anyone there that's been away for a long, long time?
Here's a word from RCA Victor. For you people who are buying television now, that word is combination. Yes, an RCA Victor combination, which brings you AM and FM radio, recorded music in all 3 speeds, and famous RCA Victor million-proof television. Now, you can have all these in one beautiful cabinet for one beautiful price. Ask your RCA Victor dealer to introduce you to the kingly RCA Victor combination, the Rutland. With its doors closed, the Rutland looks like a furniture masterpiece straight out of the 18th century. With its doors open, it's like an electronic masterpiece straight out of the 21st century. So superb are its RCA Victor features. AM and FM radio, 2 automatic record changers to play all record speeds, and exciting RCA Victor million-proof television, proved in well over 1 million American homes. Yet, all these great instruments combined actually cost you much less than comparable console instruments would cost separately. Yes, with an RCA Victor Rutland, wonders never cease, but go on pouring out show after show, record after record, not just for one person, but for the whole family.
Now, where am I going to get a date for Miss Duffy? Oh, Finnegan.
Yeah, Arch?
Finnegan, would you like to do a favor for your old friend Archie?
For you, Arch, I'd do anything. I'd climb the highest mountain. I'd swim the deepest river. I'd stick me head in the furnace.
Good boy, Finnegan. I knew I could count on you.
To do what, Arch?
To go out with Miss Duffy.
Arch, couldn't I just stick me head in that furnace?
Another one of me foul-weather friends. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, Yasha.
At your service, boss.
Yasha, how would you like to go dancing with Miss Duffy?
Unfortunately, I am unable to dance with a broken leg.
Your leg ain't broken.
I'll break it.
Oh, this is awful. Look, Joan, can't we just go out alone?
No, we made a bargain. We don't go out unless you get a date for Miss Duffy.
But this is terrible. Who'd go out with her? This is a face worse than death. Wait a minute. I got a guy that might do it. Yeah, and a big shot, too. This guy makes a lot of dough. Oh, Fulton Fish Market? Mackerel department, please. Hello, Mackerel? I'd like to talk to Willie Hockhauser. Yes, the head mackerel scraper. You like Willie, Joan. He's a great guy.
Yes, he sounds like quite a catch.
Yeah, it came up the hard way, you know. Started out as a mere boy scraping sardines.
We can't ask Miss Duffy to go out with a fish scraper.
Why not? I'll wear a lot of perfume.
Quiet. Hello, Willie? Arch. Say, Willie, how'd you like to go out on a double date tonight? Well, mine's Joan Bennett. Who's yours? Miss Duffy. Okay.
What'd he say?
He says he'll scrape mackerel, but he won't scrape the bottom of the barrel.
That Willie Hockhauser Arthur, my father has bought his last mackerel from him.
Look, Joan, can't we forget Miss Duffy and just let you and me be a gaysome twosome?
No, Archie. Either get a date for Miss Duffy or you'll be a lonesome onesome.
But, Joan, you don't know what you're asking. 3 matrimonial bureaus have classified this dame 2G. Too ghastly. I don't know who to get.
Well, how about that florist friend of yours? Maybe he can dig up one of his friends.
For Miss Duffy, if the guy ever came back to life, the shock would kill him. No, we got to get somebody else now.
Say, Arch,
Huh?
what about Niles McConnell?
Hey, that's an idea. What's his number again?
Wait a minute, Archie. That's not that dopey Niles McConnell that hangs around Hurley's saloon all day.
Yeah, I can't think of his number.
Niles McConnell, that bald-headed jerk with thick glasses.
Yeah.
With the cauliflower ears and the gold teeth.
That's him.
Circle 78300.
Hello, Niles. This is Archie. Look, I'd like you to do me a favor. What do you mean, no? I didn't even ask you. Oh, the guys from the Fulton Fish Market tipped you off. Miss Duffy, I'm afraid we are now fighting the grapevine.
Wait a minute. I'll get Miss Duffy a date. Let me have that phone. Hello, Boris? What are you doing? Swell. Meet us at El Morocco in half an hour.
Who was that?
Boris Karloff.
Wait a minute. Boris Karloff. That's a little too tough on Miss Duffy, ain't it? With all the actors, you know. Why Boris Karloff?
Well, as Miss Duffy says, we girls should stick together, and I don't think her date should be any better looking than mine.
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
Did you get what you wanted for your birthday?
Yeah, I guess.
What's that?
Oh, you got me the Easy Jack Ultimate Cheeseburger Maker! This is so cool!
Welcome to Jack in the Box. Can I take your order?
The Ultimate Cheeseburger is for cheeseburger purists. Cheese meat, cheese meat, and that's it. We won't make it till you order it.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
All that makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing the title tune from the new Edgar Bergen motion picture, Fun and Fancy Free.
I'm full of fun and fancy free. That's the way I want to be. I don't let my troubles trouble me. I'm fancy free and full of fun. Got no time to worry none. I'm too busy singing in the sun. If you should have the chronic ache, pills won't make you strong. The only tonic you should take is a teaspoonful of song. So if you really like to be happy, lucky, just like me, frown your frowns, my friend, and you will see that you'll be full of fun and fancy free. If I should see a gloomy gust, I'd never hang around. You'd see me raising quite a dust, 'cause I'd be elsewhere bound. So if you really like to be happy, lucky, just like me, frown your frowns, my friend, and you will see that you'll be full of fun and fancy free.
Famous beauty authority Kay Duman now sends you the winning secret of true hair loveliness. Your hair can be your most captivating charm with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Yes, whether your hair is honey blonde or raven black, sunny brown or fiery red, it's your natural hair appeal that men love. And more women of all ages are discovering that Luster Cream Shampoo brings out the fullest natural glory of their hair. Not a soap, not a liquid, Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up luxurious lather like magic in hard or soft water, sweeps dullness away, and in its place, leave hair heavenly soft, shining, obedient. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Duman blended lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this almost magic new cream that offers your hair a stunning new sheen and finish. Try that economical $1 jar of Luster Cream Shampoo now at all cosmetic counters. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Thrill to all those admiring looks coming your way when you begin using Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. Well, as you know, when our young hero Dennis Day met the girl of his dreams, Mildred Anderson, over a year ago, his immediate problem was to get on the good side of her mother. Unfortunately, he's made very little progress with that problem. In fact, he hasn't even found out yet whether she's got one to get on. So this morning, he decided to seek some advice from one who's unquestionably a qualified expert on the matter, the cuter half of the Anderson family.
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, my son?
I've been wanting to have a talk with you for some time, sir. It's about Mrs. Anderson.
My little lump of love?
Yes, sir, but with me, she isn't that kind of lump at all. In fact, she hates me.
Oh, now, Dennis, I'm sure you're mistaken. It's probably just that you do something now and then that annoys her.
Yes, sir. I breathe.
Well, don't you stop, my boy, even for her.
But I gotta do something, Mr. Anderson. I can't go through life always scared to death of her.
Well, why should you, my boy? Now, I've known Poopsie for years, and I assure you she wouldn't harm a fly.
Maybe not, but boy, the way she treats human beings.
Now, Dennis, you mustn't feel that way about my wife. She has a hard exterior, yes, but way down deep inside her is a sweet, kindly, lovely soul.
Mr. Anderson, I have no time for dredging. I need help now.
Yes, son, I see your problem. Mrs. Anderson didn't have much respect for me either, right up to the day that I asked her to become my wife. But then, she looked at me in a different light.
Yes, sir, but I don't think a step like that would be practical for me.
Well, to tell the truth, I really didn't have it in mind for you. But now what we need is some little, hey, wait a minute. I think I have it.
Are you sure I want it?
Yes, I think you do. Remember a few weeks back, my wife's club put on a drive to help juvenile delinquency?
Yes, sir.
Well, they have a new project now. They want the city of Weaverville to build a new jail.
Gee, they must have helped juvenile delinquency no end.
Well, no. As far as I know, the two projects are unrelated. Except that because of her work on the other one, they made Mrs. Anderson the chairman of this one.
Oh, I see. And you think if I could help her in some way...
Exactly. Now, if she can get the city to erect a new jail, despite the objections of the mayor and the chief of police, I have a hunch the club presidency is in her lap. So you see, if...
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Good morning, Blossom Face.
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, I just heard all about your problem with the new jail, and you know what? I'm going to help you.
Denis, don't say things like that, even if you're joking.
But, Mrs. Anderson, I want to help. Don't you want to hear my ideas?
Why should I?
I might have a good one. You can't listen to common sense all the time.
Denis, I'm warning you. Stay out of this. We're taking a public opinion poll on a new jail, and that's all that should be necessary to convince the mayor and the chief of police.
But I know the chief of police personally, and I could have a talk with him and present your side of the case.
Certainly not. Let's at least keep our old jail. If you get mixed up in this in any way, young man...
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, good morning, Mildred.
Good morning, Mildred. Just remember what I said, Denis. Come along, Herbert. Get your Hoover. This is your thorough cleaning day.
Yes,
My goodness, Denis, what's the matter?
Oh, I just offered to help your mother with the new jail, and as usual, I made quite a bit of backway.
Oh, gee, they really should have a new jail. Prisoners escape from this old rat trap in droves. It'd be wonderful if you could do something. Say, wait a minute.
An idea, huh?
Oh, a beauty. Look, I'm the secretary of the committee headed by Mrs. Phillips to take a public opinion poll on the new jail.
Yeah?
Well, suppose I list houses to call on where we're sure no one's home.
This is a beauty?
Well, sure. Because there will be someone there. You.
Me?
Of course. At each place, you open the door just wide enough for Mrs. Phillips to hear you but not see you. Then in a different voice each time, you vote yes on the poll. Wonderful?
Wonderful. That's trespassing, illegal entry, housebreaking.
Not if we don't get caught. We'll pick places that are unoccupied or up for sale. Come on, let's go.
You know what, Mildred? If you passed your ideas around to everyone in town instead of just me, they'd have to build a new jail.
You see how easy it was? This house was open for inspection, so we have a perfect right to be here.
Gee, never in my wildest dreams did I expect to become all the answers on a public opinion poll. I wish I... Oh, my gosh, look, here's Mrs. Phillips coming up the walk.
All right, now, don't get excited. Just remember which way to vote and disguise your voice. Be Italian or something.
Gee, I don't know much about Italian, but I'll try.
How do you do? I'm conducting a public opinion poll.
That's a fine. I'm a vote the wee-wee.
I don't quite understand.
What's I mean, my shoe? I'm in favor of the new jail.
Why, how did you know that I was going to ask you that?
Well, that's the question on everyone's lips, you know?
Yes?
Well, you happen to pass by just when it got about to mine. Good night, please. Boy.
Dennis, you've just got to be more careful after this.
Yeah.
Come on, her next stop is 349 Elm.
Okay.
How do you do?
Howdy, Bub.
Bob!
Sorry, Bub S.
My dear sir.
Got something on your mind, lady?
Why, yes, I have.
Well, as the bald-headed rose said to the stripteaser, let's get it off.
In your opinion, does the city of Weaverville need a new jail?
Why, sure, ma'am. As the clerk in the girdle department said to the fat lady, there ain't no getting around that.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, much better, Denis. All right, let's go.
How do you do? You're the owner of this house, Professor Nikolai Rudensky?
Da.
Well, I'd like to ask you a question, Professor.
Da?
Yes. Will you answer it?
Da.
Does Weaverville need a new jail?
Da.
Oh, thank you, sir. And good night.
Da-da.
Okay, lassie, I got my opinions, but they're no for free. Now, if you'll give me a halfpenny for my thoughts. Ah, thank you, ma'am. I vote aye. Hey, Ben, full dispense and domestic.
Well, Hulda, do you think Weaverville should have a new jail?
Oh, yeah, sure, you betcha. Oh, sure, me all the same a flavor on new jail for Weaverville, you betcha.
Well, thank you very much. And may I have your name, please?
Me all the same hip long on fasting dang ding dong bong from Hong Kong.
Could you repeat that?
Oh, no, very sorry. Just made it first time.
How do you do?
Well, faith now on the top of the morning to you, Colleen darling. And what is it I can be after doing for you this fine morning in the store of Hushla McCree?
Why, Dr. Goldberg.
Huh?
Well, that's what your sign says outside the door, Dr. Goldberg.
Oh.
Tell me, Dr. Goldberg, do you think the city of Weaverville needs a new jail?
You're asking me and I'm telling you. What
Well, so far so good, Denis. And this is the last place.
Yeah, but I'm running out of voices. I can't think of anybody else to be.
Denis, just use your imagination. You've got to think of one. Oh, my gosh, here she comes. I'll run out and try to stall her while you think of something.
Okay.
You, Mrs. Phillips?
Oh, Mildred.
Yes, I knew you'd be passing by here, so I thought I'd meet you. How's the poll going?
Oh, my dear, it's a landslide for us. But you know, the strangest thing, I never see anyone. No, they just open the door a crack and put their foot in it.
Oh, really?
Yes. And oddest of all, they're all wearing the same clothes. Light brown slacks and sneakers. Even Hulda Swenson, domestic.
Oh, you don't say.
Mm-hmm. I do believe it's a trend, my dear. I must wire Adrian immediately. Well, I wonder who I find in this last house. They've all been so unusual today. Good day. I beg your pardon, but could you open the door just a bit wider?
No, I can't, because I'm only 3.5 years old, so there, too, sir.
3.5 years old?
Yeah, 2.
Well, then how do you explain the fact that you're wearing light brown slacks and sneakers?
Second childhood?
I don't think so. Perhaps I'd better push open the door and find out for myself.
No, wait.
Dennis Day! So, it was you all the time.
Well, Mrs. Phillips,
You've ruined my poll, that's what you've done. My report is worthless. I'll have to tear it up.
Well, Mrs. Phillips,
Think of you being in every single one of those houses. How could you do a thing like that?
We used Mr. Anderson's car.
What if the idea did blow up in our faces? You're not going to quit, are you?
Yep.
Dennis Day, are you the kind of a man who takes a beating lying down?
Nope, I get up and run.
Well, you're not giving up. I have another idea.
Oh, no, Mildred.
Yes. This Mayor Brown who's fighting the new jail is a very impressionable man. Now, if an important senator from Washington, in a big hat and a handlebar mustache, told the mayor we needed a new jail, he'd...
Mildred, no, not a senator. I won't do it. I won't.
Dennis?
No, this I positively and definitely will not do, and that's final.
Dennis Day?
Very well, Poopsie.
Come in. Mayor Brown, my name is Gregory. I'm a big senator from Washington, D.C., that is.
Senator, why, this is a pleasure. Sit down, sir.
Thank you, old master. Mayor, we hear reports in Washington that you'd make a mighty good congressman.
Congressman? Oh, Senator, not really.
Yep. Now, how do you stand on price control, Mayor? Labor, foreign relations, housing, the tariff?
Well, gosh, I don't believe I ever gave any of them a thought.
By George, you might even make the Senate.
Gosh, Senator, honest?
You bet, son. Only there's something standing in the way of your career. We hear you got a bad jail.
A bad jail?
Mighty bad, son. We hear it's so bad that you got to lock people in it.
But they're prisoners, Senator.
They vote, don't they?
Well, yes.
I love every one of them.
But what can I do, Senator?
Build a new jail, son, and fast. I got big plans for you, but you got to cooperate. Now, the first thing that we do...
Oh, here's our chief of police. Chief, I want you to meet someone.
Oh, hello, Denis.
Hello, Chief.
Now, as I was saying, Mayor...
Ooh. Wait a minute. You know this man, Chief, and he's not a senator?
A senator? Dennis Day? That kills me.
I don't think it's going to do me much good either.
Oh, impersonating a senator, eh? Day, do you know I could have you jailed for this?
But I did it for a good cause, Your Honor. That jail you've got is an old rat trap. Why, anybody could break out of it.
Anybody, huh?
Why, sure, they... Chief, why are you looking at me like that?
You said anybody could get out, didn't you?
Are you... Is somebody going to get a chance?
We're going to hold you on a technical charge of impersonating a senator, wise guy. And if you can get out of our jail, we'll agree to build a new one.
Me? You're going to put me in jail?
Why, you'll be out in an hour. You said yourself it was an old rat trap.
Yeah, but suppose I was wrong. You'd leave a boy of my type in jail with those hardened criminals?
That's their tough luck. They should have thought of that before they committed their crime. Come on, you.
Hey, Frankie, how you coming with that hole?
Okay. Ought to hit daylight any minute now.
Atta boy, keep digging. We got to get out of this. Wait a minute.
Huh?
Quick. Cover up the hole. Here comes the chief with a guy.
Okay.
Okay, kid. Right in here with these two boys. Well, I'll see you, chum.
Hiya, kiddo.
Hello, bunkies.
What's the moniker, kid?
The what?
The name. I'm Harry the Hook.
Yeah, I'm Frankie the Fink.
Oh, I'm Denis the Date.
What kind of a name is that? What kind of a name is that for a crook?
Well, you see, I'm not really a full-fledged criminal. I'm just sort of an elderly juvenile delinquent.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they just put me in here to see if I could find a way to get out. Say, you boys don't happen to know anyway, do you?
Oh, so that's it. You're a stoolie, huh?
Huh?
All right, talk, kid. How much do you know?
Beg pardon?
Oh, don't give me that. Spill it. How much do you know?
Well, I went through junior high.
That's
That's not what I mean. Do you see this fist, buddy?
Yes, sir. It's very nicely formed.
How'd you like it in your face?
I wouldn't.
Then talk. Come on, say something.
Yes, sir. Under the spreading chestnut tree. Yes, sir.
Let me at him, Frankie. There's nothing I like better than taking care of a stoolie.
Lay off, Harry. The guy's no stoolie.
I'm telling you he is. Let me at him.
You're crazy, Harry. He's too dumb to be a stoolie.
Oh, yeah?
Listen to your friend, Harry.
A wise guy, huh? I'll show you how we handle stoolies around here.
What's it? You're pushing him right into the...
Hey! Gee, look, a big hole in the floor. Imagine that.
Yeah, imagine.
Say, we better tell the chief, huh? A prowler could sneak in here that way.
You hear that, Frankie? He wants to tell the chief. And you said he wasn't a stoolie, you dumb ox.
Yeah, well, who pushed him into the hole in the first place, you lunkhead?
Who are you calling a lunkhead?
And who are you calling a dumb ox?
You.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, you want to play, huh?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, fellas, donkeys, please. Hey, you're liable to hurt someone over here, not be yourselves. Harry, wait a minute. Oh, Frankie, don't hit him with that bomb. Gee, I guess I just bring out the beast in people.
Hey, what's going on here? Oh, holy smoke. Frankie and the hook, both out cold.
It's my fault, Chief. You see,
Your fault? Why, you little tiger.
Huh?
Why? What's this? A hole in the floor.
Yes, sir. That's what started it. You see,
Are you all right?
Mildred and Mrs. Anderson, what are you doing here?
The mayor phoned us. We came down to get you out.
What is this? What's going on here?
This kid just cooled off both these thugs.
What? Denis? How did it happen?
Well, the way I figure it, the kid dug that tunnel to make the break he said he was going to make. And those two thugs demanded to be taken along. They got tough about it, so Day here, well... Let's have the rest of it from you, Day.
Oh, no, go right ahead. You're doing fine.
Good heavens, look at the size of the hole he dug.
And in less than 5 minutes. How did you do it, Day, with no cool tools of any kind?
Oh, it wasn't very hard rock. I just used my teeth.
Good gosh. Well, this boy has taught me a lesson. The town does need a new jail, and I'm going to see that it gets one.
Oh, Denis, sugar baby, you doll, you.
Gee, I lead the most unpredictable life.
Oh, Denis, I'm so proud of you. I could just kiss you.
I'm going to kiss him. I think he's just the most Denis Day, come up out of that hole.
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's the fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And just how important that is, our Colgate players are going to demonstrate. Let's look in on a young couple with a love seat, but no love. Listen.
Gosh, Judy, you sure are scrappy lately. I've been spending more time in the doghouse than Fido.
Well, Jim, I don't like these cat and dog fights any better than you do.
Well, then tell me what trouble is, Judy.
Well, Jim, your dentist can handle that subject better than I can. So ask him, won't you?
And here's what Jim found out. Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant in the orchestra, here's Denis to sing the beautiful old favorite, the Whiffenproof Song.
To the tables down at Maury's, to the place where Louis dwells, to the dear old Temple Bar we love so well. laughing folks assembled with their glasses raised on high, and the magic of their singing casts its spell. Yes, the magic of their singing, of the songs we love so well, shall I wasting and Mavurnin and the rest. We will serenade on Louis while life and boy shall last. Then we'll pass and be forgotten with the rest. We're poor little lambs who have lost our way. We're little black sheep who have gone astray. Gentlemen, songsters, on us free, doomed from here to eternity. Lord, have mercy on such as we. Gentlemen, songsters, on us free, doomed from here to eternity. Lord, have mercy on such as
Good night, everybody.
Remember, Doctor's Proof Palmolive Plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive Plan improves all types of skin. Brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive Plan now.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
My husband's going to cut you off when the light turns green.
I'm driving with my knees.
You don't always know who to avoid out there.
I'm really tired.
That's why every Saturn L300 comes standard with ABS brakes, traction control, and head curtain side airbags. The 2004 L300-1, starting at $16,995 MSRP. Tax, title, license, and optional equipment extra.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Who Knows? night, I was reading an interesting article about how those famous paintings in the Louvre art galleries, like the Mona Lisa, were moved out of Paris ahead of the Germans. The thing that interested me most was how carefully those treasures were wrapped for their protection. And, of course, I thought immediately about how, in our own homes, we wrap many things for protection. Wrap them in a coat of wax. Now, does that seem like a new idea to you? Actually, that's what you do when you protect your dining room table, your piano, windowsills, or your floors with genuine Johnson's wax. You cover them with a protective shield of wax, a coat of wax that guards them against dirt and wear, against scratches and fingerprints. In these days when we all have to take better care of our things, isn't it fortunate that we can do that inexpensively with Johnson's wax, which also saves work and makes floors, furniture, and woodwork gleam with mellow beauty? Early to bed and early to rise may be all right for those coffee book guys. But when winter hits zero, it isn't so jolly. As witness what happens with Fibber and Molly.
McGee, wake up. McGee, wake up.
What? What's the matter?
Nothing's the matter. It's time to get up, dear.
Huh?
I say it's time to get up. Come on now.
It can't be. It's still dark. Can't see a thing.
You could if you'd open your eyes.
Huh? Oh!
Come on now. I've had my shower and I'm all dressed and I got the coffee on. Now hurry.
Can't I go back to sleep just long enough to finish a dream I just started? Gee, I can't leave 5 brand new white sidewall tires just laying there.
Where?
In my dream.
Don't worry about them. You can go to bed early tonight and pick them up then.
Yeah, but suppose somebody else dreams about them and gets there before I do. I'll never get
Now,
there.
now, McGee, quit stalling. Get up and wash your face and brush your teeth and come down in your bathrobe. Here's your slippers.
Oh, well, Molly, it's too cold out there.
Well, maybe it is, dearie.
Yeah.
You know, I keep forgetting you're not as young as you used to be.
Yeah.
You just stay in bed and build up your strength.
Well, gee whiz, I don't...
Yes. Mother won't bother the tired old man anymore. You just go on back to sleep, and maybe this evening you can totter downstairs for a few minutes. I've got to go and get my coffee off the stove before it boils over.
Oh, so I'm a tired old man, am I? Just because I like to get 40 winks of sleep. I ain't as young as I used to was, am I? I'll show 'em. Oh, wow. This floor is colder than the keel of a kayak. Where's my slippers? Oh, here. I'll get some hot music on the radio to warm it up in here.
And now, my little slug of bed, through the courtesy of Mootwell's marvelous mixture for mumps, measles, and migraine,
I feel like I had all of them.
we bring you your morning setting up exercises.
That's an idea. That'll warm me up.
Are you a man or a mouse?
Man.
Are your muscles flabby? Is your tummy sitting on your lap? Remember, you can't get gasoline if you have an extra spare tire. All ready now, my little lazy bones. Put your hands on your hips.
I'd like to put mine around his throat.
Now, none of that.
Okay.
Now, on the count, up on tiptoes and hands up to shoulder height, then resume position. Ready? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Very, very good. Now, hands above head. Raise the right leg slowly. That's it. Way up. Now, hold that leg up in the air. Now, raise the other leg.
Oh. Hey, Dad, Rabbit, you can't do that.
Well, then let's try something easier. Roll over on your back. That's it. Now, make with the tootsies like riding a bicycle. Fine. Now, faster. 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 Now, let's all...
McGee, what on earth are you doing?
I'm riding a bicycle.
Well, wake up. You're still dreaming.
Huh?
Didn't you hear me call you for breakfast?
I'm just taking my setting up exercises. I always feel better when I exercise in the morning.
And when did you ever exercise in the morning or any other time?
Well, it's time I did. I'm going to do it every day. I'm going to go on a diet, too, and take long walks. Why, I'm getting a bay window that 10 people could watch a parade from.
I noticed you were bulging a bit in the belt buckle, but you'll have to make your old body do now till after breakfast. Run in, brush your teeth while I straighten up in here.
Okay, I'll be right out.
Oh, dear, what a man. If I'd known what a circus life would be with him, I'd have made him marry me with a 3-ring ceremony.
Okay, Molly, I'm ready.
Say, you can get washed up quicker than a German general.
And look, no bacon, no butter for me for breakfast, and no cream and sugar. Just orange juice and black coffee.
Okay, dearie. I hope it won't bother you, though, when I eat my buckwheat cakes.
Not a bit. I'll just... Huh? Buckwheat cakes? Oh, buckwheat cakes ain't particularly fattening, are they?
Terribly.
Even if you only eat 7 or 8?
Now, listen. You stick to your orange juice and coffee, dearie. Anyway, you always hide behind the morning paper, so you'll never notice what I eat in that way, you see. Oh, I wonder who that is.
Hey, we can't answer the door with me in my pajamas and bathrobe. Oh, we will, too. Probably just a salesman. You can tell him I got smallpox. Come in.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Abigail Uppington.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? And Mr. Magee.
Hi, Uppy.
You'll have to excuse Magee's informality, Abigail. He just didn't feel like dressing for breakfast.
Oh, that's quite all right, my dear. My, that's quite a loud bathrobe, isn't it, Mr. Magee?
Well, so what, Abigail? He doesn't put it on till he's awake.
Well, I was referring to the pattern, my dear. Poppies, isn't it?
Of course it's poppies. Mommy has a pale blue one with roses on it. Don't you get it, Molly? She says it is poppies, and I says, yes, Mommy has
Ain't
pale...
funny, Magee.
No. I thought I was really in the groove with that one.
That's not a groove. That's a rut.
Were you on your way downtown, Abigail?
Oh, yes, my dear, but I simply had to stop and tell you about last night.
Oh.
I was a hostess at the canteen, and I danced with some of the most charming soldiers.
Now I know what they mean by bravery beyond the call of duty.
Did you meet some nice officers, Abigail?
Oh, my dear. I danced several dances with a British lad, a member of Parliament, no less.
Oh, heavenly day.
How do you know he was a member of Parliament, Duffy?
He told me.
Huh?
And he showed me the insignia right on his arm. MP in big white letters.
Oh, yes. MP.
Yes. Oh, I really had a lovely time, my dear. Oh, those dear boys. Most of them wanted to Twitter jog, you know.
Jitterbug, you mean?
Oh, is that what it is? Well, anyway, it was great fun, really. Although I might have had a nasty fall if it had not been for the handsome young Marine I was dancing with.
He grabbed you in time, Uppy?
No, we both fell, Miss Magee. But fortunately, he cushioned my fall.
Oh, how lucky, Abigail.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. And he said, no, madam, it was not luck. The Marines are always the first to land.
buckwheat cake's good.
Sure you won't have another, Magee? There's still a little batter left.
I don't think I could, Molly. Already had 14.
Anything else you want?
Just my orange juice and black coffee. I'll probably bust, but if I'm going to start that diet, I might as well do it now. And let the dishes go for a while, Molly, and come on in the other room. I want you to oversee my exercises.
Overlook would probably be a better word. But, all right. This is going to be very interesting.
Now, you sit in that chair there and watch.
Okay.
And any time you see me getting too big in the shoulders or anywhere, you stop me. I don't want to get overdeveloped.
You're very broad-shouldered in the hips right now, Denis. Those 14 buckwheat cakes didn't harden your stomach up any.
Oh, yes, they did. I feel like I was full of lead.
Could be. I've heard rumors to that effect. What exercises? Oh.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Mr.
Hi, Wimp, old onion. Pardon my pajamas and bathrobe, but I always wear something loose when I'm in training.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Magee. I always slip into some trunks myself when Sweetie Face wants to work out.
Oh. Are trunks comfortable, Mr. Wimple?
Not always, Mrs. Magee. Once Sweetie Face caught me when I was slipping into one and slammed the lid on my head.
Well, that was tough, Wimp.
Oh, it was my own fault, Mr. Magee. I'd forgotten to take the top tray out. But what are you training for?
Oh, he's just building himself up generally, Mr. Wimple. He was getting so pudgy it exhausted him to climb up a short flight of fancy.
Oh, I don't know. I'm still in pretty good shape. I ever tell you about when I was just a kid, I used to pull an automobile with my teeth?
My goodness, Mr. Magee. That isn't what you told me once.
What did he tell you, Mr. Wimple?
He told me his father used to pull his teeth with an automobile. He said they'd tie a string to his tree.
Okay. Anyway, I was a mighty strong youngster. You should have seen me in the gymnasium. Used to skip rope by the hour.
I wish you'd skipped some of those you've been smoking lately.
What did you say you were in training for, Mr. Magee?
Just getting into condition, Mr. Wimple.
Yeah, I kind of let myself run down, Wimp. Getting kind of short-winded.
You're just modest, Mr. Magee. You're one of the longest-winded people I know.
Really, Wimp? That ain't just hero worship.
Oh, no. You know what I'm going to do for you, Mr. Magee?
What?
I'm going to ask Sweetie Face to drop over and help you exercise.
Oh.
My goodness. She'll have you built up in no time.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Wimple, I don't
Now,
think
wait a minute, Wimp. Let's not make any snap decisions
And
here.
you'll be doing both Sweetie Face and me a great favor.
How, Mr. Wimple?
But if you don't let her come over, she'll be all broken up. And so will I, if you know what I mean. I'll tell her to come right away.
Hey, Wimp, don't do that. Oh, my gosh. Now I am in a jam. If that corset-covered commando ever gets her hands on me... Oh, gee, well, what will I do, Molly?
Maybe you better leave town a few days, dearie.
That wouldn't do any good. She'd find me. She flies by night on a broomstick.
Well, if she comes to the door, I'll tell her you're ill.
You ain't kidding either. I am ill. The very thought of that gorilla in a girdle tossing me around is enough to make my...
Hello, folks. How's every... Why, what's the matter, Fibber? You sick?
Well, he thought you were Sweetie Face Wimple coming in, Mr. Wilcox.
Wilcox, even that cookie duster on your upper lip, you ain't Ronald Coleman, but you never look more beautiful to me than you do with that upper duster on your lip. You're a sight for the sore eyes I would have had if you'd have been Sweetie Face.
What's all this Sweetie Face business? Why are you so scared of her?
Well, Mr. Wimple said he was sending her over here to start training with Magee, and he's scared to death.
Oh, Mrs. Wimple isn't so bad.
She isn't?
No. I got along with her very nicely.
You did?
Sure. I was demonstrating some Johnson self-polishing glow coat to her.
Oh. Do you have to bring that in every week, Wilcox?
Why not? That brings you in every week.
He's got you, Magee.
Okay, but how about Sweetie Face, Wilcox?
Well, I was showing her how glow coat would bring out the color and beauty of her kitchen linoleum.
Yes?
And she said she didn't care so much about the beauty of it, but her husband kept scuffing it up with his feet as she dragged him around. And I told her glow coat would protect it against scuffing because it gave a protective wax finish to
Well,
it.
our linoleum has glow coat on it, too, Magee, so if she drags you around, don't worry about it.
Oh, please, Molly. I'm nervous enough now. Go on, Junior.
Well, then I showed her how all you had to do was pour out a little glow coat, spread it around, let it dry, and in 20 minutes or less it dried to a grand dust and damp-proof finish. Oh, she loved it. She was so pleased she slapped me on the back as I went through the door. Lucky me.
Why, lucky you?
Lucky I was facing the door, otherwise I'd have gone through the wall. Well, happy exercises, pal. Don't take any wooden knuckles.
Imagine that wooden knuckles. If he isn't...
Look, Magee, why don't you call Mrs. Wimple and tell her you've been suddenly called out of town?
No.
Tell her the Boy Scouts have reclassified you and you're being examined for a merit badge in zither string. Why don't you tell her anything?
Okay, give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Gee, I hope I can talk her. Hello, operator. Give me the residence of Wallace Wimple. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's say, Mert? Your brother. He is, eh? That sure is the switch, ain't it, Mert? Well, I'm glad they got him straightened out. Hey, Molly, Mert's brother is a lieutenant now. Got a bar on his shoulder.
Well, what's the switch?
He always used to have his shoulder on a bar. What's say, Mert? Oh, you got my number. She's ringing Wimple's phone, Molly.
Oh, good. Now be diplomatic, dearie. Maybe she won't be so bad.
Hello, is this Sweetie... is this Mrs. Wimple? Well, this is Mr. Magee, and I...
Oh, Magee! Magee, darling, are you hurt? Get up, dearie, and tell me what happened.
Oh, what a woman. Hang that receiver up, Molly. I ain't ever talking to that dame anymore.
Well, heavenly days, what did she say that would knock you clear across the room?
Wasn't so much what she said as the way she must have said it.
Oh.
Boy, if that's the effect she has over the phone, I hope I never... Oh, my gosh. Hide me, Molly. That's her. Get me out of here.
Now, don't be silly, Magee. She couldn't get here in 30 seconds. Oh, you go see who it is while I go make you some tea. Why, you're shaking like a leaf.
I'll say I am. Hey, get me some good-looking shorts for Christmas, Molly. It's getting so every little thing scares the pants off me. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello, sis. Now, look, I'm in no state of mind to stand here and punch the bag with you, so state your business briefly and go fly your hoop. Roll your kite. Scram.
Okay, mister. I won't bother you but just a minute, I betcha.
I bet you won't either, I bet you. Because I'm just in the mood to take you by one pigtail and one leggin and fling you into a snowbank.
Oh, gee, that'll be fun. Let's do it, shall we?
If it's fun, I refuse. What you want, sis?
Oh, I'm selling chances, mister, on a pinch board.
You mean a punch board? How much are the chances?
50 cents.
50 cents? Ouch.
You see, that's the pinch.
4 bits a jab is a pretty stiff gimmick, sis. Isn't there any ceiling price on punch boards?
What is a ceiling price, mister? What is it?
A ceiling price, sis, is a price that the government don't want people to pay any more than, or merchants to charge any more than, on account of they want to stabilize prices to keep down the cost of living so as to control the post-war economic situation with a greater degree of success. I said ceiling... Oh, never mind. And why bother me with your punch board? Why don't you do what I always did when I was a kid? Sell everything to your own family.
Yeah, I can't do that, mister. My mama's rolling bandages down at the Red Cross and my daddy is out of town.
Oh.
I'm practically an orphan, I guess.
Orphan, sis. I says it's orphan.
No, it isn't. Not very orphan. Only when daddy goes out of town.
Never mind. Now take your little punch board and scram out of here before
gee, mister. Don't you want to take a chance on a turkey?
No, I don't want it. On a turkey? Well, why didn't you say so? We haven't ordered ours yet. Will I know right away if I win?
Sure you will, I betcha. The winning number is 100, and nobody's got it yet.
Well, they haven't, eh? How many punches you got left on the board?
6.
Wait, now, let me figure that out. There's 6 punches at 4 bits a throw, $3. Can't buy a turkey for much less than 5. Shucks, I can't lose. Okay, sis, I'll buy the rest of the board. Here's $3.
Oh, gee, thanks, mister. And here's your prize.
Well, I never expected to... Hey, what do you mean, prize? This is just a ticket to your school play.
I know it.
I thought this was for a turkey.
Mister, if it's anything like the one we had last year, it's going to be the biggest turkey you ever saw.
The King's Men sing by the light of the silvery moon.
Place, park, sing, dark, silvery moon is shining through the trees. Cast to me, you, sound of kisses floating on the breeze. Act 1,
in some dialogue. Where would you like to spoon my cue with you underneath the silvery moon? By the light of the silvery moon, by the silvery moon, I want to spoon to my honey. I'll croon love's tune. Honeymoon, 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 keep a shining in June, keep a shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams. We'll be cuddling soon, we'll be cuddling soon by the silvery moon, by the silvery moon. By the light, sweet, bright, sweet light of the shimmering moon, moon, moon. I want to spoon, I want to croon to my honey, 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 a tune. Honeymoon. Keep on, keep on, keep on a shining in June. Silvery beams will bring us beautiful dreams. We'll be cuddling soon. By the light of the silvery, oh, make the moonbeam silvery
Hey, Molly, did you lock the front door?
No, why should I?
Well, my gosh, if that sweetie-faced wimple comes over here, she's just the type to barge right in. And I say barge advisedly. If she ain't a female flatboat, I never...
McGee, just because she blasted you on the telephone is no reason she's coming over here and do it personally.
I know, but
Anyway, what if she does? You wanted some exercise. You wanted to start training, didn't you?
Yeah, but not with that flying tiger. The very thought of it makes my blood stand on end.
Oh, I think you're just worrying about...
Oh, my gosh, there she is. I'll run upstairs and hide in the linen closet. If she comes up, I'll be white as a sheet anyway, she'll never...
No. Control yourself, dearie. It's only Mayor Latrivia.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I just peeked out. Now, calm down. Come in.
Oh, Latrivia. Hi, Latrivia.
Good day, McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Nice to see you.
Thank you. But what's the matter with you, McGee?
Does there have to be something the matter with a guy if he wants to be comfortable in a bathrobe?
If he could be comfortable in that bathrobe, yes. What an atrocious pattern. Did I say something?
Well, it's nothing, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry you don't like the bathrobe. I gave it to McGee for his birthday.
Bought it out of the egg money, too.
Well, what I meant when I said the pattern was atrocious was not that the pattern itself was atrocious. Mm-hmm. I meant that with such attractive material, they should have put better tailoring into it. Yes, that's what I meant. Did I...
Molly bought that material and made it herself, Latrivia. Sat up nights for weeks doing it.
Now, McGee, I really didn't do a very good job after all.
My dear Mrs. McGee, you did a perfectly amazing job. And those elbow-length sleeves are a very smart fashion. Very. Personally, I despise full-length sleeves on a bathrobe. Old-fashioned. I might even say corny. Yes, I will say corny. Corny. Now, what may I ask?
These are full-length sleeves, Latrivia. I got them rolled up.
Oh, well. Maybe they are corny, dearie. I didn't realize.
Oh, I didn't mean those sleeves, Mrs. McGee. For that bathrobe, those sleeves are perfect. What I meant was that if the material was... I mean, the pattern of the material, that is, the tailoring couldn't help the... well, if the sleeves... Good heavens, is that clock right? I must be dashing along. Good day.
Well, I never saw a man turn so red in my life, McGee. He must have Indian blood.
If he ever found out I won this bathrobe for 60 cents at the Elks Carnival throwing balls at milk bottles, he'd tear a ligament. One of my ligaments, probably.
And when you said I bought it out of the egg money...
Oh, sweetie face, that's her. I'll run upstairs. Tell her I changed my mind about the exercises. Tell her it's against the doctor's orders. Tell her he says I got a leaky clavicle. or something.
McGee. Quit leaping around. This isn't her either.
Huh?
It's Mr. Wimple again.
Oh.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. McGee, I'm so sorry. I'm afraid I've upset all your plans.
What you mean, Wimp?
Sweetie Face won't be able to come and help you exercise.
Oh, too bad.
Oh, let me sit down. This just kind of breaks me all up, Wimp. What happened?
Oh, I'd no sooner got home than somebody called Sweetie Face up on the telephone, and it almost killed her.
Almost killed her?
Yes. You see, she was sitting in the bathtub taking a bath when I handed the telephone into her.
No wonder I got slammed across the room. Didn't you know any better than to hand a person a telephone while they're sitting in a bathtub, Wimp?
Well, my goodness, Mr. McGee. I took the precaution of wetting the cord first.
Oh, heavenly days, Mr. Wimple, that's the worst thing you could do.
What?
You might have electrocuted her.
Yeah.
Collecting metal for salvage has made all of us realize that we should take better care of any things we have that are made of metal. Things like iron pipes should be painted to keep them from rusting. But for objects made with chromium or polished metals, there's an easier way. You can protect them with regular applications of genuine Johnson's wax. Wax your chromium towel bars and bathroom and kitchen fixtures. Also chromium chairs or tables if you have any. Use the same Johnson's wax with which you protect your floors, furniture, and woodwork. And use it the same way. The wax forms a protective shield, guards the chromium against the corrosive action of weather and fingerprints, also minor scratches. Especially now when conservation is so important, protect all chromium surfaces in your home with genuine Johnson's wax.
You know what I'm going to do, Molly?
What?
Starting from right now, I'm really going on a strict routine.
Yes?
Jump into an icy shower, do a flock of setting up exercises, take a brisk walk around the block, do a little shadow boxing before lunch. After lunch, I'll play an hour of fast tennis, then I'll zip through a snappy game of handball, and after that, I'll go to the gym and work out. Well, I'll see you later, Molly.
Where are you going now?
Going back to bed. Good night.
Good night, Al.
The part of Wallace Wimple heard on this program was played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and industry. We invite you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Tuesday on DVD.
Come on!
The Matrix Reloaded by Tuesday on DVD.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Introduce Allen.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. With nods, becks, and with teeth hanging as tassels in our smiles, we bid you welcome to another Salapatica review. Tonight, we take you down south again for another 30-minute vacation. I am still the manager of Bedlam Gables, and while I'm sending the hotel bouncer out in the street to throw some people back into the hotel, Freddie Gropey and his music can be heard in the Poison Ivy Room. Bedlam Gables, our weekly rate? Well, I don't know. No one's ever stayed here a full week. Bathing? Say at high tide you can swim in your room. Rooms on the ground floor? Yes, they're so cheap, tramps are renting them to panhandle out the window. Okay.
501 left a call for 9:30.
I know. I'll give one of the bellboys his cab fare.
He doesn't need a cab to wake up a guest, does he?
Oh, yes. 501 walks in his sleep. He's generally about 2 miles from the hotel when it's time to wake him up.
Page and Miss Sweeney, Page and Miss Sweeney.
What's that bellboy yelling about?
He'll wake the dead.
I hope not. There's enough unemployment now.
Page and Miss Sweeney.
Say, boy.
Yes, sir, Miss Allen.
You have to holler so loud?
Yes, sir, I'm Page and Mrs. Sweeney.
We have no Mr. Sweeney registered here.
Well, that's why I got a holler, see, because Sweeney lives across the street.
Well, listen, you go over there and page some of our guests.
Yes, sir. Page and Mrs.
Oh, here comes some good news.
Where's the manager?
I'm the contact man, sir.
Well, contact me then.
Consider yourself contacted. Now, what's wrong?
Look at this laundry.
Oh, isn't that lovely?
Oh.
Our hotel is famous for its laundry service, you know.
It ain't service, it's magic. Listen, I sent out one shirt and one handkerchief, and what's in the bundle?
You have 5 handkerchiefs there.
Where's my shirt?
I'm not psychic, my dear chap. I noticed, though, that one of the handkerchiefs has a sleeve. That might be a clue.
Never mind the clues. What am I going to wear for a shirt?
Well, you look like a gambling man. Why don't you send the handkerchiefs back now? Maybe you'll get a shirt this time.
I ought to send you to laundry. Maybe they send back a manager. I'd check it out.
That's the second complaint about laundry today.
What's the other?
A lady in 607 found parsley in her stocking.
I knew something like that would happen.
I don't get it.
Well, business was so bad in the dining room, I put the chef in the laundry. He's still putting parsley on everything. Hello? What? A complaint for the dining room? You can't eat your oxtail soup? Why not? The tail is still wagging in the soup? Yes, our tails come from contented oxen. Okay.
Good heavens, what is this?
Looks like a cut-rate wedding.
Speaking of the confetti, boys, I'm only renting it for the occasion.
Well, congratulations, folks.
Don't mention it, my pal. This could happen to anybody.
Oh, Hyman, we're married, darling. Isn't it priceless?
Listen to her. I'm paying the minister $6 without a discount. And she says it's priceless.
Well, you've certainly done it up in fine style, Mr. Ping
Oh,
Pong.
with Hyman, money flows like Sunday thrifty.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm getting married on a budget.
Are we going to Niagara Falls, Hyman?
Listen to her. Right away she wants to hitchhike.
You want the bridal suite, of course.
Don't jump at conclusions, Franz. What are you getting for the best connubial quarters here?
Well, for 2 persons, the bridal suite is $20.
Aye, $20. Up till now, with the rice and the old shoes, it's costing me $90. We on the whole thing, I don't want it.
Hyman, did I marry a piker?
Piking is piking, Sadie, but business is business, and
I could let you have the bridal suite for 1 person at $10.
Okay, now you're talking.
Fine.
So what's it going to be, Hyman?
Sadie, so you'll go home and I'll take the bridal suite single.
Is that a honeymoon?
Well, goodbye, darling. I'll see you in my dream.
Bedlam Gables. Yes, the hotel has a beauty shop. You want your face lifted? Yes, you can get 1-day service. Or if you want to leave your face, we'll deliver it free of charge. You're welcome.
Have you noticed all of the guests wearing blue serge suits today?
Those aren't blue serge.
No?
No, it's the cold. The blue skin shows through that Palm Beach cloth.
Oh, look, here comes that little girl with the abandoned mind.
Who?
Hello?
Oh, hello, Portland. You want the bellboy to take your bag?
No, we're leaving. Papa just got a telegram.
Bad news?
Yes, it came collect.
No, I mean, did the telegram contain doleful tidings?
Oh, we don't know. Papa can't open it until later. It's a night letter.
Oh. Where were you stopping?
I stopped at the YW, but Papa stopped at nothing.
I see. I heard he turned down an invitation to the Bath and Tennis Club.
Yes, he didn't need a bath, and he hates tennis.
I get it. Did you get any color here?
A little on my dress where I spilled some ketchup.
Well, I guess it's been raining too much lately anyway.
I'll intimate. A man in the fruit store said it rained so hard yesterday
His grapefruit were squirting back at the sky to get even.
Can you beat that? Have you managed to get your name in the society columns?
Almost. Papa was invited to be the judge at the flower show.
Say, a lot of people would like to see Papa surrounded with flowers.
I'll intimate. He can't tell one flower from another.
Why?
Everybody says Papa doesn't smell so good.
Well, perhaps he'd make a better judge at the racetrack.
Maybe, but now that we have repeal, Papa says the government should give the racehorses back to the breweries.
Say, that's not a bad idea.
With my luck, I couldn't even win anything at the dog races.
Did you try betting on the electrical rabbit?
Yes, but the dog track blew a fuse and the rabbit was left at the track.
Wow, that finishes me.
It finished Papa, too. He started drinking again, and we were put out of the restaurant.
I suppose Daddy was the life of the party.
Yes, he made a racket out of a waffle and wanted to play ping pong with the meatballs.
I can imagine. Hello. Yes, madam. There's a mouse in your room? No, we haven't any mouse traps. No, but we can rent you the hotel cat. Yes, it's 60 cents per hour. I'll send him up. Okay.
Well, I better go and find the folks.
Are they in the hotel?
No, Mama's gone down to the clothing store to change Papa's new suit. The man sold him a mess jacket.
Wow, they're all the rage now.
I know. Mama doesn't mind the mess jacket, but the tailor made a mess of the pants, too.
I get it. Goodbye, Portland.
Peekaboo.
Front.
Yes, sir.
Who is that guest eating sandwiches on the floor of the lobby?
But I spoke to him, sir. That's Mr. Walter Batchelor. He's holding a one-man picnic.
Does Mr. Batchelor want to hire any ants?
No, sir. He brought his own insects. But he said for me to come over and complain.
Why, he isn't even registered. He's throwing crumbs all over the lobby, and he wants to complain. About what?
Well, he say he can't enjoy himself here because there's no music.
Okay, tell Ferdy Grofay in the cactus room to give him the needle.
Yeah, yes, sir. I'll do that.
Bedlam Gables. Who is this? The society editor? Any functions today? Yes, of course. Mrs. Goldberg is giving a tea with lemon at 3. Mrs. Goldberg will pour. Mrs. Israels will squeeze. Okay.
It looks like a man.
Miss Pyle, what's all that racket
Well, there's a
outside?
man out there with a mechanical job. Why, I think he's bringing it into the hotel. Well, look, yes, he is. What? Oh.
Look at that. It's uncanny.
Where is the manager of this hotel?
I am the manager, my bearded friend, and I'll thank you to take that Frankenstein out of here.
This is not a Frankenstein. This is my own invention. I, Gregor Mifri Nikolaevich.
Never mind all that. Never mind. What's the idea of bringing this walking junk pile in here?
Why, this is my mechanical robot, Rodney.
Well, you and Rodney can get rooms at the powerhouse.
You are the owner of this bourgeois hotel, no?
Yes.
You employ a house detective, no?
Yes.
You are satisfied with your house detective? Yes?
No. Ha ha ha, I had you that time.
Precisely. Then you are interested in my invention. Rodney is a mechanical house detective.
What good is a tin house dick who can't even talk?
But he can talk. Look, I will demonstrate. Supposing a lady complains that somebody is shooting crabs in the room next door. What do you do?
Well, I generally dash up Allegretto and make the gamblers pay me a 10% rake-off.
I will show you how Rodney handles such a situation. Look, I take this button marked no crabs with it. Now listen. Stop rolling those stones on the bare floor, mister. Use a blanket. Stop rolling those stones on the bare floor, mister. Use a blanket. Very simple. He can do anything.
Say, he might be an improvement around here at that. I wouldn't have to feed him.
And he wouldn't get drunk on payday. Also, with a chambermaid, he's as gentle as a kitten.
I can. Hello. Yes, Miss Hepplethwaite. Your jewelry is missing? I'll look into it right away. Yes, I'll send up the house detective. Okay.
A robbery? Good. Send up Rodney. Robberies are his meat. And burglars are his potato.
No. I can't take a chance like that. Miss Hepplethwaite is a fussy old maid.
In his hands, fussy old maids are like pussy. He will show you.
All right, I'll take a chance. She's in room 14.
See? I push this button marked room 14. I turn this switch marked fussy old maid. I pull this lever marked jewel robbery. And poof, he's off.
Say, we'd better follow him.
Okay. You see, he's going straight to room 14.
Yes, but will he find the jewel?
Rodney could find a noodle in a smokestack.
Yeah, he stopped right in front of room 14.
You have yet seen Yaku. Look, he is knocking on the door.
Come in.
Now listen in carefully.
Sorry, madam, but you'll have to get that man out of your room. Sorry, madam, but you'll have to get that man out of your room.
Shut him off, quick! Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Hepplethwaite. You see, this
is an outrage. I'm checking out of here. Miss Keene's walking into your room.
But I can explain, Rodney.
You can explain to my lawyer.
You see what your mechanical bumpkin has done?
That is yachting. Anybody could make a mistake. I pushed the wrong button. Oh, good job.
But she was one of my best customers.
Miss Allen, that guy in room 29 is beating up his wife again.
Good. Rodney will fix it.
Now listen, you keep Rodney out of this.
But Mr. Allen, fights are his specialty. Already Rodney is challenging King Kong.
You better hurry, Miss Allen, before that guy breaks up the furniture. He's a tough guy,
Oh, a tough guy. Well, perhaps I'd better give Rodney another chance, Gregor.
Very lovely. I push button 29. I pull lever marked man beating wife, and poof.
He'd better follow him again. Say, he won't touch the woman, will he?
Oh, women are sacred to him.
You will you? Oh, go on. Take that. Go on out. Don't mind that. I'll clean up that crap again.
Rodney is there. He will handle it. Now, Buster.
Oh, boy. Now for some fireworks.
Well, what do you want?
Stop rolling those bones on the bare floor, mister. Use a blanket.
Go on, back to the alley, you talking ass cat.
For heaven's sake, shut Rodney up, will you? He hasn't said the right thing yet.
If only they were shooting craps instead of fighting.
Listen, you idiot. Now you and your mechanical moron get out of here.
My dear friend, don't get hydraulic with me.
All right, I'll get him out myself. Let me see. Here's a button marked The Bum's Rush.
Scram, you bum, no pan.
Now here, stop it, Rodney. Here, Rodney, you bad boy. Here, stop him. Help. And welcome to the ballroom, ladies and gentlemen. I have a great treat in store for you tonight. As you probably know from smelling the cooking in the rooms, we have actors living in the hotel. After a highly successful tour, these artists seem to be unable to pay their hotel bills, so I'm taking it out in acting. Tonight, they will present their play, Hearts Are Frumps. I thank you. Overture, please.
Farnsworth, I do adore you, old thing. Really, I do.
And I'm most terribly in love with you, Lady Brittlebeak.
Oh, then why don't you elope with me, darling?
Elope with you? What will your husband, Lord Cecil, say?
Oh, Cecil's gone for the weekend. Lock shooting in Scotland.
Oh, yes, up at Loch Lomond. Very well, darling. Get your things together. We'll be off.
Oh, Farnsworth, you old dear. Here, let me sit on your lap. There. Now, kiss me.
Oh, Kid Pippin, where's Elmer?
Oh, no.
Righto, a bit unexpected, eh, what?
I'd say awfully embarrassing having your wife on my lap.
It's gotten heavier, don't you think? But don't worry, I'll have Meadows press your trousers for you. Perhaps you'll burn your breeches behind you. Oh, jolly quip, eh, what?
Oh, but, Cecil, I thought you were staying away for the weekend. What about your lock shooting?
Oh, had to abandon it. Meadows' fault. He brought the foxhounds instead of the beagle.
Cecil, Farnsworth has a confession to make. Tell him, Farnsworth.
Well, Cecil, old prune, your wife and I were just about to elope.
What, tonight?
Yes, right away. I'm terribly sorry.
No, definitely no. You shan't. I'd planned to play contract whist tonight.
Oh, but really, Cecil.
Oh, I wished you'd stay till midnight anyway. It's too early to elope. While we're playing, I can have Meadows arrange the ladder under the window and all that silly rot.
Oh, but Cecil, we can't wait for that, really.
Tut. Lord Cecil has spoken. Where are the cards? Oh, here they are.
Oh, but I say we haven't a clock, you know.
Right you are. I say, Farnsworth, what about your wife?
Oh, no. She's going to the cinema for the weekend.
Oh, confound it. Whom can we get?
Oh, wait, I have it. Remember, Cecil, when you came home so unexpectedly last night?
On tiptoe? Rather. Carry on.
Well, the Earl of Whistletree was here, remember? And I hid him in that closet.
Oh, so you mean he's still there?
Oh, yes, the poor dear. I've forgotten all about him.
Oh, splendid. And we have a fourth for wit. I shall get him. I say, Whistletree, are you there?
Coming. My word, it's a bit stuffy here.
Oh, yes, I've had several complaints before. Come out, Whip, old chap.
Oh, hello there, Whistletree.
Cheerio, Farnsworth.
Ah, what's new, old dear?
I say, let's get on with the whist game. You deal, Farnsworth.
Righto.
See, finding you in my wife's closet with the old flick. I suppose you overheard Farnsworth planning to elope with my wife?
Oh, no, I was frightfully busy. Having a go with the moth.
Oh, how game, eh?
Farnsworth and I are going to elope at midnight.
Tell me, where do you plan to go?
I think we'll run over to Cannes.
Oh, don't be old-fashioned. Cannes is dated. Your bid, Farnsworth.
I've been 2 spades.
Pass. What about you, Whippy?
4 diamonds.
Pass.
6 spades.
Devil.
Pass.
Pass.
Righto, your place, Cecil.
Say, why don't you two dash up to, say, Twaddleton on the Blink?
Oh, I know. That's a charming place.
No club, Farnsworth. Looks like a grand slam.
By all means, Farnsworth, take the old girl to Twaddleton on the Blink.
Yes, you might find time for a bit of grouse shooting.
And say, when are you coming back?
Coming back? Why, your wife and I are never coming back, then, Sam.
Stop, you cad, you bounder. Take that.
Oh, good heavens, you've killed him.
Oh, Cecil, you've murdered him. Confound your beastly jealousy.
Jealousy, my Monaco. The rotter reneged on clubs.
Ordinary Dude Joe is sucked into an action movie and transformed into a super cool celluloid hero. What challenges await him? Don't miss a single frame of Beautiful Joe. Rated T for teen. Head to the go-go, baby.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
That's funny, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what is, Chester?
Look up the street there.
What?
Coming out of the Long Branch.
Yeah, come on.
I don't understand it. I didn't hear no gunshots.
Well, that man they're carrying got hurt somehow, Chester. If he'd only passed out drinking, they'd probably left him under the bar and stood on him to improve their reach.
Oh, I've seen that happen, Mr. Dillon. I've really seen it.
Now, look, there's Doc with him.
Well, he's got better ears than I have if he heard any gunfire.
Now, there are other ways of killing men, Chester.
Oh, yes, sir, that's true, Mr. Dillon. I saw a man killed with a bullwhip once. Oh, that was
You
bad.
men carry him up to my office. The door's open. I'll be along as soon as I talk to the marshal. Matt, you better get into the Long Branch or there's going to be more of this.
What happened, Doc?
That's Bill Zant they're carrying.
I don't know him.
Well, neither do I. But that's what they said it is.
Well, it doesn't matter. What happened to it?
Well, he's been cut bad with a bowie knife.
Who did it?
That big drunk buffalo man, Noli Meeker.
Noli Meeker, huh? Is he still in the Long Branch?
Yes, he is, Matt. And you watch out for him. He's in a mighty dangerous mood.
Did you see it?
Well, I saw part of it. I was in there having a beer when it happened. Zant had a knife, too, but Noli Meeker knocked it out of his hand.
Oh, then Noli did this in self-defense.
No, he didn't. Everybody says Noli started it. Well, I've got to go and take care of Zant before he dies. Now, you watch out for Noli, Matt. Nobody can get anywhere near him.
Come on, Chester.
I saw Noli Meeker drunk once, Mr. Dillon. He sure does get mean.
Mean enough to start killing people?
Yes, sir. But when he's sober, he always seems plenty calm. I just don't know what happens to him.
Now, that's what happens to other people I don't like. Being drunk's no excuse for murder.
No, sir, it sure ain't.
See what he can do. Yeah, sure, here's now.
Oh, look at him. He's got the whole bar to himself, Mr. Dillon, and that bloody knife in his hand. How you going to take him?
You stay here. Evening, Noli.
Get away from me, Marshal.
Why don't you drop the knife, Noli? You're in enough trouble now.
I killed Zant, didn't I? I'll kill you next.
Zant isn't dead yet, Noli. Then I'm going to have to keep you in jail till we find out if he's going to live.
I ain't going to jail. Not if I have to cut me a path all the way out of Dodge.
If Zant dies, you murdered him. You're not leaving Dodge. Now, you can't be so drunk you don't understand that.
Come on, Marshal, let's fight.
With my 6-gun against your bowie knife, you wouldn't have a chance, Noli. Now, why don't you calm down before you get hurt?
You go get yourself a knife.
No, I'm not going to go get myself a knife.
Okay, we'll fight this way.
Forget about fighting, Noli.
I can cut good with this knife, Marshal. I can throw it, too.
Stop it, Noli.
Didn't know that, did you? Watch.
Hell, you don't throw too good when you're drunk.
Noli!
This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it. L&M filters, perfect gift for Christmas too. Light and mild. L&M filters, holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you. Holiday carton just for you.
This Christmas, why not give the very best to all the filter tip smokers on your list? This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip. King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. It's got everything.
Feel pretty good today, do you, Noli?
Leave me alone, huh? I got a head like I've been sleeping under a buffalo.
Yeah. Well, you don't deserve it, but I brought you some coffee. I put it right there.
I'd do better on a Why the triple X?
You sure learn hard, Nolly.
Go away. Go away. Let me sleep, Chester.
Last time I scalded my thumb brain in coffee. Ain't great.
Well, how's our prisoner this morning, Chester?
Well, I don't think it's the liquor so much as the way you hit him, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he had it coming.
He sure did. That knife couldn't have missed you more than an inch. I still don't know why you didn't shoot him.
Well, how would it look for me to shoot somebody that didn't have a gun? Besides, I don't think Nolly really knew what he was doing.
Well, I ain't sure he knows yet.
Good morning, Mac. Chester.
Oh, Doc.
How's Zant coming along, Doc?
Well, that's what I came to tell you, Matt. Zant's going to live.
Huh?
He's going to be awful thin for a while, but he'll live.
Bring Nolly in here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir.
Nothing vital was cut, Matt, but the man bled so much. It took me over an hour to get it stopped. And for a while there, I thought he'd surely die. You know, it's too bad there isn't some way to get blood back into a man when he loses that much.
Well, I don't know how you could do that, Doc.
Oh, if I could. I'd save twice as many lives as I do. Well, I'm going to go to bed, Matt. It's been a long night.
Thanks for coming down, Doc.
That's all right.
Quit complaining about sleeping, Nolly. You just escaped years and years of it, whole centuries.
I'll take that on any time, Chester. What'd you want, Marshal?
You sober enough now to tell me why you took your knife to Zant last night, Nolly?
Personal matter?
Well, maybe you better tell me whether it's personal or not. I'm not going to turn you loose to go stab him again.
Turn me loose?
You didn't kill Zant. He's going to live. Now, what were you fighting about?
A woman?
Is that all?
You got something against women, Marshal?
That's not what I meant. I've known you for a long time, Nolan. You never seemed like the kind of a man who'd try to kill somebody over a woman.
When I'm drunk, I get mean, Marshal. I'll fight over anything.
Even a woman, huh?
Now you're fogging me up again, Marshal.
Okay. Where did you know Zant?
We've both been working for Ezra Marcy.
Collecting buffalo bones?
We gather 'em up off the prairie and bring 'em back to Dodge and sell 'em to Marcy. And he ships 'em back east on the railroad.
It's beyond me how they can make fertilizer in China and stuff out of them little buffalo bones.
Nolly, you and Zant work together, is that it?
No. I got my own wagon. He's got his. But I still don't like him.
You going to leave him alone?
Marshal, I wouldn't hurt nobody less than I was crazy drunk.
You tried to kill me, too. Do you know that?
I did? Oh, Marshal, I don't believe that.
You threw your boy knife at me. And you're lucky I didn't shoot you.
I shouldn't have done that.
Well, you start drinking again, and I'll throw you in jail as soon as I see you. All right, you can go now, Nolly. But you came awful close to hanging. You just remember that.
Well, my pa always said I'd hang. I won't cause no more trouble, Marshal. So long. So long, Chester.
Goodbye, Nolly. Mr. Dillon, do you believe that about them fighting over a woman?
Oh, there might be more to it than that, Chester.
Why don't you ask Zan about it?
Well, if Nolly's lying, Zant will lie, too. But whatever they were fighting about, I doubt that it's over. He hurt Zant too bad for that.
Morning, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty.
You waiting for the stage to come in?
No, I just got tired sitting in my office.
That's a funny thing about your job.
Yeah?
You're either doing nothing, sitting in your office, or standing around the plaza like some bum. Or you're the most violent man in Kansas.
Well, it's a good thing I don't get paid for the job, isn't it?
You'd starve.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John.
But still, nobody could ever pay me enough to go against Noli Meeker and his knife the way you did a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I could have shot him, Kitty.
No, you couldn't. Not you. It's just what'll get you hurt someday, Matt. Or worse.
Look, Kitty, I'll die when my time comes, just like everybody else.
Matt, I'll feel better when I get some breakfast.
Oh, haven't you eaten yet?
I don't get up as early as some people.
I'll go with you, Kitty. I could
Good.
use a cup of coffee myself.
Oh, wait. Here comes Ezra Marcy. Looks
Huh?
like he wants you.
Morning, Miss Kitty. Marshal.
Oh, Marcy.
Marcy.
I got a job for you, Marshal.
Oh?
I wish I'd never made a deal with them men. Neither one of them.
Oh, you mean Zant and Noli Meeker?
Them. They've been complaining and fighting more than they've been gathering buffalo bones for me.
Oh, why don't you deal with somebody else?
Most men would rather hunt for hides than bones, Marshal. It pays better. I buy both, so it don't matter to me. But even so, Zant ain't been much use since Noli cut him up. Now he ain't no use at all.
Why not?
Noli's got a shack down past the Opera House at the edge of town, Marshal. Let's go ask him. He got drunk again last night.
I thought you were talking about Zant.
It's about Zant I want to talk to Noli.
Oh, why do you need me?
Noli killed him, Marshal.
What?
Zant was doing with a wagon load of bones this morning, and he was late. So I rode up the river to look for him. And I found him, sitting on his wagon with a hole through him like a Sharp's 50 would make.
You think Noli did it?
Well, Noli tried to kill him before, didn't he? And he come in with a load of bones yesterday, and I paid him off, and he went and got drunk. Of course Noli killed him.
Does Noli have a Sharp's 50?
He used to be a hide hunter until he got tired of it. And it was a Sharps that killed Zant. Anybody can tell that.
Yeah, I guess they could.
That Noli Meeker's a murderer, Marshal. You go arrest him.
Did you leave Zant at the river, Marcy?
I ain't gonna bury him.
Come along and show me where he is.
All right, I'll send somebody out to bury him, but let's go find Noli. I don't want no murderer to get away.
I'll talk to Noli later.
No, we'll get him first.
We're going to the river, Marcy. Now. I went by the office and picked up Chester, and he and I followed Marcy up the river. Zant had stopped in a little cottonwood grove, apparently to water his oxen, a couple of miles above Dodge. And we found him there, slumped over the seat of his big Studebaker wagon, shot in the back. The wagon, piled high with sun-bleached buffalo bones, was headed toward the river. But the oxen had stopped when Zant was hit and were standing patiently, waiting for their next command. We laid Zant's body onto the sand, and then I had Chester lead the oxen down to the water. A few minutes later, he was back.
You gonna bury Zant out here, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's as good a place as any.
While we're fooling around here, Noli's probably on the run.
I'll find him, Marcy. But I don't know how I'm going to prove he did it.
Well, you got all the proof you need.
What if he's got a good alibi? What if he can prove he was someplace else when this happened?
Marshal, now I ain't gonna miss Zant. But I ain't gonna watch a murderer go free, neither.
I'm kind of against murder myself.
Well, you're awful slow showing it. Wasting time coming out here and now all this talk about proof and such. I'm telling you, Marshal, if you don't see Noli Meeker hung for this, I will.
Lynch talks something I won't stand for, Marcy. Now, don't make it around me and don't start making it around Dodge.
You're threatening me, Marshal.
I don't threaten people. I warn them. Now, you know me. You know what I mean. We'll go find Noli and see what he has to say. Chester.
Yes, sir?
We'll send somebody out for the wagon and those oxen. They can stand here a while longer. They've had their water.
Well, you know, that's the funny thing, Mr. Dillon. Them oxen didn't drink no water.
They didn't?
No, sir. And they hadn't been to the river, neither. There wasn't no tracks between where they was standing and the river.
Then why was Zant heading them toward the river?
I don't know. But you'd think Zant would have known if they wasn't thirsty.
Of course he would.
Well, I guess it don't matter much, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not so sure, Chester. I'm not sure at all. But let's go find Noli.
Filter tip smokers, this is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. L&M's got everything. King size or regular. It's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, L&M stands out from all the rest.
This is it, Marshal, right here. I just hope Noli ain't awake and watching us out of one of them cracks.
You can ride back if you like, Marcy.
No, I want to be here when you talk to him.
Okay. I want to talk to you, Noli.
What's Marcy here for?
You're still drunk, ain't you?
No, I ain't drunk. I done slept it off.
Were you drunk last night, Noli?
I didn't cause no trouble last night.
Were you drunk?
Of course I was.
I didn't see you in any of the saloons.
Well, I was out here, sitting on the ground. I was sitting right there against the wall, me and a friend of mine downed a jug of corn whiskey. Took us most all night. What did you want to know for?
You had a friend with you?
He was here till about an hour or two ago.
Who was it?
Well, you don't know him. He's an old Indian, a Cheyenne.
Where is he now?
He's on his way home.
Where?
Absaroka Mountains.
Absaroka Mountains in Wyoming?
Well, that's what you're doing here. Looking for him 'cause he run off the reservation down south. Well, you won't find him, Marshal. That old Cheyenne's traveling alone, and he lives like a wolf. You'll never find him.
No, I don't expect we could.
Well, there goes his alibi.
Alibi? What are you talking about?
About Zant's murder.
Zant's murder?
You'll hang for it now.
Wait a
Noli.
minute, Marcy. Zant was shot in the back with a Sharps 50 this morning, Noli. A couple of miles up the river.
Marshal, you're thinking I did it?
Well, you tried to do it once before.
I didn't kill him, Marshal. If I was to kill a man, I wouldn't do it that way. I ain't no coward.
Arrest him, Marshal. He can do his talking in jail.
I didn't do it, I tell you. You know I ain't that kind of a man. I ain't a good man, but I ain't like that.
Okay, Noli. I believe you. I couldn't prove it anyway.
Now, look here.
Shut up,
Marshal,
Marcy.
What you...
And you remember what I told you. I don't want to hear any talk out of you. Come on, Chester. There's something I want to do in town.
you after down here to the depot, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I want to talk to Sam Vestal, Chester. Just hope he's in.
Hello, Marshal. Chester. Come on in.
All right, Sam.
Fine, Chester. What can I do for you, Marshal?
Sam is agent for the Santa Fe Railroad. I figured that you might know something about Ezra Marcy's bone shipments out of here.
Well, what is it you want to know, Marshal?
Well, I want to know if there's been any trouble about him.
There sure has. But how'd you know? Marcy told me not to say anything about it.
Tell me about the trouble, Sam.
Well, the buyers back east have been calling Marcy a crook. But I know he ain't, Marshal. I weigh them loads myself, and I'll personally guarantee they ain't short on weight when they leave here.
But they are short when they arrive back there, huh?
Some of them are.
Uh-huh. Zants.
How'd you know that?
I guessed it.
Well, you're right. I checked on it for Marcy, and it's the loads Bill Zant brings in that come up short back east.
Marcy pays Zant by the load, doesn't he?
Sure, but it made Marcy terrible mad being called a crook like that when he ain't one. If you ask me, maybe it's them fellas back east. They're the crooks. All Marcy wants is to be paid for the weight of the bones he ships out of here. They come up short back there. Ain't his fault.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Sam. I'll go talk to Marcy about it. I think maybe I can straighten this whole business out now.
Marcy's coming, Mr. Dillon. I found him in the Texas Trail. You know what he was doing?
What, Chester?
Stirring up a bunch of men in there about how they got to go get Nolly Meeker. He was telling them you ain't going to do nothing about it.
I'm going to do something about it.
Here he comes.
It's no use, Marshal. You can't stop me now. I already got 10 men in there on my side.
Well, that's 11-1 against Nolly, isn't it? We shouldn't have much trouble taking him. Except for one thing.
You ain't gonna stop us.
I'm stopping you right now.
All I gotta do is yell. And they'll be out here, Marshal.
Marcy, I had a talk with Sam Vestal down at the depot.
What?
The bones Zant's been hauling in. They've been losing weight on their way back east.
All right. So I told you. That's my trouble, Marshal. I'll handle it.
You've already handled it.
What are you talking about?
You're scared to death, aren't you?
I don't know what you're saying.
Those oxen weren't thirsty at the river. Zant wasn't headed for water because of them. It was to soak those sun-dried buffalo bones. You figured it out, too, didn't you? Waterlogged, they weigh in heavy here, but by the time they're weighed again back east, they're dried out.
Zant was a crook.
Yeah, sure he was. But you shouldn't have murdered him, Marcy.
Me? Murder him?
I'm arresting you for it.
Oh, no. No, you ain't.
I'm going to take your gun, Marcy.
No.
He shouldn't have tried that, Mr. Dillon. He's about the poorest gunfighter I ever saw.
Yeah, he was slow, Chester. But he'd have killed me if I'd let him.
Why'd you try it? I don't know how you could have proved he murdered Zant anyway.
I couldn't. But Marcy was feeling so guilty and so scared he didn't stop to think. If he had, he might have bluffed the whole thing out and gone free. No, it was his own guilt that did him in, Chester.
And now our star, William Conrad.
When you're choosing Christmas gifts for filter tip smokers, you can figure a carton of L&M's will please them most of all. Filter tip smokers know that L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. And L&M's come in just about the handsomest Christmas carton you ever laid eyes on. Give king size or regular L&M's. And you're giving America's best filter cigarette.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Herb Ellis, and Frank Cady. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Tuberculosis can attack at any age, and it can invade any home, rich or poor. But Christmas seals fight tuberculosis. Help protect you, your family, and all of us from our country's #1 infectious killer. This year, use Christmas seals on your cards and packages. Why not go home for the holidays with Perry Como? That's the title of Perry's new RCA hit record, and he'll sing it for you next week when Chesterfield brings you all the top tunes on radio. Perry invites you to be his guest every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and reminds you to get a carton of Chesterfield for the weekend. Remember, listen again next week for another story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Why use strips, paints, or complicated bleaching kit when Arm & Hammer Advanced White toothpaste saves you trouble and cost? Now 3 shades whiter with just 1 tube. Prove it with our whitening guide. Get Advanced White. Now 3 shades whiter, just 1 tube.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Jell-O! The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with No Wonder. We all know what the words trademark stand for, but just for fun, I looked up the actual definition yesterday and I found something I liked. Well, the dictionary says that by association, the trademark becomes a symbol of goodwill. Well, the name Jell-O is a trademark, and we hope that for you it is a symbol of goodwill and also of good eating. And if you always insist on genuine Jell-O by name, you're sure of good eating every time. Well, that name is the property of General Foods, and it tells you here is the real thing, the one and only Jell-O. It tells you that here's a grand dessert, bright with cheerful color, delicious with extra rich fruit flavor. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, you'll know that's incorrect, for there is no other Jell-O. So don't accept any substitutes. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was No Wonder, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, hey, Jack. Oh, Phil, where's Jack?
I don't know. I got enough trouble taking track of my hillbillies.
Oh, I know where Jack is. He's in the next room talking to Barbara Whitney on the telephone. Oh, boy, is he gaga about her.
Well, she's beautiful.
Yes, but it's a shame the way Jack is falling for her. I think she's nothing but a gold digger.
Well, she'll have to use a dredge to get any out of him.
Say, fellas, Let's open the door and listen in on him.
Oh, no, that wouldn't be nice.
Ain't that too bad? Open her up, Mary.
Yes, Barbara. Yeah? Oh, you don't really mean that. You do? Uh-huh. 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 Gee, that was cute.
What a sap.
Oh, let him alone. He's only young twice.
Oh, you know I do, Barbara. I called you 4 times today, didn't I? That's 4 nickels. That's 20 cents.
What a Romeo. He keeps books yet.
Now, look, honey, am I going to see you tonight? Oh, you're going to a cooking school? Well, that's encouraging. How about Monday night? I see. Well, Tuesday night? Wednesday night?
When you get to Friday, it's me.
What's that, Barbara? Oh, you can see me Thursday night? Well, that's swell. Shall I bring you some more peanut brittle? Oh, it's no trouble. I insist. I'll bring you a great big bag.
Gee, he must get it wholesale.
Well, Barbara, I have to hang up now. I'll see you Thursday. Bye-bye, honey.
Let's get back, kids. Hurry up.
Gee, what a gal. I got a pocket full of... Oh, hello, fellas. I'm sorry I'm late. I just bumped into an old friend of mine out in the corridor.
Old friend, eh?
Yeah, I haven't seen him in years. In fact, I used to go to school with him.
I'll bet he was surprised to see you got out.
Hey, that's a good one. Well, fellas, how about getting started with the program? I'm raring to go.
Oh, you certainly look it, Jack. I've never seen you so radiant and happy. Why, you're positively beaming.
Well, why shouldn't I be happy? It's Thanksgiving. The frost is on the pumpkin. I'm going to have turkey and dressing and cranberries.
Nuts.
And nuts and raisins. Oh, boy, it's the holiday season.
All right, Jack, all right. Cut the kidding. We know you were talking to Barbara on the phone. We heard you mention her name.
Barbara? Oh, I know what you mean. I was talking to my tailor in Santa Barbara. It was a long-distance call.
Your tailor?
Yeah.
Do you always pay for your suits with peanut brittle?
Peanut brittle? Oh, I just sent him that for a gag. He's a nice fella, and I like him.
You must like him all right. You kept calling him Honey.
Honey?
Yeah, we heard you.
Well, why, sure I call him Honey. That happens to be his name. Honey Boy Ginsburg. Now, listen, fellas, that was just a business call, so let's forget it.
Well, if it was a business call and he's your tailor, why couldn't he see you tonight?
Because he's busy. He's working on my suit, that's why.
Well, if he's working on your suit, why is he going to cooking school?
He's making panties for lamb chops, and shut up. Gosh. Gee, you'd think this was a quiz program.
Well, Jack, the whole thing is your fault. Now, why didn't you come out in the first place and admit that you were talking to Barbara? You're not ashamed of her, are you?
Now, look, fellas, let's drop it. I was talking to my tailor. His name is Honey Boy, and he lives in Santa Barbara. Now, do you mind if I get off the witness stand?
No. Say, Jack, did he make that suit you've got on now?
This one? Yeah, but the cuffs on the sleeves are my own idea. It's the latest thing, too. Not bad, huh?
That's the only Mackinaw I ever saw with pants.
Well, that's just sour grapes. You don't know what you're talking about.
Say, Jack, it's not a bad-looking suit at that, but isn't it just a little loose on you?
Well, yes, Don, but it's supposed to be. You see, this is an English drape model. It's not supposed to fit snug, you know.
Just the same, you look like you were punctured.
Well, Mary, if I were you, I wouldn't pass any remarks about anyone else's apparel, especially with that hat you've got on tonight. Where do you get them all? You ought to see this one, folks. It looks like a bird's eye view of a nit on a gnat. Oh, what a lid. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. How's your love life?
Love life? What are you talking about?
Did you buy that ring yet?
Ring?
What ring?
Oh, I saw Jack in a jewelry store the other day looking for some rings.
Don't get excited, Kenny. He's buying it for his tailor.
Oh. Well, Jack, I hope you'll both be very happy.
Now, Kenny, just relax and don't get all confused. What's that you got in your hand?
Oh, I'm selling some tickets on a turkey raffle. You want to buy one?
That was 2 turkeys, wasn't it?
No, one ticket.
Turkey raffle. Oh, well.
Oh, come on. How about it, Jack? They're only $50.
Isn't that cute, Kenny running a raffle? Are you having any trouble selling tickets?
Not until now.
I was talking to Kenny. Kenny, it's time for your song now, and I'll buy a ticket right after you finish. How's that?
Oh, buy it now, Jack. What's 3 minutes interest on 50 cents?
Mary, I'm not going to interrupt the program for a personal matter. I'll buy a ticket later. Go ahead with your song, Kenny.
Okay.
Wait a minute, I'll take it. Hello? Who? Oh, hello, honey. Boy. I said, hello, honey. Boy, am I glad to hear from you.
Who is it, Jack?
My tailor. He's calling from Santa Barbara. What? What's that? You can't make my suit Thursday night?
Nice work, Jack. We don't catch on.
Mary, quiet. Well, gee, I wish you could make it. I've got reservations at the Coconut Grove.
Oh, he dances, too.
Well, look, honey, boy. How about Friday night or Saturday night?
I smell a rat. Does anybody else?
Quiet. Look, Mr. Ginsburg, I'll have to call you back later. What? Yes, I like the suit. All right, I love the suit. What? All right, I love you. Goodbye. Well, sing, Kenny. What are you looking at?
Gosh.
Well, I gotta have suits, don't I? What am I, a nudist?
On my island of dreams, you are with me, it seems, and I care not for fame or renown, like the black sheep of old. I'll come back to the fold, little town in the old county down. Sure, if I had the wings of a swallow, I would travel far over the sea. Then a rocky old road I would follow to a spot that is heaven to me. When the sun goes to rest way down in the west, then I'll build such a nest in the place I love best. Oh, that dear little town in the old county down, it will linger way down in my heart. Though it never was grand, 'tis my fairyland, just a wonderful world set apart. Oh, my island of dreams, you are with me, it seems, and I care not for fame or renown, like the black sheep of old. I'll come back to the fold, little town in the old county down.
That was Little Town and Old County Down, sung by Kenny Baker, and very good, Kenny. And now, folks...
Hey, Jack, what about that raffle ticket?
Kenny, I'll take care of that later.
Well, you said you'd would right after my song. Why don't you buy it now?
Oh, tell him why, Don.
Because if Jack took the time out to buy a raffle ticket, I wouldn't be able to say that Jell-O is the most economical and popular dessert in America today.
You see, Kenny?
It is tempting, delightful, and comes in 6 delicious flavors. So look for the big red letters on the box.
There you are, Kenny.
I understand.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction for this evening is rather long, tonight the Benny Whiteface Minstrels will present their version of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's current film achievement, that stirring drama of newsreel cameramen and their adventures in the jungle, that sensational story, Too Hot to Handle. Thank you. As you may remember, this picture starred Clark Gable and Myrna Loy. I will play the part of that ace cameraman as portrayed on the screen by Mr. Gable. Myrna Loy's role will be enacted...
Wait a minute, Jack. Why do you always grab the star part for yourself?
Now, Myrna Loy's role will be enacted...
One week you're Bob Taylor, this week you're Gable. Why can't I have a part like that?
Now, Myrna Loy's role will be enacted by...
What am I around here, a stooge?
Definitely. Now, Mary, you're going to play Myrna Loy's part.
That's a relief. I thought you were going to grab that, too.
No, that's all yours. Now, you're going to be Myrna Livingston, that daredevil flyer. Now, in this play, you have a brother who is also a flyer.
What are we, a trapeze act?
Mary, you're an aviatrix. In fact, you're just as much at home in the air as you are on the ground.
That's fine. I get dizzy when I eat a 3-decker sandwich.
All right, you'll only be acting, and we'll get a better joke for tonight. Now, let's see. In the last scene, we go into the jungles of Africa. So, Kenny, you'll have to play the part of a cannibal.
A cannibal? What's that?
A cannibal, Kenny, is the kind of a guy who'd go into a restaurant and order the waiter. Now, Don, you'll have to be a cannibal, too.
Oh, Jack, I don't think I'd like to do that. Cannibals have no class or dignity.
Well, Don, we'll let you wear spats. You'll do all right.
But, Jack, I can't play the part of a savage. I'm not vicious enough.
Don, you'll be vicious if I have to cut your salary. Which threw me a thought. Now, let's see. Who else do we need?
Say, Jack.
What is it, Kenny?
If you cut Don's salary, will you buy a raffle ticket?
Maybe. Well, so much for the casting of our play. So now, folks...
Say, Jack, not that I care, but is there a part for me in this taffy pull?
Oh, yes, Phil. Yeah, you're going to be my boss, the head of the Union Newsreel Company, and your name is Phil Fathead.
Fathead?
Yes.
Well, you better call me by my first name or I'll knock that gold tooth right out of the front row.
I haven't got a gold tooth, Smarty. I've been eating salmon. Now, our play, Spawn of the North, Too Hot to Handle, will go on immediately after the next number. Are you ready, Maestro?
Yeah, but I don't like the idea of being cooped up in an office. Isn't there any other part for me?
Yes, Phil. If you can stand a crank in your ear, you can be a camera. Now, go ahead and play. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Are you going in the jungles tonight to visit the cannibals?
Yes, I am. Why?
Well, I'll be seeing you. Yum, yum.
A fine cannibal. I hope I give him indigestion.
That was Jeepers Creepers, played by Colonel Corn and his orchestra. What a leader. His baton says Eversharp on it. You know, Phil, you'd think you could buy a real baton with what I pay you.
Just about.
Phil, I could answer that remark, but you wouldn't appreciate it. And now, folks, we will proceed with our play, Too Hot to Handle, or Sleepy Time Down South Africa. The opening scene is the office of the Union Newsreel Company, New York City. As the curtain rises, we find the editor impatiently awaiting the arrival of his ace cameraman, Clark Benny, who needs no introduction. Curtain music.
Hello? Union Newsreel Company. Mr. Benny? Well, he's not here. He's in China. Yes, I'll tell him when he gets back.
Oh,
Goodbye.
Miss Stewart, who was that calling Benny?
His tailor, Barbara Whitney.
Oh. Well, Clark better get here today. I sent him to China 5 weeks ago to get some war pictures. We need him right away.
Here he comes now.
Oh, hiya, Chief, old boy. How's the old kid? Gee, it's good to be back.
It's about time you got here. Have you got the pictures with you?
Yes, sir, and I got some swell stuff. Boy, did I have a time there.
Well, tell me, how did you find things in China?
China? That's what on me. I thought you sent me to Chinatown. Well.
Chinatown? Why, you blundering idiot, you're fired.
Now, calm down, Chief. You don't want to fire me. Why, I'm the best cameraman in the business, and you know it.
You call yourself a cameraman?
Yeah.
Why, you were on the SS Roxbury when it sank last year, and you didn't even get a shot of it.
Well, naturally. The captain hollered women and children first, and I felt young. Anyway, if you'd give me a little more dough, I could do better work.
More dough?
Yeah. My camera has been in the hock shop so much, the soundtrack is coming out in dialect. What do you expect, anyway?
I've had enough of your alibis, Clark. You're through.
Oh, you can't fire me, Chief. Imagine how my wife and kiddies will feel.
You haven't got any wife and kiddies.
That's why I said imagine. Anyway, Chief, I've got an idea that'll give us the greatest scoop of the year.
What is it?
You know, I just ran into Myrna Livingston, the famous flyer. You know, the girl whose brother was lost in the jungles of Africa 4 years ago?
Yeah, I remember.
Now, here's the dope, Chief. She knows exactly where her brother is. Now, if you let me go down there and save him and get pictures of the rescue, it'll make newsreel history. What do you say?
Oh, you couldn't find her brother. You haven't got one chance in a million.
Go on, that's what you said when I bought that ticket on the Irish sweepstakes.
Well, you didn't win, did you?
No, but I turned green. Now, look, Chief, Myrna'll be here in a few minutes, and I don't want to disappoint her. Come on, what do you say?
It's a deal, but remember, this is your last chance.
Thanks, boss. You'll never regret it. Here she comes now. Hello, Myrna.
Hello, Clark.
That's Clark. Now, listen, Myrna, I got great news for you. The chief is going to let us take that trip to Africa and save your brother. Isn't that great?
My brother?
Yes, your brother, Ignatz Livingston. Remember?
Oh, yes, Ignatz. Well, why can't you go alone?
You gotta come with me. Your brother's been there 4 years. I won't be able to tell him from a cannibal.
We couldn't do that at home.
Oh, come on, Myrna, come on. It'll be a great experience.
But, Clark, what about clothes? I don't know what to wear in Africa.
All you need is a ring in your nose and that hat. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Wait a minute. I'm not taking any chances this time. I'm going with you.
Hooray! Attaboy, Chief! Hey, Myrna, where's your airplane?
Oh, my charm bracelet.
Not that one. Where's the real one, the one that goes up in the air?
It's in the elevator rehearsing.
Good. Come on, Chief. Come on, Myrna. Come on, Chief. Come on, Myrna. We're off to Africa.
2 weeks later, Clark, Myrna, and Fathead land in Africa. As we pick them up, they've been fighting their way through the jungle for several days and have almost reached their destination.
Oh. Gee, I'm tired. I didn't think it was going to be like this. 3 days of walking through this infernal jungle.
Yeah, me with snowshoes on. That's your fault.
My fault? What am I, a weather vane? Gee, it's dangerous, too, with all those wild animals prowling around.
Oh, boy, am I hot.
Well, you ought to be hot. What's the idea of wearing a fur coat?
Can I help it if this lion wants to play piggyback?
Oh. Get off of there, lion. Get off. This wouldn't happen if it wasn't an MGM picture. Gee, I hope we get there pretty soon. Hey, listen to that. Careful, there must be snakes.
Could be our audience, you know.
Quiet, Myrna. Hey, Fathead, what'd you do with the movie camera? Where is it?
You know that hippopotamus we passed a little while ago?
Yes?
Well, he yawned.
Oh, that's fine. I'm here to get pictures and no camera. Whoop! Darn those gazelles, they're always running between my legs.
Oh, Clark, look.
What's the matter?
Look, there's my brother Ignat.
Where?
Right over there.
That's a baboon. Oh, look at him. Isn't he cute? Hello, baboon.
Hello, Uncle Jack.
Uncle Jack? Now, that's just a wild guess.
Oh, yeah? How's everybody in Waukegan?
Oh, a wise guy, eh? Let's get out of here. Relative. That baboon don't look a bit like me, does he, Mary?
He would if he'd shave.
Oh, you've been reading Darwin. Hey, listen to that. Listen to those tom-toms. They must be almost there.
What's that right ahead of us?
A village. There's a whole tribe of natives. Gee, they're fierce looking.
Yeah. Here comes one of them this way. Now act nonchalant. Let me do the talking. I can speak their language. Hello there.
Goomba.
I'll find out where Ignatz is. Uba, Gooba, Lolly, Mono, Ignatz?
Ignatz, Gooba, Bula, Kiki, Floy.
You hear that? We're just in time. Ignatz is still alive. I'll find out where he is. Uba, Gooba, Lomo, Chi-Chi, Ignatz?
Walla, Kiki, Zuba, Frigidaire.
Frigidaire?
What does he mean?
They're keeping your brother on ice.
Why are they keeping him on ice?
So he won't be too hot to handle. Thanks, nephew. Hey, there they go again. Look, the natives are coming towards us.
Yes, and they're carrying a white man on their shoulders.
You're right.
That's my brother. We must save him. Do something, Clark. Do something.
Take it easy, Myrna. Don't get hysterical. I'll talk to the chief of the tribe. I think that's him in front. Halt! Me wanna talker. Are you the chief?
Goomba!
Uba Gooba, Zama Powwow Kiki, Ulamona Kalamuga?
Would you mind saying that again?
Oh, he talks English.
Yes, I went to college, but I came back to the jungle to govern my people.
Good, then we can talk. Now listen to me. The white man you are holding prisoner is this girl's brother, and I want you to release him immediately.
Oh, no, we're going to eat him.
Eat him? Then you're still a cannibal. What good did it do you to go to college?
I use a knife and fork now.
Now get this, you. We came here to rescue that white man, and he's going back with us.
Sorry, old man, but he's on the menu for tonight.
Oh, you can't do that. Well, then at least let us talk to him.
Oh, please. After all, he's my brother.
All right, but make it snappy.
Come on, Myrna. There he is.
Gee, he looks weak. His face is so pale and thin. Oh, brother.
Who is it?
Ignatz. It's your sister, Myrna.
Gee, I'm glad you folks got here. It's been terrible.
What happened? What did they do to you?
Well, after my plane cracked up, they grabbed me and then they proceeded right in my sulfur sandwich horse again. Oh. And they pulled the sandwich and they grabbed me right in my sulfur rib, and the flambe-seeded rib was right with a solid center. Oh, it was ghastly.
I can imagine.
Why, the brutes. What else did they do?
You haven't heard the worst. Last night they came and they took my pharmacy right into my cellar. Oh. And you know that relative?
Yes.
Well, the whole pharmacy was taken right out of the plastic. And the freezer beat, my harvest all, and the whole freezer.
Oh, well, did they rouse friend the did?
They certainly did.
That's a lie.
You keep out of this, Chief. I've had enough from you.
Oh, yeah? Wait till I get you in a casserole.
I'm not afraid of you. Now, come on, fathead. Let's grab Myrna's brother and go. They're starting again.
stop that noise.
Quiet, my people are getting ready for the dance of death.
The dance of death.
Listen. Bula ma cha-cha!
Isn't that marvelous? Gee, they do it good.
Come on, Clark, let's dance.
Okay, swing it, you headhunter. Swing it.
You know, the greatest compliment your dinner guest can pay you is to eat with a hearty appetite. And here's a dish they'll all enjoy right down to the last delicious spoonful. It's a brand new idea, too, a luscious combination of two Jell-O puddings, chocolate and vanilla. Just picture to yourself bright yellow desert saucers filled with creamy swirls of rich chocolate pudding and smooth, delicate vanilla pudding. Inviting and tempting to look at, and a grand flavor combination, for the new Jell-O puddings are tops and mellow goodness. The chocolate is rich and delicious. The vanilla is fresh and full-flavored, for it's made with real vanilla. And Jell-O puddings are so quick and easy to make, you can prepare two flavors in next to no time. When you've tasted the vanilla and chocolate, you'll want to try butterscotch, too, for it has that real old-fashioned butterscotch flavor that tastes just swell. So ask your grocer tomorrow for all three Jell-O puddings, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch.
We're a little overtime, so good night, folks.
Penny Baker appears on the Jell-O programs with courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Tomorrow, go for the kill. Ebert and Roper give Kill Bill 2 thumbs way up.
No kidding.
Absolute dynamite. It will blow you away. Quentin Tarantino's Kill Bill, rated R.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. Radio Theater brings you Ida Lupino and Basil Rathbone in Wuthering Heights. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And incidentally, it's good to be back in Hollywood. Like most travelers, I had a wonderful time on my trip across the country. And like all homebodies, I'm glad to be home. Especially glad when there's a play like Wuthering Heights to do, with stars like Ida Lupino and Basil Rathbone. For sheer drama and excitement, few stories can equal Wuthering Heights. It's a wild, tempestuous play, stormy as its locale in the bleak English moors. But through all that stormy atmosphere shines the clear light of one of the world's great love stories, the story of Kathy and Heathcliff. Kathy, the girl of distinguished family, who had the world within her reach. And Heathcliff, strong-willed and proud, who had only Kathy. Emily Bronte's powerful story of Wuthering Heights has become an immortal classic. And Samuel Goldwyn did full justice to it in his fine motion picture. As Kathy, in our radio production tonight, we present one of the finest young actresses on the screen, Ida Lupino, in one of the greatest emotional parts of all time. As Heathcliff, you'll hear one of the screen's finest actors, Basil Rathbone, in a part that only a fine actor should play. Last week, when I spoke to you from New York City, I told you how enthusiastically women from coast to coast had referred to both the Lux Radio Theater and the two products behind it, Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap. Coming back, I heard the same story and more. I learned that people everywhere regard the Lux Radio Theater as a real American tradition, just as they consider our two products, Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, important to modern American living. I find that I've become a three-way personality. Some connect me with the Lux Radio Theater, some with pictures, and others, well, as one charming woman in New York said when my name was mentioned, DeMille. Oh, yes, Lux toilet soap. That and your magnificent response to Northwest Mounted Police would warm the cockles of any showman's heart. Now we present the story of Wuthering Heights. A story written a century ago, but as modern as tonight's newspaper. The curtain rises on the first act, starring Ida Lupino as Kathy and Basil Rathbone as Heathcliff. Desolate and lonely are the rolling moorlands of England, where in the winter night the snowdrifts loom like giant specters in the teeth of screaming gales. About 100 years ago, a stranger lost his way on such a night. Freezing, blinded, and stumbling, he saw at last the fitful lights of an old manor house, aged and crumbling on the hillside. He knocked desperately at the door. It was opened by a doddering old butler who stood staring at him. Then, without a word, he led the stranger into the musty old living room. There, in the dim candlelight, a man and two women sat without moving. The man was tall and dark-skinned like a gypsy. On his face, the stamp of years of bitter suffering. At his feet, a dog growled ominously. At last, the man turned and spoke.
Who are you? What do you want?
My name's Lockwood. I've lost my way on the moors.
Down, Wolf, down. Strangers have no business on the moors at this time of year, and no business here at any time.
But I couldn't find the village. A man could die out there on a night like this. I'm afraid I'll have to stay until morning.
Do as you please.
I beg your pardon.
I don't keep accommodations for visitors. You'll have to sleep with one of the servants.
Heathcliff, you can't. He's our guest.
Then suppose you attend to his comfort.
Ellen, show the gentleman to the guest room, please. The guest room, mistress? Yes. There's no other place. Yes, mistress. This way, sir. Hold the lamp, sir, while I unlock the door.
Of course.
Mind you don't stumble on the carpet. It's about falling to pieces, I'm afraid.
You call this the guest chamber?
It was, once.
Trifle depressing. May I light a fire?
No fire will burn that grate, sir. The chimney's been clogged for years.
Must have been a fine old house once. What's it called?
This is Wuthering Heights, sir.
And the tall chap downstairs with the piercing eyes.
That'll be Master Heathcliff, sir.
And the once lovely lady who looked at him with fear.
That's his wife, Mistress Isabella. Well, good night, sir. And if you want anything, there's the bell rope. My name is Ellen.
Thank you, Ellen. Good night.
Oh, the window. The cat broke in the wind, sir.
Stand back. I'll close it. Shouting she's lost on the moor.
What's going on here?
A voice out there, a woman crying that she's lost. Then she's come. She's come and done it lost. Kathy, wait for me. Wait for me. He's not going out there in that storm. I'm coming, Kathy. This is insane. Come back. Kathy.
Close the window, sir.
What's that man out there?
Close the window.
Am I mad? Why did he go out there? What was that voice?
You heard him call her name. It was Kathy.
Kathy? Who's she?
Kathy is a girl who died.
I don't believe in ghosts, if that's what you mean. I don't believe in phantoms sobbing in the night.
You don't believe. Well, perhaps if I told you her story, you would change your mind about the dead returning.
Tell me her story.
It all began the time I came to Wuthering Heights as a servant. That was 50 years ago in 1790. The place was different then. A sweet, well-kept estate. Mr. Earnshaw was master, a fine man who dearly loved his two children, Cathy and Hindley. One day, Mr. Earnshaw returned from Liverpool with a foundling boy he had picked up. A dark, savage-looking gypsy lad with the most dreadful marks of beatings on his back. Mr. Earnshaw called for me the moment he arrived.
Give him a good scrubbing, Ellen, and put some of Hindley's clothes on him.
Yes, sir. Come with me, lad.
Don't touch me. Let me alone. Now, son, Ellen won't hurt you. You're safe here. No one will ever beat you again, and you'll always have plenty to eat.
Papa!
Get out of my way.
Hello,
Father. Hindley and Cathy.
Papa, who's that boy?
Yes. Who is he, Father? Children, our little guest will pay us a visit for a time, as long as he wants a home here.
He's dirty. Look at him.
Cathy, don't make me ashamed of you. Hindley, he'll sleep in your room.
In my room? I won't let him. He's a dirty gypsy.
That will do, Hindley. You must learn to share things. Take charge of the boy, Ellen.
And what will his name be, Mr. Earnshaw?
His name? I think we'll call him Heathcliff.
Yes, sir. Come, Heathcliff. That dark, brooding boy, who never before had known kindness, brought a subtle change to life at Wuthering Heights. The three children seemed to play well enough together, going scampering off over the moors on their ponies and climbing the crags together. But neither Cathy nor Hindley were open and frank anymore. And one day the children fought openly.
Your father gave me this pony. It's mine. Give me that pony, do you hear? Or I'll tell Father you boasted you'd turn us out when he died. That's a lie. I never said that.
Of course he didn't.
He did. He worms his way into everything Father does for us. He'll cheat us out of everything. You never had a father, you gypsy beggar. You'll never get mine.
Hindley, don't hit him. No, don't. Heathcliff, look out, he has a stone.
There. Fancy that'll teach you.
Hindley, he's bleeding.
Serves him right. Gypsy stuff.
Heathcliff, are you hurt?
He's hit me with that stone.
Please, Heathcliff, don't look like that. Why don't you ever cry when you're hurt, like other people?
Why should I cry? I'll pay him back someday. I don't care how long I wait, if I can only pay him back.
Heathcliff, don't say those things. Come, Heathcliff. Now Henry's gone. We can have a game at the castle again.
Oh, I don't feel like playing at the castle.
Please. You always smile and laugh when we're there. Come on, Heathcliff. We'll play our game. Don't sound so, Heathcliff. You're beside me on a stone, and we'll look out over the moors. This is our castle.
Castle? Just Tennyson Crag, and you know it.
It's not either. This is your castle, and you're a prince in disguise.
Tell me about it again.
It's all true. Cross my heart. Your father was Emperor of China, and your mother a Queen of India. You were kidnapped by wicked sailors in Port England.
Don't make fun of me, Cathy.
I'm not making fun of you. You're really and truly prince, and I'm your slave.
No. You're my queen, Cathy. And you'll always be my queen. I won't let anyone else make her his queen, do you hear?
Yes, Heathcliff. You're a queen. And that's the way they grew up, wild and free, roaming the moors together. But Hindley grew more and more jealous. Cathy was 18 and Hindley past 21 when Mr. Earnshaw died. Good man, he never saw the evil of life and had raised Heathcliff like his own son.
But on the very day of his funeral...
You're not going into that room to look at my father's body. Why? He loved me more than he did you. He's past your wheedling now. I'm master of Wuthering Heights. If you want to stay here, we've need for a stable boy. A stable boy? That's all. Get out.
And that's what he became. Heathcliff, who had lived under this roof as one of the family, was a stable boy.
Well, give me a hand up to my saddle. Very well. You gypsy beggar. How many times must I tell you? Sir. That's better. By the time I come back in the morning, I want these stables scrubbed. Scrubbed, you understand? If they're not, I'll thrash you to my arms drop. Yes, Cathy?
Heathcliff, I heard him. How much longer are you going to stand this?
I don't know what you mean.
Look at you. Dirty and unkempt and in rags. Why aren't you a man? Why don't you run away?
Run away? From you?
You could come back rich and take me with you. Oh, why aren't you a prince like we said long ago? Why can't you rescue me, Heathcliff?
Cathy, come away with me now.
No, but where?
Anywhere.
You mean leave as we are? Live in haystacks? Steal our food? Oh, no, Heathcliff. No, that isn't what I want.
You just want me to go off alone. Well, that won't do. I've stayed here since your father died, been beaten and cursed like a dog, abused and driven mad, just because I could be near you. And like a dog, I'll stay to the end. To the end.
Yes, Heathcliff did run away. The curses and insults were too much even for his great love, and so he disappeared. Cathy found a new world in her first introduction at Linton Manor, with Edgar Linton and his sister Isabella, both Cathy's age. Music and laughter were there, shining eyes and dancing, and it was escape from Wuthering Heights. Edgar Linton fell madly in love with Cathy, and they were constantly together. And then I remember so well. One evening, Edgar brought Cathy home in the pony cart. As quickly as I could, I tried to warn her.
My hand on from the cart, Miss Cathy?
Ellen. Oh, Ellen, we had the most marvelous time. Judge Linton has guests from Liverpool. Cathy, come here. Excuse me, Edgar. There's something wrong, Ellen. Heathcliff. Heathcliff? When did he come? Last night. He talked so strangely. Here he is now.
Hello, Cathy.
Heathcliff. Heathcliff, you said you'd stay away.
Why have you gone so long?
I didn't expect to find you here.
Why have you gone so long?
Because I've met the Lintons. Because I was at their house. Because I've learned to dance. And had a wonderful, delightful, fascinating time.
Are you the stable boy? Would you mind putting my horse up for an hour?
Yes. And you might wash your hands and comb your hair, Heathcliff. So I needn't be ashamed of you before a guest. And look after Mr. Linton's horse, please.
Let him look after his own horse. Pleasant fellow. How can your brother allow such a beast of a gypsy stable boy to act like this?
Beast of a gypsy stable boy?
Of course. A roadside beggar giving himself airs of equality.
What do you know about Heathcliff?
Judging from this performance, all I need to know.
He was my friend long before you.
That blackguard?
Blackguard and all, he belongs under our roof. And you speak well of him or get out.
Cathy, are you out of your senses?
Get out, I said. Or stop calling those I love names.
Those you love? That stable boy?
Yes.
Cathy, what possesses you? Do you realize what you're saying?
I'm saying I hate you. I hate the look of that milk-white face. I hate the touch of your soft, foolish hands.
Some of that gypsy's evil soul has gotten into you, I think.
Yes.
Some of that beggar's dirt is on you.
Yes, yes. Well, get out. Get out, get out.
Cathy, please. Come back.
It's Cathy. Ellen, where is he? Where's Heathcliff? Tell me. He's across the moor. Towards Denison Crag. Oh, Heathcliff. 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 You've forgiven me. Oh, say you've forgiven me.
It was not your heart that spoke, Kathy.
No, my darling. Because my heart is yours.
Kathy. The clouds are lowering over Gimmerton Head.
Yes. Oh, Heathcliff. See how the light is changing.
Kathy, you are such a part of all this.
Perhaps we belong to the moors, you and I. Oh, Heathcliff. Make the world stop right here. Make everything stop and stand still and never, never move again. The moors never change. You and I never change.
The moors and I will never change. Don't you, Kathy?
I can't. No matter what I say or do, this is I. Forever.
Kathy.
Oh, smell the heather, Heathcliff. Fill my arms with heather. All we can hold.
You're not thinking of that other world now.
Don't talk, darling. Don't talk. All this might disappear.
Ellen, hurry, please. My hair's not nearly fixed yet. What is the matter? Supposing you're not ready when your Mr. Linton gets here. Any young man who comes sniveling back after the way you treated him.
But Ellen, I sent my apologies to him, didn't I? Of course he'll come.
Duffy, I can't believe this change in you. Why, just yesterday it seems you were a stupid, harum-scarum child with dirty hands and a willful heart.
Oh, that's my other nature, Ellen. I still have it. Used to fly around wild. But now I can coax it into a cage whenever I want to. Heathcliff. Since when are you in the habit of entering my room?
I want to talk to you. Get out, Ella.
I will not. I take orders from Miss... Now that we're so happily alone, may I know to what I owe this great honor?
He's coming here again.
Who?
You know who I mean. That stupid fop Linton.
You're unbearable. Utterly unbearable.
Why are you dressed in silk?
Because gentlefolk dress for dinner.
Why are you trying to win his puling flattery?
I'm not a child anymore. You can't talk to me that way.
I'm not talking to a child. I'm talking to Kathy. My Kathy.
Oh. I'm your Kathy.
Yes.
And I'm to take orders from you. A dirty stable boy. Allow you to select what dresses I shall wear. And bow humbly to your horrible, wretched tempers.
Kathy. Where is your heart?
You had your chance to be something else. You left here once. Well, why did you stay away? Now let me alone.
That's right. The dirty stable boy can't come near you lest he soil your dress. But who soils your heart? Who turns you into a cheap, vain, ambitious fool? Linton does. You let yourself be loved by him because you want to be a fine lady. Because it pleases your stupid, greedy vanity.
Stop it. Thief or beggar is all you were born to be. Kneeling beside the road, begging for favors. Not earning them, but whimpering for them with dirty hands.
So that's all I am to you now? A pair of dirty hands. Well, have them there. Have them where they belong.
How dare you? How dare you?
No. It doesn't help to strike you.
Well, Heathcliff, thank you to stay out of my kitchen.
Kathy still with him?
Yes, he is. What is the matter with you? What are you staring at?
I want to crawl to her feet. Whimper to be forgiven for loving her. For needing her more than my own life. For belonging to her more than my own soul. I want to beg for a smile. I don't care if she loves Linton or whom she loves. If she'll only look at me. Say my name.
Oh, Heathcliff, you... Ellen, she's coming now. Get out, Heathcliff.
I'll wait outside the door.
No, you can't.
I want to be where I can see her, hear her.
Now, Heathcliff. Ellen, where are you?
Oh, here you are.
Yes, Miss Kathy. Has Mr. Linton gone?
He just left. Oh, Ellen. Ellen, I've some wonderful news for you.
Kitchen's no place for that. Come inside.
No, Ellen, listen. Edgar has asked me to marry him.
And what did you say?
I'm to give him my answer tomorrow.
Kathy, do you love him?
Of course.
Why?
Well, that's a silly question. Because he's handsome and pleasant to be with.
Not enough.
Well, then, because he'll be rich someday. And I'll be the finest lady in the county. Oh, it'd be heaven to escape from here, Ellen.
And what about Heathcliff?
Oh, Heathcliff. Ellen, He gets worse every day. It would degrade me to marry him. I wish he'd never come back. Ellen, what was that? I think... Oh, nothing. The wind, perhaps. Oh, well, my darling, if Master Edgar and his beautiful home mean heaven to you, you'd better enter that heaven and take your place among the Linton angels. The only thing is, Ellen, I wonder if I belong in heaven. I dreamed once I was there. And I broke my heart with weeping to come back to earth. To the bleak moors. The angels were so angry they flung me back. And I awoke, sobbing with joy, on top of Wuthering Heights. Oh, Ellen, I suppose I've really no more business marrying Edgar Linton than I'd have in heaven. But Ellen, what can I do? You're thinking of Heathcliff. Who else? He's sunk so low. He seems to take pleasure in being mean and brutal. And yet, he's more myself than I am. Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same. Everything he suffered, I've suffered. The little happiness he's known, I've known too. Everything else in the world died, and only Heathcliff remained. Life would still be full for me. Who was that? Ellen, I heard...
Miss Cathy.
Yes, Joseph.
Heathcliff's taken Master Hindley's best horse. He's gone.
Gone? Ellen, did you hear what I said? Yes, Miss Cathy. How much did he hear? I'm not sure, but I think to where you said it would degrade you to marry him. Oh, no. Heathcliff! Come back! Come back!
Act 2 of Wuthering Heights, starring Ida Lupino as Cathy and Basil Rathbone as Heathcliff. On that stormy winter night, a century ago, the traveler Lockwood sat in the musty guest room at Wuthering Heights, listening to the story told him by the old servant, Ellen. Outside, the wind swept over the moors, shaking the ancient house to its foundations. The lamp on the mantelpiece flickered, casting eerie shadows.
Night that Heathcliff went away. Cathy ran far across the moors after him in the bitter cold, calling his name into the wind. Hours later in the morning, Edgar Linton found her half frozen in her silken party dress, unconscious on the crag the children used to call the castle. For weeks after she was ill, the Lintons took her to their manor house, and I was glad. For Master Hindley had grown unbearable with his drinking. The Linton home was heaven compared to Wuthering Heights. And so, day by day, the strange influence that Heathcliff had upon Cathy wore off, and she was happy with Edgar.
Why can't you remain here forever, Cathy?
Oh, Edgar, you and your sister, you've been too kind to me already.
If I can make you happy by just being kind, that should be enough for me. After all, what else can I give you?
What else? You've given me a great deal else, Edgar. You've given me your own self, your strength.
My strength?
You'd understand if you really knew what my life was before. It was like the moors, endless and desolate. And I was lost in them, calling for someone in the darkness to save me. And nobody answered. I couldn't see even the trace of a path. I was so frightened.
so terribly alone. And suddenly, you were there. You held out your hand and led me back to a way of living I thought I'd lost forever. What you said long ago is true. There was a curse on me. It kept me from being myself. Or at least what I wanted to be. It kept me from living in heaven. There. Do you understand now?
Kathy, oh, my darling, let me take care of you forever. Let me guard you and love you. Always.
Would you? Would you love me? Always?
Always, Kathy.
Then let's be married, Edgar. Oh, quickly. Quickly.
What you call it after she became its mistress. The only one who did not seem completely happy was Edgar's sister, Isabella. A year or two after the marriage, the three of them sat in the drawing room. Edgar reading, Isabella playing the spinet, Kathy quietly doing petty point when the door knocker sounded. And when I saw who it was, I went back into the drawing room. Yes, Ellen?
What's the matter? Kathy. Heathcliff has come back. Heathcliff. Oh. Tell him I'm not at home, Ellen.
Up from darling to who?
It's Heathcliff.
Heathcliff. Well, has he seen the same Ellen?
No, sir. I hardly recognize him. Fine clothes. He seems quite forgetting.
Don't prattle, Ellen. I said I didn't wish to see him.
Nonsense, Kathy. It's been a long time. Bygones must be bygones.
Yes, let us be some kind of caller.
Show him in, Ellen.
Yes, sir.
Edgar, this is a mistake.
Kathy, your hands are trembling.
Are they?
The past is dead, dear. Don't hesitate to smile and be nice to him. Because I'll understand if my wife loves me. You smile.
Oh, thank you, Edgar. You always understand.
Mr. Heathcliff.
Come in. Hello, Kathy. How are you, Heathcliff? Have you met my sister, Isabella? No. I'm sorry. How do you do, Miss Linton?
We are glad to see a guest, sir.
Thank you. Well, Heathcliff, I must say I've never seen such a complete change in a man. You seem to have prospered. You must have gone to America. I did.
We wondered where you went.
You must have found at least a gold mine. No. I merely remembered that my father was Emperor of China and my mother a Queen of India. I beg your pardon. So I claimed my inheritance. Kathy will understand. It's an old joke between us. I see. Staying long in the neighborhood? I'm staying the rest of my life. Really? I've just bought the horses, the cattle and the moors belonging to the estate known as Wuthering Heights.
Oh, no.
You mean Kathy's brother Hindley sold out? Yes, but he doesn't know it yet. I imagine it will be a shock when Hindley discovers his gambling and liquor debts were paid up for him by his former stable boy.
Heathcliff. Heathcliff, you can't have done that.
That's as underhanded a piece of work as I've ever heard of. If I'd known Hindley was in such financial straits, that his holdings were being stolen by his friends... May I remind you, Mr. Edgar Linton, that I'm not a stranger? I am merely a neighbor. Now I'll say good night.
Wait, Heathcliff.
Well?
I want you to know that we sometimes have friends who come here as guests. Edgar and I. You're welcome to come, too. But not with the old scowl on your face. Or the old bitterness in your heart.
Thank you, my old friend, Kathy, for the warning. Oh, I just remembered I forgot to congratulate you on your marriage. I've often thought about it, I assure you. May I now express my delight? Good night.
Edgar, I think you behaved abominably.
What?
And you too, Kathy.
What in thunder do you mean?
You could at least have been civil. You dismissed him as if he'd been a servant.
Do you consider him anything else?
I find he's grown fascinating and distinguished.
Really, Isabella? I hope I misunderstand.
Well, you don't. We see all too few people. And I, for one, shan't be rude. Oh, Edgar. I greatly dread what the future will bring.
Nonsense, darling. I tell you, the past is dead. That's all, Joseph. I'll occupy the master bedroom.
Yes.
You will stay on, of course.
Thank you, sir. Shall I pack Master Hindley's things?
No. Just move them out of the master's bedroom. He will remain under this roof.
Master Hindley, sir?
Yes. He gave me a roof once when I needed it. I take it he is drinking a great deal.
Yes. Though Dr. Kenneth has ordered him not to.
Give him all the drink he wants.
Yes. Oh, a lady's waiting to see you, sir.
A lady?
From Linton Manor.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? In future, announce visitors at once. Oh. Miss Linton.
Are you disappointed, sir?
Not at all.
I was passing by and my horse went lame.
I see.
I just want to tell you that I'm furious with my brother and Miss Kathy. They received you most shamefully last night.
Your brother didn't send you with this apology, eh?
Oh, no. In fact, he's forbidden me to.
Forbidden you to speak to me. Yes. And Kathy also forbade you?
Yes.
Then in all the moorland, you're my only friend?
I would like to be.
Thank you. Miss Linton, I enjoy frankness. You didn't come here to apologize, and your horse didn't go lame.
What?
You came here because you're lonely. Because the house you live in is too happily wedded for an outsider. Because it's no joy to ride the moors alone. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Then you needn't be lonely anymore, my dear.
Oh.
You think it's strange that I should kiss you?
I don't know.
You hated it?
No.
I see you like frankness, too.
The same strange power that Heathcliff had held over Cathay, he seemed to hold over Isabella, too. Against her brother's wishes, she came often to Wuthering Heights, and she was seen many times with Heathcliff riding across the moor. Then one night there was a party at Linton Manor. Heathcliff had not been invited, but he came as Isabella's guest. He danced every dance with her, but his looks were all for Cathay. Dark, brooding looks, until the guests grew uncomfortable and left before the evening had well begun. Later that night, Cathay went to Isabella's room.
Isabella, may I come in? If you wish. You getting ready for bed? Yes. Wasn't it a lovely dance tonight? Though I think you could have been more gracious to my guest. Isabella, may I speak to you for a moment? Well? You behaved disgracefully. In what way, may I ask? It was bad enough asking Heathcliff here without consulting us or preparing us. You have forbidden me. But to make a spectacle of yourself. To throw yourself at him the way you did. Nobody else would pay attention to him. You refused to dance with him. I had to dance. Every dance as a result. Oh, you fool. You vain little fool. Really, Kathy? I'm going to open your eyes, Isabella. He's using you. Using you to be near me. To smile at me behind your back. To stare at me until our guests fear his murderous, gypsy look. To try to rouse something in my heart that's dead. Well, I can't let you help him any longer. So that's what you mean. It's you who are vain and foolish, Kathy. Heathcliff's in love with me. It's a lie. It's not a lie. He told me so. He kissed me. Yes, kissed me. Held me in his arms. Told me he loved me. Isabella, I'm going to your brother. Yes, go to Edgar. Tell him Heathcliff asked me to marry him. And that I said yes. You hear? Yes. Isabella, you can't. He's not a man. He's something horrible and dark to live with. I know why you say such things. Because you love him. How dare you? You do love him. You're mad with pain and jealousy at the thought of my marrying him. Because you want him to pine for you, dream of you, die for you. Why, your face is the lovely Mrs. Edgar Linton. You won't have him happy. You want to hurt him, destroy him. But I want to make him happy. And I will. I will.
Sit down, Kathy. I won't say I'm not surprised to see you. Does Edgar know? I doubt if he'd approve.
Heathcliff,
Is it true?
Is what true?
Did you ask Isabella to marry you? Did you?
Ha-ha.
Oh, Heathcliff, you mustn't do this villainous thing. She's never harmed you.
No, but you have harmed me.
Then punish me.
That's what I intend to do.
I don't understand.
Every moment I hold her in my arms, when I kiss her, when I promise her life and happiness, you'll be punished.
You'd marry her. To do that?
Yes, to teach you the ways of pain and the hell I'm in.
Heathcliff, this is worse than I thought. If there's anything human left in you, don't make me a partner to this crime. It's mad and stupid.
If your heart were only stronger than your dull care for the world and its conventions, I'd live silent and content in your shadow, begging for an occasional word or thought as I used to do. But no, you had to destroy me with that weakness you call virtue. You had to keep me tormented with that cruelty you think so pious.
How have I been cruel?
You wished to be known as the finest lady in the county. You wanted your luxury and your light. At the same time, you wanted to keep me, your despairing lover. Now that I'm returned, had you given me the smile of love, I might have been content. Well, now you needn't think of me as your despairing and foolish lover. You can think of me as Isabella's husband and be glad for my happiness, as I am glad for yours.
Curtain rises on the third act of Wuthering Heights. Crumbling house on Wuthering Heights 100 years ago, the candle burns low in the dreary guest room. There's no sound but the wind outside and the hushed voice of the old maidservant as she tells her story.
It was then that Isabella Linton came into this house as a bride. Yes, Heathcliff married her out of revenge. The same revenge that made him keep Hindley here, a doddering, broken fool slowly drinking himself into the grave. Isabella learned the reason for her marriage to Heathcliff, but she was powerless to do anything. And then one day, Dr. Kenneth, an old friend, came to see her. He had come that morning from Linton Manor.
I tell you, Isabella, go back where you belong, to Edgar's house.
Edgar disowns me, Dr. Kenneth.
I know, but he needs you now. Kathy's gravely ill.
Really?
Didn't you know? It's a matter of days now. Perhaps hours.
She can't be dying.
Fever. Inflammation of the lungs. This intense cold and something else.
Something else?
Yes. I'd call it the will to die.
Kathy dies, I might begin to live.
Isabella.
Begin to live? In this house with Heathcliff, nothing can live.
No, Henley. Nothing but hate. Goodbye.
So you think you'll begin to live when Kathy dies? Well, you won't.
Henley, what is it? This house, I can feel the hate within it like a crushing weight.
Of course you can. And you. He hates you even more than he does me.
Stop it.
He loathes you. Every time you kiss him, his heart breaks with rage that it's not Kathy. Isabella, why don't you do what I've been too weak to do? Kill him.
Don't talk to me. Get away.
Kill him. Kill him while there's still time to save your immortal soul. Well, Hindley, remarkable.
Heathcliff.
Really, Hindley, the first coherent speech I've heard from you in weeks.
Heathcliff, please don't. I tried to stop him.
Thank you, my dear wife. Your loyalty is touching. Your curses will come home to feed on your own heart. Every agony you've given will return. Laugh now, Heathcliff. There's no laughter in hell.
Heathcliff, why do you have him here? I can't breathe with him in this house.
Existence would be so much less without my boyhood friend under my roof.
Oh, Heathcliff, you poison yourself with paying him back what he gave you. Send him away, and love will come to this house. Kiss me, Heathcliff. Tell me you love me. Tell me, darling.
Why isn't there the smell of heather in your hair?
Oh, Heathcliff, let me come near you, please. You're not black and horrible as they say. It's just you're full of pain, all twisted inside. I can make you happy, my darling. Let me, please. You'll never regret letting me try. I'll be your slave.
I bring life to you. Life and sunshine and freshness. Put your arms around me. Look into my eyes.
Your eyes are empty, like Linton.
They aren't empty. If you look deeper, look at me. I'm pretty. I'm a woman. Let your heart see me just once.
It's no use. Why did God give me life? What is it but hunger and pain, a naked runner and a storm of spears?
Mistress Isabella. Ellen.
What do you want here, Ellen?
I've come from Linton Manor to speak to Mistress Isabella.
And then you'll do so in front of me.
Her brother is asking that she come home for a visit.
So, he's lost some of his pride, has he? Well, there's none gone in this house.
Please, Mistress Isabella, he needs you.
Needs her? What is this, Ellen? Why does he need her?
Let go of me.
Cappy's ill.
Yes.
She's dying. Tell me the truth.
Yes. She is dying.
Dying? Joseph!
You're not going, Heathcliff?
Yes, sir. Saddle my horse at once.
No, she belongs to Edgar.
She belongs to me.
If she's dying, let her die in his arms, where she belongs. Let her die.
No, who speaks of hate? Get out of my way.
Heathcliff. No.
And there was a murmur from the heights, a faraway and wild, heartbroken moan. The wings of Lucifer beat on the night. The soul of Lucifer wept, all alone. Shall I read some more, darling?
No, Edgar. Will you open the window?
Won't it be too cold?
Please.
Of course, darling.
Oh. Now I can smell the heather. Edgar, isn't there a south wind? Isn't the snow almost gone?
Yes, quite gone.
Edgar, will you get me something?
Anything you wish, my darling.
Some heather. The beautiful patch near the castle. Will you get it from there, Edgar?
What castle, Kathy?
The castle on the moors, of course. Bring me some from there, Edgar.
You're in a fever, dear. There is no castle on the moors.
There is. There is. On the little hill beyond Wuthering Heights.
You mean Penistone Crag?
Yes. Yes, please go.
But why do you call it a castle?
Because I was a queen there once. Will you bring me the heather, darling?
Yes. If you rest while I'm gone and sleep.
You're so kind. So good.
Oh, my darling.
You made me the finest lady in the county. Such lovely clothes. I've always adored that velvet dress most. Wasn't it a wonderful dress, Edgar?
Wonderful when you wore it. And you'll wear it again soon, my Kathy.
Go now, please. Get me the heather so I can have it on my pillow.
Sleep, my darling. I'll be back with the flower you want. Where is she? Where's Kathy?
She is not to be disturbed, sir. Master Edgar's gone for the doctor.
Get out of my way.
Kathy.
Oh, Kathy. Heathcliff. Come here.
Kathy, my life. How can I bear this?
I dreamed you'd come before I died. And when you came in my dream, you scowled at me once more.
Kathy.
Does it hurt so much to see me die?
Please, Kathy. Don't hurt me.
How strong you look, Heathcliff. How many years do you think you'll live on after?
Kathy, you're my life. My soul.
Oh, my darling. Don't let me go. If only I could hold you till we were both dead.
Please don't speak of death.
Will you forget me? Be happy when I'm near?
Never.
Will you say, kiss the cradle?
I lost her long ago and wept to lose her. But all is past.
I could as soon forget you as my own life. If you die, Kathy, if you die, there will be no peace for me ever.
Poor Heathcliff. I once died to escape.
Why did you betray your heart? Kathy, you killed yourself.
My time. Hold.
No, I'll not comfort you. You deserve this.
Don't break my heart.
I never broke your heart, Kathy. You broke it. My tears don't love you, Kathy. They blight and damn you. You love me. What right did you to throw away my love for that poor fancy thing you felt for him?
Oh, no, Heathcliff.
Misery and death and all evil could never have parted us. You did that alone, Kathy. You wandered off like a greedy child to break your own heart and mine.
I know, Heathcliff. Forgive me.
Oh, Kathy. Your wasted hands. Why didn't someone tell me? I forgive you for what you've done. I love you. I love my murderer.
Heathcliff, carry me to the window. Let me look at the moors with you once more. Oh, my darling, once more.
Yes, yes.
How lovely the sky looks. And over there at our castle. Remember?
I'll never forget.
Castle, Heathcliff. I'll be waiting there until you come. I'll be waiting there. Goodbye, Heathcliff.
Kathy. Kathy. No.
Heathcliff, they're coming. Master Edgar, for heaven's sake, go and... Oh, Kathy.
You are dead, Kathy. May your soul hear this before I go. May you not rest so long as I live on. I killed you. Then haunt me. Be with me always. Take any form you wish. Only don't leave me where I can't find you. I can't live without my life. I can't live without my soul.
And though that was 20 years ago, I can still hear and see that wild hour, with poor Heathcliff holding the dead body of his beloved and trying to tear away the veil of life and death, crying out to Kathy's soul to haunt and torment him until he died.
Then the strange hand that gripped my wrist last night, the strange voice that called to me was Kathy, and Heathcliff went to follow her into the storm.
It wasn't Kathy herself, but her love. Kathy's love, stronger than time, sobbing for its unlived days. Who's there?
It's Dr. Kenneth. Open the door.
Dr. Kenneth, what's the matter?
I was just crossing the moor on my way home.
Did you see Heathcliff?
Yes, I saw him from my carriage. He was wandering through the snow with a woman.
A woman, you say?
Yes, a young woman, she seems, and as mad as himself. They were walking through the storm with their arms about each other. I shouted at them, but they didn't hear. I started toward them. I was nearly up to them when of a sudden my horse reared and plunged. And then I found him alone, lying in the snow. Heathcliff was dead.
Dead? By the castle. By the Tennessee crag.
Yes. However did you know?
curtain falls on the timeless love story of Cathy and Heathcliff, and Wuthering Heights fades into the past. But we'll return to the present and bring back Ida Lupino and Basil Rathbone for a hail and farewell.
Oh, but not a farewell to the story of Wuthering Heights, Mr. DeMille. I don't think the world will ever let it die.
Well said, Ida. To play in it is one of the unforgettable experiences of an actor's life. Do you know, C.B., I have still another reason to be grateful for the privilege of being your Heathcliff tonight.
Another reason? It strikes me I'm the one who should be grateful to you.
No, C.B., I'm delighted to play a part that isn't all villain for a change.
Why, Basil, I didn't know you felt that way about villains. You must remember that, Mr. DeMille. Oh, by the way, I listened in last week and discovered you were in New York. What's the report on Broadway?
Well, Broadway is just as busy as Hollywood, Ida. I had a kind of busman's holiday going to the theater.
Well, that may not be a holiday, but it's a very good way to find place for the Lux Radio Theater. And now, before we leave the stage, I'd like to tell the audience just one thing about Lux Soap that's from my own experience. Lux Soap is the gentlest complexion care I've found anywhere. I've used it ever since I came to Hollywood. I like it better all the time.
That enthusiasm for Lux Soap must be contagious, Ida. Everywhere I went, I found it had plenty of friends.
What about next Monday night, C.B.?
Next Monday night? Well, Basil, we're going to present a play that was a great success on the screen. Nothing Sacred. And our stars will be Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Joan Bennett. You'll hear Joan Bennett at a girl who becomes a national heroine overnight, and Douglas Fairbanks Jr. as the reporter who made her famous. Nothing Sacred is a romantic comedy with a surprise twist. And behind it all is a warm human story. I know you'll enjoy next Monday night.
Oh, yes, I saw the picture. Oh, with Joan Bennett and Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in the cast, I think you'll have a great radio play, Mr. DeMille. I'm certainly going to listen. Good night.
Good night.
UPN Tuesday. She's the world's coolest wife.
Looks like you're Mrs. Brady.
Did Mrs. Brady have a tattoo?
He's radio's wildest shock jock.
We're talking about the perfect storm of butt butane. Kevin is going to light one of his farts.
Together, it's one hot time.
Oh, that was like a human Hindenburg.
An all-new Rock Me Baby with special guest performance by Violent Femmes.
I fell into a burning ring of fire and burn.
UPN Tuesday at 9/8 Central.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hunting we will go. Well. I was beginning to think that you'd forgotten, Stumpy. Forgotten? Not me. Next Monday, you'll see me right out there with the rest of them. I've already started clearing space in my freezer for a couple of duck dinners. Well, something tells me you're not the only one, old-timer. The first 4 days of the season are usually pretty busy days. Well, you know as well as I do that that's 'cause there ain't no limit to the number you can shoot in them first 4 days. The rest of the season, we all got to be satisfied only 2 a day. If I remember rightly, Stumpy, during the whole 4 no-limit days last year, you only bagged 5 ducks. Well, it was a poor year for me. Uh-huh. But this year, as a matter of fact, come Monday, I'll start filling up a corner of the freezer with the tastiest dinners you ever expected to eat. I sure hope so. Well, good morning, Judge.
Hello, Bill. Stumpy.
Howdy, Judge. And to what do we owe the honor of this visit, Judge?
Oh, my laziness, I guess.
I don't follow you.
I'm just trying to put off going down to my office, Bill. This is a mighty busy time of the year.
Oh, I get it. Hunting licenses, huh?
Don't even say the words.
A lot of folks after 'em this time of year, huh, Judge?
This year? Oh, every year, Stumpy. And before the opening of every season. The same faces, the same questions. Well, I guess I'd better be getting on over to the courthouse. There's probably a line 2 blocks long already, all eager hunters with itchy trigger fingers, just waiting for Monday to roll around so they can empty the air of ducks.
I hardly think they'll ever do that, Judge. You can say that again. Remember that duck that used to nest over on top of Musser's barn? That bird come back for 7 years in a row and hatched over 100 ducklings while she was there. Why, if it weren't for these hunting seasons, we'd be up to here in feathers.
Well, you've cheered me up about giving out hunting licenses, Stumpy. That's probably why I stopped in.
I'll stop in any time, Judge.
So long, gentlemen.
Well, sounds as though the woods will be full come Monday, and for the next 4 days. Yeah, so it does. What's the matter, old-timer? A little worried about competition after those ducks? I was just thinking about that old expression, build a better mousetrap and the world will beat a path to your door. I got a feeling I could use a better duck catcher come Monday.
Stumpy Jenkins.
Huh? Oh, howdy, Judge. You give up already?
No, this is just lunchtime.
Well, it is for me, too. Will you join me?
Yeah, I'd like that. I was thinking that I should let you in on the big news anyway.
Big news?
Oh, I was only kidding when I call it that. Every so often, a fella comes into Knotty Pine and applies for a license to sell something or other. According to our laws, I have to give him a license, unless he's proved to be a fraud or something.
What's all this leading up to, Judge?
Just that a fellow was in the courthouse this morning to get 2 licenses. One to hunt like everybody else, and one to sell a new scientific duck call.
That's so?
Yeah, I had to give him a license, but I warned him about the penalties for putting one over on folks.
How does this duck call work?
Well, you got me. I didn't hear a thing when he blew it, but he explained it was supersonic, leastwise to the human ear, like those dog whistles you see. He said this was geared to set up some sort of pleasure reaction in what he called the midline part of the brain of ducks. Or something. Yeah, I got a little lost in what he was saying.
Scientifically figured out, eh? Not the usual honking noise like somebody blowing their nose.
Well, like I said, Stumpy, when he blew it, I didn't hear a thing. And for that matter, didn't set up any pleasure reaction in any part of my brain. Except maybe I felt like laughing when I tried to imagine him selling them duck calls.
Then you did feel a kind of pleasure, huh?
Oh, say, what is this? You don't think that fellow's on the level, do you?
It's hard to keep up with all the new scientific advances, Judge. You don't happen to remember where this feller is staying, do you?
Here, let me show you on this chart, Mr. Jenkins.
Well, I'd appreciate it.
Now, here you see a cross-section of a duck's head. The important areas have been colored. Now, when this new scientific duck call is blown, the high-frequency vibrations first agitate the external auditory meatus, which in turn operates the auditory ossicle, and the sensory impulses are so designed by the new scientific duck call as to focus on only one area of the brain, that of the midline area. Any questions, Mr. Jenkins?
Well, just, does it work?
Well, I thought I made that rather clear. The new scientific duck call doesn't rely on chance, Mr. Jenkins. If for any reason, congenital or otherwise, the duck should be in some manner auditorily impaired, the conventional duck call doesn't stand a chance. However, the new scientific duck call emits frequencies so designed as to be received by not only auditory receptors, but by virtually any somatic tissue located near the occipital condyle. So you see, the new scientific duck call takes the guesswork, the chance out of attracting ducks. Of course, it doesn't improve your aim, but...
I'll worry about that. How much are you selling these things for?
Well, that depends on when you buy, Mr. Jenkins.
I don't follow you.
Well, simply, this is it. If you buy right now, I'm letting them go at the laughably low price of $5 each. Now, this is almost what they cost me. But I'm willing to sell the new scientific duck call at this low price to those who have enough, shall we say, faith in the integrity of this call. Now, next Monday, when I and those who, like myself, go hunting with these calls come back laden with ducks, obviously the sales will skyrocket. But then there won't be this matter of faith, will there? And Mr. Jenkins, then there won't be this low price. No, beginning Monday, I'm selling the new scientific duck call at $13 each. The unlucky number for those who were unlucky enough to wait until then to buy. But right now, $5 guarantees you season after season of full freezers, Mr. Jenkins. Well, it's up to you and your faith.
Yeah, that's the man right over there, Bill.
I'm a little surprised to see him in church.
Yeah, so am I. Maybe he is on the up and up, but I don't know.
Well, starting tomorrow, we'll see about those claims of his. Has he sold many of his calls?
Well, I've heard a few people mention that they bought them. Huh. Looks like Stumpy knows him the way they're talking together.
Stumpy hasn't mentioned him to me at all. Maybe just being friendly. After all, whatever that fella is, he's a visitor to our church.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe we ought to go over there and talk with him ourselves.
Say, it looks like he's leaving. Here comes Stumpy.
I hope Stumpy didn't allow himself to be sold one of those duck calls. He seemed almost interested the other day when I mentioned that fella to him.
I don't know. It's a pretty broad smile on his face. About ready to go, old-timer?
Yep. Oh, good morning, Judge.
Hey, you're looking mighty chipper this morning, Stumpy. That fella sell you one of his bird calls?
Huh? Oh, you mean just now? No, we was just exchanging the time of day. He seems like a nice enough feller.
Well, he certainly bears what he has to say under a lot of fancy words. I've been through law school, and I had trouble keeping up with him.
That ain't no reason to suspect him, is it? Lots of folks let their education stick out a little farther than it oughter. Most of them settle down, though, and become real people when they realize what it looks like. He's got lots of time.
You'd make a good defense lawyer, Stumpy. But tomorrow, all the talk for and against goes out the window. Tomorrow, when the shotguns start roaring, we'll see if this fella's new scientific duck call is what it says it is.
Hello, Judge. What's all the excitement about?
Oh, afternoon, Bill. Well, looks as though I was wrong, and no one is more surprised about it than I am.
Wrong about what?
You see that fella talking to the crowd, Bill?
Oh, yes, the duck call seller.
Mm-hmm. Well, he came back to town at noon, mind you, with 7 ducks.
7?
Yep, not bad for only being out one morning, I'd say. Claims his new scientific duck call did the trick. I guess I don't have to tell you how his sales are going.
Let's move a little closer, Judge. Anyone who claims his gadget can lure enough ducks to shoot 7 deserves to be heard.
You ain't thinking of buying one of those calls, are you?
No, I just want to listen. Finally, I'm beginning to get a little suspicious. 7 ducks is a lot for one man in one morning. Let's join that crowd.
Now, I know some of you are thinking 7 ducks is a little too lucky for one morning's work. Well, don't take my word. Look at my morning's catch. Ask the few others here in Knotty Pine who've been using the new scientific duck call today if it really works. Or if you're sold, I'll pause right here to accept your money and make you the big hunter for this and many more seasons.
Like hotcakes, huh, Bill? He's taking in $13 apiece for those things.
I'm not sure I like this, Judge. I'll be interested in seeing what some of the others who have bought these calls think of them.
Excuse me, folks, but I see a distinguished guest here in the crowd. The chief ranger hereabouts, as I understand. You all know him as Ranger Bill Jefferson. You haven't by any chance come to purchase one of these new scientific duck calls, have you, Ranger?
I'm afraid not.
Well, you wouldn't be the first ranger to see the virtues of this call, you know. Your fellow ranger, Stumpy Jenkins, is out in the woods right now, aided by this hunter's friend.
Stumpy Jenkins bought one? Well, I'll take one of them.
Bill, I didn't know Stumpy'd bought one of those things.
Neither did I, Judge. He didn't mention it to me.
He probably didn't want to tell you in case it turned out to be a hoax.
I suppose so. Well, at any rate, we'll know firsthand whether those calls are really as good as he says they are. I'll be very anxious to talk to Stumpy when he gets back.
Howdy, Bill.
Well, sounds as though the mighty hunter has had a good day.
Sonny, if you was to go and peep into that freezer at home, you wouldn't find 1, you wouldn't find 2, you'd find 3 delicious future duck dinners, just keeping cool till they're called for.
3? Not bad for the first day out.
Not bad? Last year at this time had only 1. That was only 'cause there were so many hunters around, the thing was confused, didn't know which way to fly.
Well, it looks like you'll make up for it this year with 3 the first day.
Bill, I think it's time I told you something.
Uh-huh.
It's about my getting them 3 ducks today.
You think that new scientific duck call was responsible?
Well, I'm almost positive. Hey, how'd you know that?
You should know better than to try to keep a secret from me, old-timer. It's like trying to keep a secret from yourself.
Yeah, well, anyways, yes, I do think that gadget was responsible for bringing the ducks near. I get 3, didn't I? Only had 1 by this time last year.
But if I remember correctly, the year before last, you came in with 4. That was without a duck call.
Oh, you can't count that. That was just a good year.
I don't know, Stumpy.
You think that feller's pulling a fast one, don't you, Bill?
I'm not convinced one way or the other, Stumpy. But I think I'll keep an eye on Mr. Gillette all the same.
Well, he's done it again, Bill. Only out shooting during the morning and back by noon with 8 ducks this time.
I don't like the looks of this, Judge. He's just too good a hunter.
To say nothing of his salesmanship. Looked to me like everybody in Naughty Pine was up the street buying one of them calls.
Well, I think I better do some checking before Mr. Gillette gets rich enough to think about leaving town.
Of course, I never really pay attention to who comes and goes, Ranger Bill, but it just happens that I have noticed a little about Mr. Gillette. Is there any sort of trouble?
No, this is just routine. What have you noticed about his coming and going from the hotel here?
Well, only that he never seems to sleep, that's all.
What do you mean?
Well, he goes out late in the evening, just before sunset, comes back even later. Many times have turned in, and the next morning he's up and gone before dawn. Well, a man like that's going to lose his health sooner than most if he keeps that kind of schedule for long.
Late in the evening and then very early in the next morning.
You got something on him?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not.
Oh.
But thank you for your time. Thanks very much. Well, there he goes, right on schedule. Now, Mr. Gillette, how about showing me your secret of duck hunting, huh? If it's what I think it is, you're walking straight into trouble. What's he doing out there in that boat? Can't quite make it out. Looks like he's putting things in the water. A lot of them strung together by rope or something. Maybe I can edge a little closer to the lake. Some of his equipment is still on the shore. I can only crawl down and take a look before he rows into shore. Now. Here we are. It's a good thing it's so dark out. All he can see is what his flashlight picks up out there in the lake. Now, let's see what these boxes are here. Scarcely make them out. What? Dynamite. There are charges of dynamite in these boxes. Now, let me see. Looks like small, separately wrapped packages of dynamite. He's out there placing these packages in the water. Strung together with wire, not rope. Of course. So that's his game. Pretty smooth. Better be sure, though. I'll just wait in the bushes until he leaves, then row out on the lake and have a look for myself. There, he should be a good distance away by now. Feels good to stand up again. Now, let's see. He left the boat over there. I'll just row out and be sure of what he's doing.
Every once in a while, you run into a smart one. And Mr. Ranger Bill, it looks like you're going to be my troublemaker. Yeah, what am I going to do with you? There you are out there in the lake inspecting my handiwork, getting all the evidence you need to throw me in jail. I'm going to have to get you out of my way somehow, at least for a little while. But how? I can't just go back to town and pack and dash away. You'd be back before I'd have time to leave. Wait a minute. It works on ducks. Why not on rangers? Sure. You're going to go to sleep for a little while, Big Chief Ranger. And by the time you wake up and get back to town, I'll be far away. Are you ready? Just let me touch this wire to this pole in the battery and... There, that ought to do it. Hey, where's the boat? That's not what was supposed to happen. He must have been right over a charge of dynamite. It was only supposed to stun him. Why doesn't he come up? Oh, no. I'd better get out of here and fast.
Morning, Stumpy.
Oh, howdy, Judge.
I thought you'd be out hunting with the others this morning, Stumpy. What's the matter? Too strenuous for you 3 days in a row?
Why, you old bench sitter, stop judging others by yourself. It ain't a bit too strenuous for an old bear like me.
Yeah, then why aren't you out there after the dogs?
Well, even you must know, it's because I wanted to try to see Mr. Gillette before I went away.
Don't tell me you're going to buy another one of those calls. You think you can do twice as good with 2 of them?
It ain't that at all. I just wanted to find out what it is I'm doing wrong with this thing. Worked fine the first day, but yesterday it wasn't much help.
That's so.
Now, it ain't the call's fault. Must be something I'm doing wrong.
Sure. Mind if I come along? I'd like to hear what he tells you.
Don't mind a bit. Come on, he's staying across the street, that hotel.
I'm surprised Bill didn't come along with you.
Well, I haven't seen hide nor hair of Bill since yesterday afternoon. For all I know, he's bought one of them duck calls and is out hunting this morning himself. Well, here we are. After you, Judge.
The hotel's busy for this time of morning.
But these folks don't live in the hotel. Wonder what's going on.
Mr. Gillette's going to sell duck calls again.
I thought he only sold them in the afternoon.
Well, I'm only telling you what I heard. I don't know.
I'll step over and find out what's going on.
Oh, never mind, Stumpy. There's that Gillette fellow there now. Looks like he's going to speak.
Well, friends, I can't tell you how sorry I am that I have to be leaving Knotty Pine. I've received friendship here that has never been equaled in any town I've been in, and I hope to linger many more days just to enjoy your warm friendship.
Well, you've done us a good turn, too, Mr. Gillette.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. I really am. Now, there are a couple of things I wanted to say before I left. I'll try to say them now. First, about the calls themselves. Now, I know some of you have been having a little difficulty with them. Well, it's all a matter of adjustment. The 2 sections of tubing slide within themselves, and you can set the frequency by adjusting these tubes. I hope to stay a few more days and help you with these details, but I must go.
You see, Judge, that's what I came to find out.
I wonder why he's running off like this.
Some of you are probably thinking that my sudden departure looks like I'm running out. Well, late yesterday afternoon, I received an important call from the United States government asking me to come up to Seattle, Washington, and bring my scientific duck calls along. As you know, the government catches ducks, puts bands on their legs to study migrational habits. Now, this new scientific duck call seems to be just the thing they need. And, folks, after all, who am I to keep the government waiting? And so, my friends, I'm afraid I must go. I'd really like to stay, but, well, all my luggage, other than this one small suitcase, is at the station, and I must join it.
That's exactly right, Mr. Gillette.
What? You?
Your luggage is at the station, the police station. And you're absolutely right when you say that you must join it.
It's all right, friends. It's all right. There's just some little mistake here.
That's right, Mr. Gillette. That little mistake was made by all of us, you included. Things are not what they seem on the surface, are they, Mr. Gillette? Whether it's a smooth-surfaced confidence man or a smooth-surfaced lake, it's what's beneath the surface that really counts.
Well, I admit it, Bill. I was fooled from head to foot.
Yeah, so were a lot of people, Stumpy. You put on a good front.
Well, one thing I still don't quite understand, Bill. How was he getting all those ducks?
Well, you see, Judge, about the only time ducks actually settle down for sleep are between the hours of approximately midnight to 4 a.m. They travel mostly after sundown until midnight, and after 4 till about dawn. Then they spend the day looking for food.
Yeah, that's pretty much when the hunters go after them.
Right. Now, Mr. Gillette was sneaking out to nearby lakes and planting small charges of dynamite on the lakes.
He was blowing up them critters?
Not exactly, Stumpy. That would have been too obvious in the way it would have made the birds look. No, Gillette used an old stunt employed sometimes by men who want to catch fish live for aquariums. When the small charges of dynamite are set off at the same time, they produce a powerful vibration shock in the water. And whatever is in the water is stunned by it.
I see. So all he did then was to creep back there when the ducks were asleep and set off the charges.
Right. His detonator was far enough from the lake not to disturb the birds. And when he was done, he had plenty of unconscious ducks to shoot at his leisure.
He tried to do that to you when you were on to him, didn't he, Bill?
That's right, Stumpy. But I don't think he meant to sink me out there. Actually, I took the opportunity to swim a good ways underwater and come up where I wouldn't be seen. As long as he thought he was safe, it gave me a good chance to get everything ready for him at police headquarters.
Yeah, that was pretty good, Bill, what you said to him about judging on the surface.
He's a good warning to us all, Judge. We can fool people on a large scale, like he did, or on a small scale, like when we want our own way or don't want to be caught or something. We can go as far as he did and go to church or do anything that looks good on the surface. But the one fact that the Bible comes back to again and again is God looks on the inward man. All our lies, all our pretending to be something we're not, doesn't fool him. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill is produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
You really a rocket scientist?
Yes, I am really a rocket scientist.
She's got the brains and the bod to match.
What do you look for in a guy?
You?
Wow. Houston, we've got liftoff.
Don't stop.
Plus,
I usually date guys that party a lot.
Jessica's too hot to handle.
I know you're a party girl.
Watch out.
Finish your drink.
She's gonna blow. On the next Blind Date.
Weeknights at 5 on UPN 45, Cable 4.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
From Chicago, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show with their special guest, Mayor Edward J. Kelly, for Hormel and Spam.
George and Gracie. Spam, whoa boy. Spam, what joy. George Burns, Gracie Allen, on the show when his orchestra singing glee with a smooth east free. To start the fun, here's Jimmy Wallington.
This is Jimmy Wallington telling you it's Burns and Allen time again. Time to take the blue out of Blue Monday. Monday night, or any night, will be less blue if you take this helpful hint. The way to serve a dinner that's easy to prepare
is to remember the name Spam. S-P-A-M. Spam is delicious meat that comes in a handy can, tender, taste-tempting meat that's simply grand to eat. Just open the can, stud the Spam with cloves, place it in a shallow baking dish, and slip it in the oven. The easy recipe is right on the label. In just a few minutes, you'll have meat for dinner that will tempt tired appetites. There's extra goodness in Spam because it's a perfect combination of pork shoulder meat and ham. That gives Spam a flavor all its own. So when you want to give the family a special dinner that's especially good, serve Spam. S-P-A-M. Get a can or two when you shop tomorrow. Now, George and Spam's meatheart, Gracie.
Thank you.
Say, George, isn't it wonderful to be broadcasting from Chicago? You know, I thought the broadcast in Chicago...
Gracie, remember the last time we came out here?
Yeah, 6 years ago. I'd rather broadcast from Chicago
Gracie, remember the fair?
The fair? 5660, including an upper. Of course I remember the fair.
Now, that's exactly what I meant.
You know, this city has certainly changed a lot. You know, George, I was here when I was only 3 weeks old.
3 weeks old?
Yeah, would you believe it? It was so windy I couldn't stand up.
Yeah, the sidewalks were very slippery then.
Oh, they still are. One of them got away from me this morning.
Probably riding an icicle built for two.
Yeah. Oh, I just love it.
That's a joke I brought from California.
You know, I just love it here.
Later on, I've got another joke.
I love it here in
Chicago. I've only got 2 jokes.
George, could I tell?
Certainly can.
Yeah, I love it here.
An icicle built for 2.
Well, I love it here in Chicago. That's what I do. I certainly love it here in Chicago. And the reason I love Chicago is it's so close to the loop.
It is. Well, anyway, aren't you glad that we stopped off here to entertain the boys at Fort Sheridan?
Oh, yeah. Imagine having dinner in the mess hall with all those boys. Oh, and were they hungry.
Well, you see, they just came back from a sham battle.
Really? Did they kill any shams?
Well, no, you see, the shams were out of season.
Oh. Oh, that food
They're very good when they're in season.
Are they really? Oh, the food was...
a new animal without a head.
Yeah, Judge. The food was delicious in the mess hall. Did you notice how much those boys across the table from us ate?
Well, those were rookies.
Really? They tasted more like meatballs.
Gracie, soldiers have to eat plenty. You know the old saying, an army travels on its stomach.
Well, don't the buttons hurt them?
Well, never mind. How's your brother doing in the army?
Oh, you mean the one who's at Camp Ord in California?
Yeah, that's the one.
You mean Willie, huh?
Yeah, Willie.
He's my brother, you know.
I know that. I know, yes.
Well, he wrote me that now he has to salute the captain with his left hand.
With his left hand?
Yes.
Why doesn't he salute him with his right hand?
Well, the captain's wristwatch is on it.
Oh, so he has to salute him.
And he also said in his letter...
Gracie, what is your brother, a kleptomaniac?
No, he's in the signal corps.
Oh. See? To be able to get that right, you have to look down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yes.
I will.
He is,
Yeah. And Willie also said in his letter he upset the whole telegraph system.
Of the Army? The entire telegraph system?
Mm-hmm.
How?
Well, he taught the woodpeckers the Morse code.
Well, the next time when you write him, tell your brother to lock himself in a room and put a hand grenade in his pocket and then pull out the pin.
No, he did that.
What happened?
His pants fell down.
Well, after this, tell him to use 2 pins.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Always get that with 2 pairs of pants.
Yeah. Well, you know, my brother, Say, George, who's that fellow standing over there?
Where?
Over there. The tall one hanging from that mustache.
That's Jimmy Wallington.
Oh?
Yes, I'm your new announcer, and I'm thrilled at being on this show because when I tell the people that Spam is delicious, I know what I'm talking about. I've been eating it for years.
Well, Jimmy, it's grand to have you with us.
And, George, I can't tell you how much it tickles me.
Spam with a mustache.
Quiet.
Of course, Mr. Wallington, you can't see how it looks because you're standing behind it.
Yes,
but from
well,
here
never
it looks
mind. Never,
very...
Gracie, you don't have to finish that. Have you met Gracie?
Yeah, I met Gracie, but I haven't met Mr. Wallington.
Well, it's nice meeting you, Gracie. And you can call me Jimmy.
Oh, thanks. You can call me Plaza 6639.
Well, Jimmy, now that you're on our show, you can share my headache.
Well, I'd be glad to, if I get half of her salary.
Half of her salary?
Isn't that silly, George? That's more than I get.
Will you be quiet?
Hello, Artie.
Hello, Gracie. Hello, George. Nice to see your face.
Well, thanks, Artie.
I haven't seen a thing like that since they tore down the Polk Street station.
Look, Fantasy, they haven't torn down the Polk Street station.
Yeah, they will after they see that face.
That sure a nice kid if you like trouble.
Hello there, Artie.
Hello, Jimmy. I'm glad you're with us. You'll enjoy working for George. There's one thing about him. You don't have to pat him on the back. You don't have to tell him what a great guy he is or laugh at his jokes.
Really?
Bud Heaston didn't do it.
Well, where is Bud Heaston?
You're taking his place.
That had nothing to do with it.
Well, did you enjoy your trip from Hollywood?
Oh, don't mention that train trip. We had a miserable time. You should have been with it.
Well, I'm sorry I mentioned it. I'll see you later.
What was the matter with the train trip?
Hey, he's cute.
Yeah. 6'3" and he's cute.
You know, that mustache looks like a bird's nest on a flagpole.
Gracie, what was wrong with the train trip?
Wrong with it? I couldn't sleep a wink. It was so dark in that lower berth that every time I went to take my dress off, I pulled a blanket over my head.
Well, what about the light? Why don't you put on the light?
Well, I tried to. I kept pushing that little button.
Well?
But every time I pushed it, a black-faced comedian would put his head through the curtain and laugh at
A black-faced comedian?
it. Yeah.
Black-faced comedian?
Well, if he wasn't that, what was he?
A porter. When you're ready to leave the train, he brushes you off.
Well, it serves me right. If you ask silly questions, you get silly answers.
We had a wonderful train trip, and furthermore...
¿Sabe, señor Burns? Yo también me divertí mucho en el tren porque encontré
yes,
una muchacha por ahí
the
en un
guitar
buscón,
player.
¿verdad? Y
You said it. That's Senor Lee, yes.
Señor Burns, on the train, I was with a beautiful girl, and I told her what a generous boss you are.
Well, thanks, senor.
We were sitting in the cub car talking...
Wait a minute. It's not cub, it's club car.
Oh.
Cub is a little lion.
When I said you were generous, I was telling the truth?
You were talking to a beautiful girl?
Absolutely gorgeous. Preciosa. Bueno, una cosa maravillosa. Qué barbaridad.
What's her name?
I promised I wouldn't tell her name.
Oh, well, Senor Lee, you can tell Judge because he knows my name.
Oh, it was you. I see. And now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing Nellie Gray.
Oh, who has seen my darling Nellie Gray? Oh, Nellie's gone, she's gone so far away. There's a low green valley by the old Kentucky shore where I've whiled many happy hours away. Sitting and a-singing by the little cottage door where lived my darling Nellie Gray. Oh, my poor Nellie Gray, they have taken you away, and I'll never see my darling anymore. I'm sitting by the river and I'm weeping all the day, for you've gone from the old Kentucky shore.
Hey, Senor Lee, we've done enough. Why don't you do some of your Spanish stuff?
Pobre Nellie Gray, nunca más ya la veré. La llevaron y ya nunca volverá. Yo me quedo aquí llorando y muy triste viviré. Y sin ella mi alma morirá.
Nellie Gray, Nellie's gone away. Oh, my poor Nellie Gray, they have taken you away, and I'll never see my darling anymore. I'm a-sitting by the river, and I'm weeping all the day. Nellie Gray's gone away. away. Oh, she's gone from the old Kentucky shore.
Smoothies and Senor Lee, that was a very, very pretty
Hey,
tune.
George, look at this. I just got a letter from a girl. It says, "Love and kisses, Gloria."
Well, Artie, who's this Gloria?
You got me, George. That's what I'd like to know. Let's see now. Gloria. Couldn't be the trombone player in Phil Spitalny's band.
No, the trombone player's name is Marie.
Wait a minute now. I'll look in my little black book. Oh, shucks. I left it in my new suit.
Oh, so that's what this bulge is here in my pocket.
Hey, Lee, will you stop wearing my suits and give me that book? Let's see now. Wait a minute. Gloria in Chicago.
I wish I could help you, Artie. But the only Gloria I know in Chicago is a girl named Eleanor who lives in Palm Beach.
Yeah, that must be the same Gloria, I guess.
Say, George, you know, she's the girl who married my uncle before he jumped out of the airplane.
Your uncle jumped out of an airplane?
Oh, sure, and he was up 20,000 feet, too.
Is that so?
Yeah, he was afraid he couldn't live at that altitude.
I see. That's a smart kid.
Yeah, and he was right, too. When they found him, he was dead.
Gracie, if you could only find a few more of your uncles
Let me see. Gloria. Couldn't be that little red-headed girl who played me for a chump. No. Her name wasn't Gloria.
Oh, do you mean to say a girl played you for a chump?
Yeah, I bought her a car and she gave it to her sweetheart.
You mean that Chevrolet?
It was a Buick.
I traded it in.
Artie, instead of racking your brain, your family live in Chicago, why don't you ask your brother or your sister?
That's an idea. My sister. Hey, wait a minute. That's who Gloria is, my sister.
Oh, go away. Go. How do you like that guy? Didn't remember his own sister.
Well, that's nothing. He couldn't even remember me at Henry's restaurant last
Gracie,
night.
I didn't see you.
Well, I waved to you. I was the one with the lamb chop with the little white panties on.
Yeah, and I was the one with the fried tomato.
Yeah, I saw you, and she dances better than you.
Oh, fine. It's very funny, Artie. You can stop bowing.
Artie, how did you miss seeing me? I was sitting with that good-looking fellow who was all by himself. We were talking, then I made a hole in the carpet, and I said to him,
Just a minute. You made a hole in the carpet?
Well, you see, he said he wanted to see a floor show.
So you made a hole in the carpet.
Well, anyway, when he took me home, we were walking down Dearborn Street, and we were arguing about the new subway that's being built, and I bet we argued for about 20 minutes.
Which one gave in?
Dearborn Street.
Well, Gracie, as a whole, it's a very nice street. That's my second joke.
Say, George, I'm kind of new on this show, but wouldn't this be a good time to say something about the product?
Jimmy, any time is a good time to say something about the product.
Fine, thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you drive into a Texaco dealer...
Wait a minute, Jimmy. Wait a minute. Spam.
I know that. So when you drive into your Texaco dealer, tell them to fill up with Spam.
Wait. Texaco dealers don't sell Spam.
Well, they eat it. 45,000 dealers are nothing to sneeze at.
But, Jimmy, on our program, just mention Spam.
But, George, I know what side my bread is buttered on.
I see, and you're kind of buttering both sides.
Why not? I eat both sides.
Jimmy, Wednesday night on that other program, if you don't mention Spam, you can shake hands with Bud Heaston.
Say, George.
Yeah.
George. Say, listen, how does he get those 2 points on that mustache?
He uses wax.
Oh, he has a wick on both ends, hasn't he?
Gracie, stop being silly.
Does he wax both ends at the same time?
Yes. He's ambidextrous.
Really? Well, how can he live out of water?
That's not what it means.
Well, what does it mean?
Well, you're neither left-handed nor right-handed.
Well, there I go again. If you ask silly questions, you get silly answers.
Yeah, and on you, they look good.
see, Gloria.
Gracie,
What
we
about
finished that. Gloria, that's Artie's sister. That's over.
Oh. Well, did I tell you that a fella took me home last night and Dearborn Street caved in?
Yeah, you told me that, too.
What happened after that?
I don't know.
Oh, then I'll tell you.
Yeah, tell me that.
So, this fellow found out I was a stranger in town, so he took me to the Randolph Street Library, and we went inside and had a wonderful time. You know, a lot of people read there, too.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
But anyway, I'll never see that fresh fella again. I found out that he was a playboy.
A playboy?
Yeah, that's what the librarian said. She said once he took Kitty Foyle and Rebecca out and didn't bring them back for 2 weeks.
What a naughty man. Isn't that awful? And now Artie Shaw, his clarinet and his orchestra will play Hoagie Carmichael's Georgia on My Mind. Play it, Artie.
Could I have 5 minutes? I've got something I want to tell.
5 minutes? I should say not, Jimmy.
Well, 4 minutes then?
No, not more than 1 minute.
Now, listen, George, how can I tell in just 1 minute about the baked spam I had for dinner last night? Gosh, though, it was the best dinner I've had in a long, long time. Please give me 2 minutes, George.
1.
Well, all right. Friends, when I heard I was going to be with George and Gracie for a few weeks, I decided I'd find out how to have baked spam for dinner. Now, here's the way it's done. All you do is open a can of spam and follow the easy directions on the label, and in just a jiffy, you'll bring to the table a taste-tempting main course that hits the spot. Now, that's because spam is downright delicious meat, a perfect blend of sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat combined with ham. There's nothing really just like spam in taste, in flavor, or in quality. Spam, spelled S-P-A-M, comes in a handy can, is easy to use, and economical to serve cold or hot. So try spam tomorrow. bake this delicious meat for dinner and make a hit with your family. The savory goodness, the rich, meaty flavor of Spam will make your family say, "That's for me." But be sure you get the real thing and ask your food dealer for Spam when you shop tomorrow. Try those easy recipes on the label, and you'll soon discover that Spam is a grand-tasting meat served cold or hot. Thank you.
That was fine, Jimmy. You'll soon learn it doesn't take long to tell your friends how good Spam really is.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Say, listen, everybody, I've got some wonderful news. I just heard that Mayor Kelly is on his way up here.
You mean the mayor of Chicago?
That's right.
The real mayor?
Uh-huh.
Metro and Goldwyn with him?
Metro Goldwyn Mayor?
Yes.
Gracie, he's like Mayor Dan Butler of Omaha. Remember him?
Oh, sure.
Well, he's a mayor like Kelly is.
Oh, George, stop contradicting yourself and watch your language.
Oh, quiet. Quiet. Come in. Why... Why, it's Mayor Kelly.
Good evening, everybody.
Why, good evening, Mayor Kelly.
George, I didn't mean to intrude.
Well, this is no intrusion. This is a pleasure.
I just had to drop in and tell you and Gracie how much we here in Chicago appreciate your stopping over to entertain our boys at Fort Sheridan yesterday.
Well, we enjoyed it ourselves, Your Honor.
Oh, and the next time you're out there, Mayor Kelly, you must try their fried rookies. They're simply
quiet,
delicious.
Quiet. Don't mind them, Mayor Kelly.
Oh, that's all right. Now and then we all say silly things.
Yeah, and sometimes I even say silly things myself.
Yes, Gracie, but only when you're talking.
Well, Gracie, what do you think of our metropolis?
Oh, well, I've been so busy looking at the city, I haven't had a chance to see it.
Your Honor, we think Chicago is grand. We've always loved it, and we always will.
Thanks, George. And we here like to think we have the most human and neighborly city in the United States.
And we agree with it. Your Honor, I'm sorry we can't stay here any longer. You see, we've got to do a broadcast in New York next week.
New York?
Yes.
Where is that?
Where is that?
Where's New York? Well, you can't miss it. It's that place built over Macy's basement.
Yes, you walk out of Grand Central Station, and it's on your left.
Yes.
Oh, now I remember. You pass it on your way to Coney Island.
That's the town, Your Honor. Yes. They've got a fellow there named LaGuardia.
LaGuardia? Who's that?
Who was that? He's the mayor of New York City.
Oh, yes, I know. He's the fellow who had to pass an anti-noise law to stop the whispering campaign.
Now, Mayor Kelly, you've seen the mayor known as the famous Little Flower.
Oh, the Little Flower, yes, but he's no soft petal type.
I know about your friendly rivalry. LaGuardia was telling me that when he was out here once, you had 3 feet of snow and he couldn't see your city.
That's right. The mayor came out here direct from the New York World's Fair. I guess he was looking for a crowd.
I'll remember to tell him that when I leave.
Personally, I think Chicago and New York are exactly alike. Of course, when you're in Chicago, the Chicago River runs right through Chicago. But then again, when you're in New York, the Chicago River still runs right through Chicago.
So they're exactly alike, Gracie.
Yes.
You see, the Chicago River flows backwards, and you think backwards.
Yeah, so that makes us exactly alike, too.
Yes.
Of course, I'll admit State Street has thousands of lights, but then again, New York has the Battery.
But outside of that, they're exactly alike.
Yeah, but there is one little difference. Now, Chicago has the outer drive, which runs clear out of Chicago. But then again, New York has Tobacco Road, which was also run out of Chicago.
Then there's no difference at all.
Well, if you'll pardon an unbiased opinion, I think there's quite a difference between Chicago and, what's the name of that town again?
New York, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, New York has the Yankee Stadium, which holds 80,000 people.
Well, Chicago has Soldiers Field, which holds 110,000 people.
New York has the Hudson River.
And Chicago has Lake Michigan.
New York has a wonderful transportation system.
I still say Chicago has Lake Michigan.
Artie, come here. I know that you're dying to meet Mayor Kelly. Mayor Kelly, this is Artie Shaw.
How do you do, Mayor Kelly?
How do you do? Are you enjoying your stay here?
Oh, fine. Although it's a little breezy here. Well, just this morning, the wind blew my hat 6 blocks.
Did you chase it?
Chase it? I was in it.
That's very cute, Artie. Next week you'll be able to say hello to Bud Easton.
And then again, New York has a wonderful transportation system.
And Chicago still has Lake Michigan.
That's where I came in. And Mayor Kelly, this is our announcer, Jimmy Wallington.
It's nice to see you, Jimmy. How do you like it here?
I love it here. In fact, I love it anywhere in these great United States. Spam is a wonderful product.
Jimmy, isn't that a little off the subject?
No, it's a little off the pork shoulder with ham meat added.
I say,
And not only that, Mayor Kelly, New York has the Empire State Building.
Well, Chicago has the Wrigley Building.
What's that?
It's one of our important buildings. It's owned by Mr. Wrigley and cost over $5 million. It was all built with chewing gum.
Oh, I did it again. If you ask silly questions, you get silly answers.
No, Gracie. Mr. Wrigley, you've chewed his gum.
Oh, please, George, I don't know him well enough.
Well, I'll have you meet him sometime.
Oh, and then again, Mayor Kelly, New York has the Stork Club.
Well, what's wrong with the Cradle Club?
Nothing.
Well, let's go there.
Well, what's keeping us? Goodbye, George.
Goodbye. Well.
Remember a little earlier this evening, we were talking about Spam for dinner. Try baked Spam tomorrow, friends. Originated by Hormel, Spam is without question the most popular meat item brought out in a generation. A perfect blend of sweet, juicy pork shoulder combined with tender, tasty ham gives Spam that extra goodness and flavor. There's nothing just like Spam in quality and taste. Millions of families are using it regularly. If you haven't yet tried Spam, now is the time. You're really missing something delicious to eat and handy to use. Tomorrow when you shop, ask for S-P-A-M. Spam.
Thank you, Jimmy. And next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will broadcast from New York City. Gracie, before we go, aren't you going to thank Mayor Kelly for being on our show?
Oh, later.
Later?
Well, yeah, after the last dance at the Cradle Club, if you know what I mean.
I think I know what you mean.
Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking for Hormel and Spam, reminding you to remember, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it, because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Columbus was looking for more, and look what he found. More furniture for less. And this Columbus Day weekend, you'll discover no down payment and no interest till 2006 with no minimum purchase. Or pay no sales tax. We'll pay your sales tax. Even more savings store-wide, including all Simmons mattresses. More, where America buys furniture for less. This Friday, 12 hours, 9 a.m. till 9 p.m.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet.
confronts the biggest of all game. Public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure There's Many a Slip. The Green Hornet strikes again. Back from a killing at Hanley's Roadhouse, Sergeant Burke of the city police force was in a gloating mood. He and Cassidy were bringing in a witness to the killing, one of Joe Kane's henchmen.
You'll do some talking when we get to headquarters. And if you speak the truth, which we'll get out of you sooner or later, I'm thinking we'll have the goods on that no-good racketeer boss of yours, Joe Kane.
I don't know nothing, see?
Is that so now? We'll see about that before the night's over. We've been trying to get something on Kane for a long time. When you spill what you know, we'll have it. Well, here we are. Come on, you. Cassidy, when we tell the inspector that
Hey, Sarge, that car. Swerving right over this way.
Look out. Cassidy, are you hurt?
No. I'm all right, but they got our prisoner, Sarge.
Huh?
All
Let's
right,
see.
folks, come on now, step back. There's nothing to see here.
I'll
Stay
say
back,
they did.
that's all.
The low-down killers. This guy's dead.
Later that night, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room talking to Gunnigan, the city editor, and two Sentinel reporters, Ed Lowry and Mike Axford.
That fellow Kane is having things his own way around this town. It's about time he was stopped.
Joe Kane's plenty smart, Chief. He's got the cops stumped.
Yeah, they say he never carries a gun and he always has an alibi.
There's no doubt in my mind that he was responsible for the murder of that man who was shot down in front of headquarters.
Sure. That's what Sarge thinks, too, Reed. But there ain't any way to prove it. It all happened so quick, they didn't have a chance to even get the number of the killer's car.
Oh, it'd have a phony number anyway, Mike.
That's right, Ed. What did they find out about the man who was killed out at the roadhouse?
A guy by the name of Lynette, a gambler who hung out there a lot.
Well, Sarge says they put out an order to close down the Kane Roadhouse. But the way that guy works, it won't be for long.
Kane sure supplies us with plenty of headlines anyway.
Yes, but they're not the kind of headlines I like to see. Something's got to be done to stop Joe Kane and his mob soon, or the public will demand a shake-up in the whole police department.
Want to run an editorial to that effect, Chief?
Well, we'll wait a bit and see what develops, Gunnigan. But you can bet your boots the Sentinel won't let the matter die out this time. Joe Kane has to be stopped.
The following morning, Britt Reed was in his office at the Sentinel building when Lenore Case, his secretary, entered, and closing the door behind her, approached his desk.
Mr. Reed, there's a woman outside who says she wants to see you, but she refuses to give me her name.
You won't give her name, eh?
No, and she says it's very important. She seems to be very nervous for some reason or other. Shall I tell her you're...
You might as well let her come in, Miss Case. I'll see her for a few minutes.
Just as you say. I'll tell her to come in. Come right in. Mr. Reed will see you now.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Won't you be seated, Mrs.
Thank you. I'm Mrs. Lynette.
Mrs. Lynette? I don't think I... Oh, yes. It was your husband who was...
My husband was killed yesterday at Kane's Roadhouse.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry. Up to now, I wasn't aware that he had a wife.
I left home as soon as I heard the news over the radio. See, I didn't want to be questioned.
I don't understand, Mrs. Lynette.
Listen, I know my husband was killed by that rat, Joe Kane.
Then why didn't you go to the police at once?
Well, you see, I can't really prove it. But Kane is sure I know why my husband went out there. He'd have his mob watching me if I went to the cops. Well, you remember what happened to that man last night.
Yes, of course. Tell me, what makes you so sure Kane killed your husband?
Harry, that's my husband, you know. He used to work with Big Boy Narvik.
Big Boy Narvik, eh? He was the big-time gambler who was shot down in his office a while back. They never did get the killer.
Narvik didn't die right off like the cops thought. He lived long enough to write down a note telling who shot him. My Harry got that note and kept it.
I see. For blackmailing purposes, perhaps?
Call it that if you like. Harry never did like Joe Kane. He shook Kane down for plenty on that note.
Where's that note now?
Harry took it out with him last night because Kane offered to buy it for a lot of dough. Instead, he killed Harry and took the note.
Then, with the note in Kane's possession, it's just his word against yours.
Yeah, but he still wouldn't want me to shoot off my mouth to the cops.
Why did you come to me?
Because your newspaper's been fighting against rackets, and, well, I got scared. I had to tell somebody. I don't know just what to do.
I still think the police should hear what you have to say. Yet I can understand your fear of approaching them. I'll have somebody take you to a nearby hotel where you can register as say, Mrs. Lynn. Stay there until you hear from me further.
All right, if you say so.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
See if you can get a hold of Axford or Lowry and...
Axford's right out here now, Mr. Reed.
Good. Send him in.
Yes, sir.
Are you sure you weren't followed here?
I don't know, but they wouldn't know I was coming to see you. There's a lot of other offices in your building.
That's true.
You want to see me, Reed?
Yes, Mike. I want you to take this woman, whom we'll know as Mrs. Lynn, to a nearby hotel and see that she gets properly registered. You'd better take a cab, even for a few blocks.
Sure, Reed. But why do you...
Go along, Axford. We can't waste time.
I'm going right away.
I'll wait till I hear from you, then.
Yes, that'll be best. Mr. Axford will look out for you until you get to your hotel room.
That I will, ma'am. We'll hop a cab and you'll be settled in a jiffy. Now come right along with me. Street floor, please. Street floor. Sure, and I hope we can find a cab at this time of day. Now, let's see.
Taxi? Taxi, mister?
No, ain't that the luck of the Irish? A cab waiting right at the curb.
Where to, mister?
Take us to the Midtown Hotel. Get right in, Mrs. Lynn.
Thank you.
Now I'll...
Oh, no, you don't, wise guy.
Hey!
Hey, what are you... Hey, wait! Come back here!
Glory, he's driving off with that woman. Reed'll have my neck for this.
Taxi! Taxi!
Cab, sir? Quick! Follow that cab. Throw on up near the corner and step on it.
Hello?
Reed, this is Axford.
Yes, Mike. Did you take Mrs.
Now,
Leonard?
listen, Reed. It wasn't my fault. I couldn't help it. It all happened so sudden-like.
What's happened?
It's that woman, Reed. We went to get into a cab that was waiting outside the Sentinel building. She got in, but the guy shoved me back and drove off with her.
What?
That's right, Reed.
I tried to follow them in another cab, but I lost them. That I did. It wasn't my fault, Reed. You see,
Never mind, Mike. Come on back to the office. There's nothing more you can do now.
Okay, Reed. Now, don't go being sore at me. You see,
Get a move on, Mike. Goodbye.
So long, Reed.
All that patter she handed me must have been straight goods. Intended to have her talk to the police, but that's too late now. This Kane deal needs some fast handling. I'll try to get Cato on this private line. I hope he's home. He can do a little snooping around for me while I finish up here.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
Cato, I have a job for you to do right away.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Britt. What do you want me to do?
You know what Joe Kane, the racketeer, looks like, don't you?
Yes, sir. I see a picture of Kane in Sentinel.
Good. Get a line on where he lives from the city directory, somewhere on Parkway Avenue. And then go over there and keep watch. Let me know when he leaves.
Yes, Mr. Britt. I go right away.
And for heaven's sake, keep out of sight. Don't let him or any of his mob see you watching.
I keep out of sight. I found out what you want very quick, perhaps.
I'll be waiting, Cato. It was near nightfall when Cato phoned to say Kane had left his apartment. Britt Reed directed Cato to get the Black Beauty and masks and to meet him in an appointed place downtown. Soon the gleaming black car was stopping in the alley behind Kane's apartment house.
You want me to come with you, Mr. Britt?
No, Cato, I won't be long. You say his place is on the second floor?
Yes, sir. Service entrance in back hall. Easy to reach unseen.
Very good. Wait here. I'll be back in a minute. In a matter of minutes, Britt Reed, using a skeleton key, was opening the service door to Kane's apartment. I'll leave this door open just in case. Cato said the living room was toward the front. And this is it. I'd better continue to use my flashlight. And there's a desk. I'll have a look. Nothing important there. They'd be locked. There must be a wall safe around someplace. Let's see. Perhaps behind one of these small pictures. This is it. Just a simple combination. There doesn't seem to be anything in there. If he hasn't already destroyed that incriminating note, he certainly wouldn't leave it out at the roadhouse office for fear of a police search. Guess he'd keep it in his pocket. Oh, well. Maybe if he knew the Green Hornet knows something about him, he won't be so hasty in doing away with Mrs. Lynette. It might give us a chance to get to her. Leave a Hornet seal on the top of his desk. Uh-oh. Kane and his pals are coming back. I'll stick the seal here. And now I better beat it, and quick.
That ain't be sorry if she saw her from out there, buddy Sam. I'm hoping you got to her in time.
Well, she was with some funny-looking mug when I seen her.
What was that?
Sounded like the service door in the kitchen. Want me to take a gander out there, boss?
Yeah, Mo. See who's fooling around out there.
I'll take a look. Maybe somebody was frisking the joint, Joe.
Yeah. I'll say somebody was. Look here.
What is it?
There now. Maybe forget it. I know who was here. That thing stuck there on the top of the desk is the seal of the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? Holy mackerel. Let me see it.
Wait, get your big mitt away from that.
Okay. You don't have to bust along over it.
You, Sam. Get me a razor blade out of the bathroom.
A razor blade? Sure, Joe. Coming right up. What you want with the razor blade, boss?
I want to scrape that seal off the desk, Dopey. Then I'm going to have a good look at it through a magnifying glass. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we got something. Yeah. Who knows?
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. And now back to our story. Instead of frightening Joe Kane, the Green Hornet seal which Britt Reed had left in the apartment had aroused Kane's curiosity, and he took great pains to preserve it. Meanwhile, Britt Reed returned to the Black Beauty, and he and Cato quickly drove away from the vicinity of Kane's place.
You not find anything, Mr. Britt?
Nothing, Cato. Kane's a very smart bird. He keeps very little around.
Why you not have glove on left hand? You not lose it, I hope?
No, I have it in my pocket. I took it off to get the skeleton key.
You not leave prints on safe, I hope?
I used my gloved right hand to open the safe. I carried the flashlight in my left, so don't worry, Cato.
Where we go now?
We're going to stop off at the apartment. Later, we'll ride out to the Kane Roadhouse. I want to leave a few seals about to carry on sort of a war of nerves.
Perhaps Kane get nervous about Green Hornet, then make slip up, maybe.
Something like that, Cato. Time will tell. The night isn't over yet. Give her the gas. We haven't any time to waste.
Later that evening, Axford and Lowry were talking to Gunnigan in the city room when the phone rang.
Sentinel City Room. City editor speaking. What's that? Of course we want news. That's why we run a newspaper. Let's have it. Do we still what? Yes, the Sentinel still offers a reward for the Hornet.
Suffering snakes, does somebody want to...
Shut up a minute. No, not you. Now, go on. What were you saying about the Hornet? Wait a minute. How do I know you ain't... Okay, I'm listening. What? Great guns, if you can really prove what you say, you'll get the reward and plenty of headlines to boot. Sure, we'll have somebody there at 10 tonight. So long, Mr. Kane.
Hey, that wasn't Joe Kane, was it?
It sure was, Ed. Joe Kane himself. He says the Green Hornet killed Lynette last night, that he's got proof, and that ain't all by a long shot.
Saints be praised. Shoot, Gunnigan, what else?
Plenty. Joe Kane's got a Hornet seal with a fingerprint of the Green Hornet on it. He wants a reporter at the Roadhouse at 10 o'clock tonight when he turns it over to the cops. And that means the finish of the Green Hornet.
Mr. Reed's apartment?
Cato, let me speak to Reed quick.
Right away, Mr. Axford. For you, Mr. Britt.
Axford? Hello, Mike. What's on your mind?
Reed, wait till you hear the news. Gunnigan's got the presses ready to roll with the biggest scoop the Sentinel ever had. Believe me, Reed, when I tell
Give it to me straight up, Mike.
Okay. Now listen to this. Joe Kane, the racketeer, called in a while ago and said he had proof that the Hornet killed Lynette.
Don't tell me Gunnigan's fallen for a bluff like that, Mike. After all, Joe Kane's a very smart...
Reed, hold on and listen. At 10 o'clock tonight, out at the Kane Roadhouse, Joe Kane's turning over the evidence to the cops.
What evidence does he have?
Kane has a Hornet seal with a fingerprint on it. The fingerprint of the Green Hornet himself.
What? Did Kane say that?
That's what he said, Reed. Lowry and me are both going to go out when the cops go to see the proof.
I see.
Won't that give the Sentinel a scoop to shake the town, though?
Yes. Yes, Mike. If he really has what he says he has, it'll shake the town in more ways than one. Thanks for calling me.
Oh, don't mention it, Reed. I just wanted to be the first to tell you. So long.
Goodbye, Mike.
Something wrong, Mr. Britt? You not look so well right now.
Cato, they say everybody makes a slip now and then. I made a bad one tonight. Evidently, I stuck that seal on Kane's desk with my left thumb without my glove on.
Kane find fingerprint?
Yes. Joe Kane's a smart guy, as I said before. He's the type who'd think of that.
We not just wait here. We have to do something. Quick like a flash.
There's no doubt about it, Cato. We have to get that seal somehow. If the police once get it, enlarge the print and start checking.
Consequence of misstep, often fatal fall, Mr. Britt.
We won't take that fall without a fight, Cato. It's 9 o'clock now. Get the gas gun and masks. Whatever the consequences are to be, the Green Hornet will be in at the finish. Come on. We're going out to Kane's Roadhouse right now.
Meantime, in the office at the temporarily closed roadhouse, Joe Kane sat at his desk with Sam in an easy chair before him. The big racketeer wore a smile of triumph as he looked up from a copy of the Daily Sentinel before him.
Yeah, the Sentinel couldn't wait. You see that headline? Kane promises expose of Green Hornet. Some stuff, eh, Sam?
Yeah, but I don't get it, Joe. The Hornet can read, too. He's liable to come out here looking for us.
I expect he will, Sam. Think what that would be. For us not only to have proof of his identity, but even to have the Hornet himself to turn over to the cops.
Holy smoke, Joe. You mean we're sitting here like this and he might come here?
I planned a nice little trap for the Hornet if he does come, Sam. All the doors are unlocked. That window's got the shade up, see? He sees us sitting here off guard, and then he comes busting in.
You gone nutty, Joe? I'm going to have my rod handy in case he tries it.
Sit back and take it easy, Sam. See that big painting on the wall behind me?
Yeah, what about it?
Now look closely. Look at the eyes.
Hey, somebody's pointing a rod through one of them eyes.
Sure. You ain't been with us long enough to know about that. Moe's back in the storeroom behind that picture, standing on a box. We used that stunt before. As soon as the Hornet sticks his mug into this room, Moe's got him covered without his being wise.
Oh, you're sure smart, Joe. The Hornet will never know what hit him.
That's right. Now you see why I hope he comes? We won't do nothing but just sit here like this. That lame-brained Hornet ain't got a ghost of a chance. One way or another.
Arriving near the roadhouse in the Black Beauty, Britt Reed and Cato hid the long, sleek car, then approached the building on foot. Leaving Cato for a few minutes, Britt Reed went alone to have a look around the part of the roadhouse which was lighted. Soon he rejoined Cato. Then the two men started through the shadows toward Kane's office, where Kane and Sam were waiting.
Well, Joe, them cops will be here in about 10 minutes or so. Looks like that Hornet ain't going to show. I ain't sorry either.
It'll be strange if he doesn't. Listen.
Somebody coming.
Don't let on you heard anything. Well, Sam, we sure put one over on that Hornet this time.
Yeah, I'll say we did, Joe.
Not yet, you haven't, killers.
Well, look who's here for the party.
It's him, the Green Hornet.
In person, Slapstick. You're both covered.
Take it easy, wise guy. And put down that pop gun. Before you could use it, you'd be a corpse.
Hey, Joe, I don't like
Shut
this.
up, Sam. I hold all the cards. This sucker hasn't got a chance.
Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you, Kane?
Why not? That envelope on the desk before me is the little mistake you made that'll send you to the hot seat. And incidentally, let people know who you really are, Hornet.
Maybe we can make a deal.
Nope, no deal. I get $25,000 from the Sentinel for exposing you. I'll be a hero in the bargain. Joe Kane, local hero.
What's to stop me from grabbing that evidence and slugging you one, Kane?
Try it and see.
Maybe I will.
Oh, my arm. I'm shot.
What the?
It's Moe. He fell through the picture.
So you had a trap set, eh? I thought so.
Mo, get up, you fool. What made you do that?
The guy come in through the window of the storeroom. He jumped me when I started to shoot.
Now I'll take what I came after.
Sam, Mo, do something. Stop him. Help me. Quick, Mo. The gun on the floor. He's getting me.
I got the rod. You'll not get a chance to shoot. The guy that slugged me back there. I'll show you. You shoot window this time. Waste bullets.
This is for you, Kane.
Gas gun.
Big shot, fall easy. One more yet.
Oh, not me, not me. That shot in the arm, I've had enough. I'm wounded.
That's because your trap sprung the wrong way. Have a bit of this, gorilla.
No.
That's your trick. Not anymore here.
We got them all, I think. Good thing you got to that guy in the storeroom in time to slug him as he fired. I thought there'd be someone in that storeroom, but I didn't expect you to knock him through that painting.
Good thing you suspect trap and make plan. You have narrow escape. They planned to kill you as you entered.
I knew something was up. Everything was made too easy for me to get to them. Also, I counted on Kane's vanity and boastfulness to delay their plan until you had a chance to sneak in behind the mug in the storeroom. I have the seal with the print, and now to search Kane. Let's see. This is it, Cato. This note will send Kane to the chair.
Police come now.
Yes, they have a date with Kane. Here, I'll take the clean seal. I'll do this. Now, I'll put it back in the envelope. There. I'll put these on the desk in plain sight. Let's go out to the storeroom, Cato. And quick.
Later that night, in the city room at the Sentinel.
Well, I tell you, Gunnigan, that's just what happened, and Sarge Hero bear me out on it.
Yeah, just like Lowry says.
Hold it. Here comes the chief now. He'll sure be disappointed.
Hello, boys. I couldn't sleep thinking about those headlines we'll have in the extra.
Reed, we sure got a scoop, that we did. Only, well, not exactly as we thought it would be.
You mean Kane didn't expose the Green Hornet?
It was the other way around, Mr. Reed. The Hornet exposed Kane, looks like.
But Mike phoned me and said Kane had a fingerprint on a Hornet seal.
Sure, that's what I did
Oh,
say.
there was a Hornet seal, all right, and it had a fingerprint on it, boss.
Well, why didn't you say so? Gunnigan, for a headline, I want you to
Hold
use...
on, Chief. You don't get it yet.
What they're trying to tell you, Mr. Reed, is that the fingerprint on that seal was Joe Kane's.
Joe Kane's? Surely you don't believe he's the Green Hornet.
No. He and his mob had Hornet seals stuck on their foreheads. They were all laid out with gas like the Hornet uses. Also, even while we was out there figuring out the mess, we heard the real Hornet drive off. No, sir. The real Green Hornet's yet to be caught.
But we got evidence proving Kane a killer, Reed. And he told us where that lady was, Mrs. Lynn.
Yeah, we couldn't figure out why he was holding her, and she wouldn't say.
That woman was Mrs. Lynette, Sergeant. She came to me today, and I was going to put you in touch with her, but Kane got there first. I thought Axford told you.
Well, I must be going batty. I was sure you said her name was Lynn. I guess I must be slipping.
Oh, well, everybody slips once in a while, Mike. Even the best of us.
That is everyone but the Green Hornet. That guy's better at giving others the slip, that he is.
That's the Lux Street paper. Kane and mob indicted for murder. Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in line. That's the Lux Street paper.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Two years ago, Ford recreated Thunderbird. Part sculpture, part road machine. Everybody wanted one, but it was hard to get. Not anymore. For a short time, Ford has made owning the dream surprisingly easy. Thunderbird. If you thought the legend had passed you by, look again.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
The pioneers who emigrated to the western United States during the frontier days looked forward to a new start in life, and they found a strong ally in the masked rider of the plains. Any man who proved that he was honest and upright could count on the Lone Ranger's help in time of danger or necessity. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought crime and criminals throughout the new territory, and the memory of his deeds will remain as long as the memory of the early West itself. Return with us now to those thrilling days when adventure lay at the end of every trail. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Fremont. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were still some distance from the town of Fremont when they caught the sound of shots, very faint in the distance. The masked man raised his arm in a signal to Tonto, and the two men drew their great horses to a halt.
Oh, Silver! Oh, Scout. Oh. Were those shots, Tonto? They were so faint. We listened. Them shots. They came from the left, I think. That way. Then come on, Kemosabe. We're going to investigate. Get him up, Scout. Come on, Silver. Come on.
The masked man in the lead, they raced to the top of a rise and saw in the distance a half-dozen mounted figures riding away from an isolated house.
We chase, feller. To the house first, Tonto. Then after them. Hurry, old fellow. Stretch out those great legs of yours. Come on, Silver.
Rapidly, they drew near to the house, the hoofs of Scout and Silver beating the hard-packed earth. Then they reined in before the neatly painted porch.
Oh, Silver. What's wrong in there? Come, Tonto. Tonto, come. Anybody inside? Was it a raid? Put down that gun.
Tim, don't fire.
Oh, you shoot friend. Tonto gets you. Let me go, Redskin. Let me go, you dirty outlaw. No, Tonto, don't. Him wound you. Tonto, fix him. You crooked Redskin.
Stop it. Stop it.
Tonto, this man's a Texas Ranger. He wouldn't have fired at me unless he thought he had a reason. Fair wound. It's nothing, just a scratch. See, Kemosabe? Look for yourself. It ripped to the top of my shirt and barely grazed the skin. Now, let that man go. Tonto, let him go. There.
Oh, Tim, you know what you've done? You fired the Lone Ranger.
No.
Land's sake, couldn't you listen when I told you not to fire?
That's all right. Tim made an honest mistake. My mask. There was no reason for him to know.
The Lone Ranger.
Well, what's happened here? Who were those horsemen we saw riding off?
Even Apaches, that's what they were. Tried to hold me up, only Tim come along and drove them off.
Tim, you attacked 6 men at once?
It was my duty.
Mr. Maskman, you ain't gonna think hard at him for what he done, are you? He's a fine boy. And shouldn't I know it, with him boarding and rooming here like he's been for the past month? You won't, will you?
Of course not. Tonto, come. We'll take after those Apaches.
No, hold on.
But I thought...
It's all right. They're just Injuns left the reservation and see what they could steal. I recognized all of them. You didn't go after them. They'll be picked up later, sure enough.
You're sure of that?
I'll just send word to the barracks, and a couple of the boys will keep an eye out. Them Redskins will head for the hills to hide out for a spell. Then when they figure the trouble's died down, they'll go back to the reservation, and the boys will grab them. You can take my word for it.
Very well. We'll be getting on to camp, then.
I'd like to say I'm sorry.
Don't.
Tim.
Huh?
You've heard of the Lone Ranger just like I have.
Of course.
You know the things he does for folks. The men and the women he helped out of all kind of trouble. The crooks he seen jailed.
I couldn't tell, Kate.
Oh, but Tim, my boy, you could. He'd understand. He's just the kind of a man you ought to tell.
No, I can't tell him.
Please, Tim. Mr. Maskman, you'd helped him out of trouble if you knew it wasn't his fault, wouldn't you?
I'd be glad to help.
No, Kate, it ain't fair. And especially after me shooting at him.
Don't be so prideful, stubborn idiot. Just a minute now. There now. Just you read this letter.
Addressed to Timothy Jordan in care of the Texas Ranger Barracks.
That's the name I'm using.
Using?
Just read what's inside.
But the letter itself, is addressed to Douglas Moore.
Uh-huh, that's right. That's my real name. Go on, read the rest of it.
Blackmail.
Filthy beast to do such a thing.
Tim, Are the things said in this letter true?
They aren't, stranger. On my honor as a Texas Ranger, they aren't. I swear it. The man who wrote that framed me.
Hurley.
That's the polecat's name, Hurley.
He says that unless you pay him a sum of money, he'll expose you as Douglas Moore. You say your real name is Douglas Moore, although you've joined the Texas Rangers as Timothy Jordan?
You'll listen if I tell you the story?
Of course I will. You don't look to me as the kind of man who'd commit the crime you're accused of in here.
You see, mister, Timothy's my middle name. Jordan was my ma's before she got married. That's why I put the two of them together.
I see.
What you read in that letter happened more than a year ago. I'd been raised in the West, over Montana way. But when Paul passed on right after Maud died, I thought I'd like to take me a trip east and see what it was like back there.
You met Hurley in the East?
Uh-huh, in Boston. The way we happened to meet was him noticing how much alike we looked. We did, for the fact. You could hardly tell us apart, even when we was together.
No?
We used to joke about it. He offered to show me the sights, and we got to be right close friends. At least ways I thought we was.
And then what happened?
And then, stranger, the thing you read about happened. Hurley come round to the hotel where I was staying one day and said he wanted to fool some friends of his for a joke. Of course, it sounded sort of silly, but I was only in the East for a good time anyhow, so it didn't seem to matter none.
And the joke?
He didn't make it real clear. Just said we was to dress exactly alike. Well, we did. We took a hansom cab into the swell part of town, stopping in front of a big house. Hurley said he'd go in first and sort of prepare the way for me while I waited outside. I said that'd be all right. The next thing I knew, I heard a shot inside. Women folks screaming and a regular hullabaloo. The next thing I knew, I was being arrested.
Arrested? For what?
Why, that dirty double-cross of a Hurley had gone inside, robbed the folks that lived there, killed one of the men and lit out, leaving me to take the blame. If I hadn't made a break for it when I seen I was due to swing, I'd have paid for what he done.
That was why you changed your name.
And joined the Texas Rangers just a short while back.
And, Tim, tell the masked man who the fellow is you've been sent to look for by Captain Bowles.
Stranger, a reward notice come from the East a couple of weeks ago. A notice offering $1,000 for the arrest of Douglas Moore.
For the arrest of yourself?
Right. The notice described me so close I wanted to get clear of the barracks for a while. So I told Captain Bowers I'd seen a feller answering the description over to Fremont, just a couple of miles from here. And so, here I am, looking for myself so as I can arrest myself.
That's one of the strangest stories I ever heard.
Mercy's sake, I've been so worried ever since Tim told me about it. I haven't known what to do.
But why would a reward notice have been sent all the way to Texas for a crime committed in the East?
You've seen that letter. I've been getting one like it almost every day. Hurley's on his way here right now by stage. And my hunch is he's the one that's seen to it the reward notice was sent here. Figured maybe they'd give me a scare and sort of prepare the way in case he did tell the law about me.
Yes, that's possible. You don't know where Hurley is at the moment, do you?
I can tell from the places he's mailed the letters. Right now he ought to be at King City. The stage leaves there at noon and reaches Excelsior by 9 o'clock in the evening.
At the barracks at Excelsior?
They are. What Hurley will do after he gets there, I don't know.
I'm going to have a talk with him.
You mean that?
Oh, bless you, Mr. Masked Man, if you do.
He may listen to reason. Come, Tonto.
You let me know how you come out.
I'll return here. I should meet the stage between King and Excelsior if I hurry. I can be back here by 10 or 11 o'clock.
I'll be waiting.
Steady, Silver. Come on, Silver.
Let's go.
The stage bound for Excelsior carried two passengers that day. One was the Easterner Hurley. The other was a thin-faced man with eyes too close together. While the stage swayed and bounced traveling the rough trail, its passengers were engrossed in a gambling game they had devised to pass the time. Hurley held in his hand a greasy deck of cards. The other looked at him thoughtfully, then made a decision.
$100, it's high. I'll turn the card over. The three of spades. That's another 100 I win.
Blast you.
I'll take the money now.
Yeah, just a second.
Yeah. You just about cleaned me, mister. I got 200 left. I'll bet the hull works on the turn of the next card. Suits me. What's your guess? High. Let's see. Friend, I'm sorry. The 6 of diamonds.
Why, you low-down crook.
Here now.
I seen you take that card from the bottom of the deck. I was just waiting for you to pull a stunt like that. I knew blame well you couldn't have took me for over $2,000 and go without you were cheating.
Wait, don't. Let go.
I'll just take that cash back pronto.
Yes, I'll give it to you.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, you critter! Whoa! Hey, driver, what are you pulling up out here in the country for?
I'm the reason. Whoa, Silver. Keep the driver and guard covered, Tonto.
Tell her to do that.
Oh, hold up. Your name Hurley?
What if it is?
You and I are going to have a talk. Climb out of that stage. Get out. The stage will wait for you.
Yes, sir.
You there. Aren't you Spud Cooper?
There's folks that's called me that. Any business of yours who I am, stranger?
When did you get out of jail?
What's it to you?
I wondered. If you served your term, I'd see to it I went straight from now on if I were you.
You're a fine one to talk.
It would pay you to remember what I said. Come along, Hurley. We're going over by those trees. What I have to say to you is private.
I don't see why
You will. Here, give me your hand. There now. Up with you. Come on, Silver.
How did you know who I was?
A certain young fellow told me about you, Hurley. I wasn't sure of his story at first. After comparing you with him, however, I think I'd take his word before yours. This'll do. Go, Silver.
Young fellow?
Douglas Moore, or Tim Jordan, whichever you wish to call him.
How'd you know?
He told me a story. You do look a great deal alike.
I still don't see
Listen
why...
to me. You've come out here to blackmail Tim. Don't deny it because I'm satisfied that's true.
He's a killer.
I doubt it. If there were, that still wouldn't justify blackmail.
But I tell
Wait.
you...
You're a stranger to this part of the country, Hurley. You aren't familiar with our customs. In the East, everything is done according to the established law. In the West, things are sometimes handled differently.
You're threatening me?
Perhaps. Understand this. Carry out your plan, and you'll regret it. You can save yourself a lot of trouble by taking the first stage east out of Excelsior. After you reach town and returning where you came from.
You wouldn't shoot me, would you?
I'm not saying what I do. I'm telling you what you're going to do. Do you understand?
Yes.
You're going back?
I don't want trouble.
There'll be no more efforts at blackmail?
No, there won't.
Good. You can go back to the stage. As long as you behave yourself, nothing will be done. I think you understand.
Just a moment.
What are you doing with those gold pieces?
Just putting them in my money belt.
You can do that in the stage.
No, wait. I'm almost finished.
Hurry, then.
There. That's it.
Into the saddle with you. Come on, old fellow.
Mister, how much longer you going to hold us up?
I'm returning your passenger. You can get on your way at once. There you are. Oh, boy.
I can go now?
But don't forget what I said.
I won't.
All right, fellow, let's go.
Get him up.
Ho, Silver, away!
Get along, you critter! Get up! Get up! Mister, what that masked fella want with you?
It was a holdup.
Hey, you mean to say he got my cash?
He took every dollar of yours and mine both.
Well, took all you had, huh? Never bothered me at all, eh?
That's what he did.
Mister, you're pretty slick, ain't you?
What do you mean?
Well, ain't nothing much, mister. Hardly nothing at all. All I meant was that there's slickers from the East come to this country and sometimes makes unhealthy mistakes.
What?
Maybe you don't savvy just now, mister. But you will. You just bet you will.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue the story. The Lone Ranger had warned the Easterner Hurley that it would be advisable for him to return to the East as promptly as possible without putting into effect his plan to collect blackmail. The masked man received Hurley's promise to do as he'd been told. He questioned the Easterner's sincerity. When they had drawn out of sight of the stage, the Lone Ranger and Tonto halted.
Oh, Silver. Oh, Scout. Oh, boy. Oh, Scout. I'm leaving you here, Tonto.
Where you go?
I mistrust that fellow. Hurley said he'd take the next stage east again. He may keep his promise. Strikes me as a treacherous coward, however. The kind of man who'll make a promise to avoid trouble, then break it at the first opportunity.
Him look like heap bad feller.
I'd like to find out more about him. Tim may know something he hadn't a chance to tell me that we could use. But in the meantime, I want you to watch Hurley. The Texas Ranger barracks are at Excelsior. Prevent Hurley's going there if he makes an attempt. Might mean that he planned to tell Tim's real identity.
Tonto do that.
Otherwise, don't interfere with him. We'll not bother him unless he causes trouble for Tim. I'll get in touch with you at our old camp near town. If I get information from Tim, that'll help us.
Me look there for you.
Keep an eye out. On the other hand, if anything develops here, ride as fast as you can to that house near Fremont. I'll probably not leave there until morning. Good luck, Kemosabe, and I'll see you later. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Leaving Tonto to keep Hurley in sight, the Lone Ranger urged Silver toward the house where he had first met Tim. There he found Tim and motherly Kate Rooney, Tim's landlady, anxiously awaiting his report. The masked man told them what had happened when he had stopped the stage, then closely questioned Tim concerning the Eastern Crook. But he was unable to obtain any more information, and...
I'm sorry, stranger. I've gone over everything the polecat ever said or done when I was with him. But I can't recollect nothing you could use.
I'd hoped you'd know something of his past that he wouldn't want revealed. Sometimes that's the only way to deal with blackmailers. Threaten them in turn.
The only thing I know for sure is that he killed that fella in Boston. But I could never prove it. It's me that's wanted for that murder.
You think he'll go back east?
I wish I could feel sure of it. There's no doubt the man's a coward, but he's sly, too. But a man of that type lacks in courage. He makes up in cunning.
I'd like to deal with the varmint.
You've been grand, Kate, worrying about me the way you have.
Sure, and why not? Didn't I have a boy of my own that'd have been just your age now if the good Lord had spared him for me?
It'll be daylight soon. I better be getting back to Excelsior. I told Tonto I'd meet him.
What's that?
A horseman.
It might be Tonto. He said he'd ride here if he had news.
Who is it?
It's Tonto.
Come in. The door ain't locked.
Has anything happened, Kimosabe?
There plenty happen.
Hurley didn't try to reveal Tim's identity.
That's not it. Him dead.
Huh?
Dead? Hurley dead?
Him get shot.
Shot? Tonto, who did it? Where did it happen?
Feller in stage do it.
Spud Cooper?
That's right.
I wonder... There was something wrong there. Hurley hiding that money in the belt he wore. He was up to something, and this may be the result. Tonto, did Spud kill him while they were still in the stage?
No. Him wait. Make Hurley feller ride from town, kill him outside town.
Outside town? Couldn't you prevent it?
No. Me too far back. He hear shot, ride past, see killer right way.
I'm glad Tonto couldn't stop it, glad. It was what he had coming. And Tim, now you're free. Now he can't blackmail you.
Golly.
Wait.
Well?
Don't you realize what this means? It means that the only man who could have been made to tell the truth about that shooting in Boston is dead. He can never clear Tim.
Oh, heavens above, I never thought.
Then, stranger, I'm worse off than I was before.
You are. You're still wanted by the law. So far, you haven't been recognized as Douglas Moore, but you will be sooner or later. And when you are, you'll not have a chance to prove your innocence. Only Hurley could have done that.
Well, what'll I do? Clear out? Go into hiding?
There may be something. Tonto, did you report Hurley's death? Does anyone know of it yet?
No, me tell you first.
But is Hurley's body where someone's likely to find it?
Them not find it easy. It way off trail.
And it's possible...
You've got a plan?
Oh, if you only had.
I think it'll work. Tonto, where did Spud go after the shooting?
Him ride north.
Toward the hills. Kate.
Huh?
Those letters Hurley wrote Tim. Get them for me, quickly. We haven't a moment to waste.
They're in the drawer, here.
Tim, do you anything with your real name on it, a watch, anything of the sort?
I haven't, friend. I got rid of all them things when I come here. I couldn't take the chance that they'd be seen and me recognized.
Then the letters will have to do.
But what have you got in mind?
Tim, the letters that Hurley wrote to threaten you are going to be used to clear you.
I don't savvy.
You will.
Here they are, stranger. Every one of them.
Good. Now take them out of their envelopes and see that the envelopes are destroyed.
And then?
Then go through the letters, pick out those that don't mention the fact you're a Texas Ranger, and get rid of the others.
There must be a half dozen like that.
Get busy at it. Tonto, I've something for you to do. I've got a good idea where Spud has gone to if he's headed north. I think we can find him and bring him back.
Maybe him head for cave.
His old hideout. I'm banking that's where he's gone. He doesn't know anyone but himself has any idea where his hideout is. He wasn't arrested there the last time he went to jail. He was arrested in town.
That's right.
Tim and I are going to do two things.
What that?
First, we're going to find Hurley, and then we're going after Spud.
What you want Tonto to do?
Give Tim and I time to get to the hills and back. That should take us about 8 hours. Then ride to the Texas Ranger headquarters at Excelsior. Find Captain Bowers and report that you've just discovered Hurley's body. Take him there.
Tonto do that.
Be sure, however, that you give us time to arrive at the spot as soon as the captain...
he fix it.
Have you found the letters I want, Tim?
You bet I have. Look, here's one, and here's another, and
Very
here's
well.
a third.
Put them in your pocket and come with me. Kate, you'll destroy all these envelopes and the remaining letters.
Of course I will, stranger. But what good is he going to do?
It's going to close the case against Douglas Moore forever.
With Tim beside him, the Lone Ranger first rode to the spot where Tonto had told him he would find Hurley, then headed for the hills. In the meantime, Tonto marked the hours and took care that no one discovered the body before the time appointed. But promptly, when 8 hours had elapsed, he appeared at Captain Bowers' office and told his story.
You say you just now found him laying there?
That's right.
Who was the man? Did you recognize him?
No, me not know him.
Lindsay.
Yes, sir?
Bring 2 mounts to the front at once. We're riding with the redskin to look into this.
Right, sir.
Have we far to go?
It's not far. Maybe half-hour ride.
Good. Come along. I'll have to insist that you return with us.
That all right.
Go ahead. Where's Lindsay? What's keeping him? Oh, there he is. Well, is this your horse, Redskin?
That Scout.
I'd like to have one as good.
We're ready, sir.
Thanks. You lead the way, Redskin.
Tonto, do that. That way.
Very well. Ready, Lindsay?
Yes, sir.
Then come along. Get up there.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Captain Bowers, following the lead of Tonto, did not realize that he was acting according to the plan of the Lone Ranger. The three men kept their mounts to the trail for almost 2 miles. Then, at a sign from Tonto, left it to ride toward a distant woods. There they penetrated for several rods before Tonto pointed to a figure on the ground ahead of them.
There, feller.
Whoa, there, boy.
Maybe you find out feller's name.
We'll see. Ever see this man before, Lindsay?
I'd say I hadn't, sir, but he does look familiar somehow. I can't just place what it is. But...
Yes, I have the same feeling. Strange. Take a look through his pockets. There should be identification of some sort.
Yes, sir.
You see trail?
Huh? What's that?
There trail, a killer feller.
The killer's trail? How can you know that?
You look. There where killer get off horse. You see?
Uh-huh.
And there where them have fight. See ground all tore up. It heap big fight.
Well, you can't be sure.
Look at shoe, dead man. It wore thin. Here mark a shoe like him wear.
Redskin, I believe you're right. Let me look closer. Yeah, there can't be much doubt about it. 2 men were struggling here, and one of them was this man who'd been shot.
Here trail outlaw feller make with horse. You see?
I certainly do. Those men had a fight. A shot was fired. Yes, there's the empty shell. And the killer mounted again over here. We'll recognize the prints of that horse again when we see them. But wait, there've been other horses here, too.
One trail Scout make.
Yes?
Tonto not know who make other trail, but them not killer.
Yes, that's plain enough. Lindsay, what have you got there?
Captain, take a look at these. No wonder we thought there was something familiar about this fella.
What are those, letters?
Yeah. Captain, this man is Douglas Moore. He's the one described in that wanted notice we got from the east.
Why, yes.
You remember, sir? They wrote he was thought to have headed for Texas.
What other identification have you found?
Nothing, sir. But that's natural enough, isn't it? He was obviously trying to escape the law. He'd get rid of anything that would betray him. These letters, blackmail letters, the fellow probably had his own reasons for hanging on to them. Or he might have just received them. You see, the envelopes are gone. There's no telling when the letters were sent or from where.
That's so.
We'll have to get Moore's murderer, of course. But I'd say the fellow saved the state the expense of a trial.
Well, we'd better... You hear that?
Horses.
And come in here.
They've entered the woods, sir.
Wait. Well, I'll be... It's young Jordan.
And one of those fellas with him is masked.
Jordan!
I've got the killer, sir. Oh, there.
Masked. So you're the killer.
You're mistaken, Captain.
It's this fellow right here. Get out of that saddle. You got me. But I'm telling you, Hurley had it coming to him.
Hurley? But how?
Yeah, Hurley. And I still say he had it coming. The sneaking card shop tricked me out of my cash, and we was riding here on the stage. But I fixed the coyote. He won't be cheating nobody else.
Wait. You call this man Hurley. How do you know that's his name?
Traveled with him on the stage, didn't I? Didn't he tell me Hurley was his handle?
But, Captain, those letters were signed by Hurley.
One moment.
What have you got to do with this?
He's all right, Captain. I vouch for him. If it hadn't been for him, I'd never have caught the killer. He helped me trail him, then shot the polecat's gun out of his hand when he got the drop on me.
Well, what were you going to say?
We were here before you and saw those letters before you did. Isn't it possible when Moore came west, he borrowed the name of the man who tried to blackmail him? That's just the kind of thing that might have appealed to him.
I'm not sure I understand your point.
Hurley threatened his safety. Why, then, not use Hurley's name to ensure his safety? Assume Hurley's name for himself. Some men would enjoy doing that very thing.
Sir, I think the masked man's hit on it. It's the only explanation I can see.
Jordan has told me there was a wanted notice out for Moore. Moore was described as about 5 feet 11, blonde, blue eyes, heavy hair, and a straight nose. Those are the things I recall. This man answers that identical description.
You're right. He must be Moore.
Sir, you're sending word east that the case is closed? That Moore is killed and he ain't wanted no more?
Word will be sent at once. And Jordan.
Yes, sir.
I wish to congratulate you upon your prompt capture of your prisoner.
It was the masked fellow, sir.
But you must have done your share. And you proved yourself worthy of the title of a Texas Ranger.
Thank you, sir. And the masked man proved I had the right to another name.
Another name?
The name of Tim Jordan.
I don't understand.
No, sir. No, I expect you wouldn't. Because that's something between just me and the Lone Ranger.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. We're heading for Freeland. There's trouble there. Hi-yo, Silver, away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Coming out here! The WWF invites you to view the most anticipated DVDs ever released. Stone Cold's Hell Yeah and WrestleMania 15. Go behind the scenes and check out never-before-seen footage. Listen to Stone Cold and The Rock give their insight to their battle at WrestleMania. If you're a WWF fanatic, these DVDs are a must. Stone Cold's Hell Yeah and WrestleMania 15. Available everywhere DVDs are sold.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is fire. F-I-R-E.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who bring you America's most talked about new car, the distinguished 1953 DeSoto, and the exciting new Plymouth. See them both at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! That's me, Captain Spaulding. Hooray for Captain Spaulding, the African explorer. Did someone call me Schnorrer? Hooray, hooray, hooray. He went into the jungle where all the monkeys throw nuts. If I stay here, I'll go nuts. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Now, that's a sample. If you want the whole thing, you can buy it on the Decca record. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we have a man with an unusual occupation and a French war bride for you tonight. Mr. Frank Lubin and Mrs. Blanche Fansler, come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find in the kitchen. Mr. Frank Lubin and Mrs. Blanche Fansler. Mr. Lubin, you're pretty tall. How tall are you?
6'6" and a fraction.
Oh. How long have you had this fracture? Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Any children?
We have 2.
You have 2 what?
We have 2 children.
Oh, you certainly got them in a hurry. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mrs. Blanche Fansler, you're the French war bride?
I am.
We've had a number of French war brides on the show, Blanche. How long have you been married?
I've been married 32 years.
Oh, then you're a World One bride, is that right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Where did you meet this doughboy?
Oh, I went to Cologne to see a baseball game. Not to see the baseball, I went to look at the Americans. And I had a girlfriend, and she said, there's a tall one looking at you all the time. And he had a box of candy in his hands. He finally came to me. I could speak very little English, but after 5 minutes, he said, will you marry me? I said, yes, of course. He gave me the candy. I got it. And I thought I'd never hear from him, like most of them. But 2 weeks later, coming out of my office, I saw him with his suitcase. He was coming to get married.
Blanche, what was in this candy?
Chocolate.
Sure this wasn't taffy, huh?
Not taffy, no. Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Lubin, what sort of work do you do?
Well, I'm a grip.
What is a grip? Would you mind telling us?
Well, a grip does a variety of jobs in the motion picture industry, and for instance, in the last show I was working on, Daryl Zanuck's famous production, The Snows of Kilimanjaro, I set...
We also advertised DeSoto's in this show.
I set the gobos in front of the lights and the scrims and the cucalorises and make the moving shots for the camera.
You set the cucalorises in front of the gobo?
No, the cucaloris is in front of the lamps.
And did that melt the snows of Kilimanjaro?
No.
Well, there's nothing worse than the grip who's lost his grip. Huh? Do you have any hobbies?
Yes, I do.
Just what, for example?
Basketball.
Well, how? I mean, as a coach, a spectator, or a district attorney?
Well, not as a coach or a player, as a coach or a spectator, but as a player.
Aren't you a little old to be playing basketball, Frank? How old are you?
I have to admit to 42.
How do you manage to keep up with the kids? Isn't basketball pretty fast?
Well, the kids run and use their legs, but I use my experience and play with my head.
You find that's an improvement over a basketball? After a fast dribble down the court, you must have quite a headache. How long have you been playing basketball?
Over 25 years.
Well, that's remarkable. How do you account for the fact that you can still play a kid's game?
Well, I don't drink or I don't smoke and don't delve into excesses. I thoroughly believe in clean living.
No, it may be clean, but I wouldn't call it living. Well, I'd like to continue talking to you two, but now it's time for you to win some money. Just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. George, I'm going to do something different. Now, since this is a quiz show, I'm going to ask you a question. Why is the new 1953 DeSoto the most beautiful car ever built?
Well, that's easy, Groucho, because this beautiful new DeSoto is an entirely new car. The ideal blend of smart styling and fine engineering. It's longer, lower, and lovelier, with new chrome trim adding an extra touch of smartness. Inside, too, the new DeSoto is beautiful in every way. There's a smart new instrument panel, richly grained in handsome bleached walnut gray or dark, lovely natural walnut brown. The trim is in a variety of upholstery fabrics that are color harmonized with each other and with exterior colors. Then there's a new magnificent door panel and new chrome molding, which adds so much to interior beauty. From any angle, you'll agree that the beautiful new DeSoto is an exciting car, distinguished and dramatic. A car I know you'll be proud to own and drive.
George is right, folks. This beautiful new DeSoto is the car of the year. See you tomorrow, won't you?
This beautiful 1953 DeSoto is now on display at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers in two great series, the mighty DeSoto Fire Dome V8 and the brilliant DeSoto Powermaster 6. Stop in tomorrow and see the distinguished 1953 DeSoto. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the first truly balanced car in the low-priced field.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. From our list of 20 categories, you selected number 14, cards and dice terms. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
How about a penny?
As you like.
How about a penny?
All right, here's your first question. You were going to bet $19.99. In dice, if you throw a natural, what number would come up?
7 or 11?
7 or 11.
Well, you're off to a great start. You have $39.99.
How much of this $39.99 are you going to play?
How about a penny?
Okay,
How about a penny?
Okay. In cards, in what game do you try to avoid taking the queen of spades? It can count 13 points against you.
I think it's hearts.
I don't know. You go ahead.
Hearts.
Hearts is right, huh? Now they have $79.97.
All but one penny.
Okay. In cards, in what game is the method of scoring called pegging?
No, you said they wouldn't understand me.
Cribbage.
That's right. With corned beef, it's very good.
You're really up there now. You have $159.93.
I had it last night, corned beef and cribbage. Now, how much you going to bet?
Bet it all.
The coup de grace, huh?
Coup de grace.
Coup de grace.
Grace.
All right, well, keep off the grass. Coup de grace. In poker, what do you call 5 cards in sequence of the same suit?
Straight flush.
Straight flush is right, huh?
And you'll wind up with a grand total of $319.86.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, we invited some women who work for a packing concern to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Helen Belair. Her partner is Mr. Percival Vivian. Folks, would you please come in and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you find in the kitchen. Mrs. Helen Belair, you're from a packing house?
Yes, I am. Swift Packing.
Where are you from, Helen?
From Providence, Rhode Island, from the Kaliskowski homestead.
You're married, I take it.
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm. Well, don't be so mournful about it, Helen. Huh? Many people are in that condition. Huh? Mr. Pericle Vivian, eh?
Percival was right. You got it the first time.
Mm-hmm. How old are you, Mr. Vivian?
In my early 60s.
Mm-hmm. When somebody says he's in the early 60s, that means he'll be 70 next Friday. Huh? Now, precisely what age are you?
62, and that's the truth.
Well, that's virtually 60. Huh? I'm exactly 42, and that's a lie. Huh? Where are you from, Mr. Vivian?
Camberwell Green, London.
Oh, from Blighty, eh?
That's right.
How long since you left there?
Oh, about 40 years.
Well, let's get back to the packing house, Helen. What do they pack at this place?
Well, mostly a little of everything, I should say. Sliced meats and turkeys.
Don't look at me. Eh?
Well, bologna.
Don't look at me. What else?
Well, chickens, steaks, franks.
You're welcome. Well, let's say you're packing a cow now. Do you just cut off the steaks and throw everything else away? Or...
No, they don't.
How do you pack a cow?
Well, they don't throw anything away.
They don't?
No, they use everything.
Everything?
Yes. Hooks, the hide, pig feet.
Pig's feet on a cow? We're getting some strange animals nowadays. This crossbreeding is doing wonderful things. You say they use every part of the cow?
Yes.
How about the moo? Do you use that?
Well, no, but I guess if they could, they would.
You're pretty happy in that joint, aren't you? What's your job at this place?
I'm a Frank Skinner.
I thought you said your name was Helen Belair.
It is.
Well, what do you do at this place, huh?
I'm a Frank Skinner.
Frank Skinner? Oh, I used to know him very, very well. He used to play second fiddle with Jerry Fielding.
No, it's Frankfurters. We call them Franks.
You call them Franks?
Yes.
You call them what?
Franks.
You're welcome. Why don't you get a job with a finance company? You could make a fortune skinning the customers.
No, I like skinning Franks.
Well, you're certainly Frankfurter happy. You have a dog at home?
Well, it pays good money.
It does?
It's...
By the yard?
Well, no. We're supposed to pack so many boxes.
A day, huh?
That's right.
And if you pack more than that?
Well, I get more money.
Uh-huh. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Vivian?
I'm a manager of the Bard Theater.
Well, I've been barred from many a theater.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do there?
Well, I direct plays for him, and I'm there at 9 o'clock in the morning, the usual routine. See that your scenery and your carpenter and your electricians are on the job, sort of an overseer to watch somebody else work.
I see. She's familiar with Frankfurters and you're familiar with ham, huh?
That's right.
We're really in the meat industry here tonight. How did you happen to become a theater manager? Were you in show business? Or were you just crazy about popcorn?
No, I've been in show business ever since I was 5 years old.
Is that so?
I came to this country with Sir Philip Bengreet, and I started my own Shakespearean company. And on Broadway, I think I have the longest title, I should say run, of a repertoire of Shakespeare in the history of Shakespeare.
Is that so? Did you ever play Juliet?
No.
I played Juliet one time.
You did?
I didn't know her husband was backstage. I had one of the longest runs of any actor on Broadway. I ran all the way from Times Square to the Bronx Park. Who do you think is the greatest living Shakespearean actor?
Laurence Olivier.
You do, huh?
Yes, sir.
Now, what about me, Percy? Don't you consider me living? I'm not exactly a stranger to the bards, you know.
Mm-hmm.
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances. And one man in his time plays many parts. What's sharper than a serpent's tooth is a thankless child. What is that from, Percy?
That is from the first part. You started from As You Like It as Jaques, but...
And I realized you didn't like it, so I switched into something else.
Why didn't you finish it?
Well, I didn't want to embarrass you, to be truthful about it.
Oh, that's too bad.
How did I do, Percy, old boy?
Pretty well, but I thought you started that heavy, you know, because it's Shakespeare, you got to do it heavy.
Well, I put on a little weight lately.
Oh, I
see. Well, it is noble in the mind to suffer the slings. Well, it's been interesting talking to you. And I hope you win a reasonable amount of money here tonight. Because right now you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a crack at the $1,000 question. Run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The French war bride and her partner won $319.86, and the secret word is fire.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected standard romantic ballads as your category. These romantic songs have remained popular through the years. Let's see if you remember them. All right, here's your first question. How much would you bet?
Up to you.
Okay.
Lady said 8. I said 10. Now what are we going to
No,
do?
18.
18? Oh, 18.
$18?
$18.
Okay, what is the name of this ballad? Play it, Jerry. Sweet and Lovely is right. Let him play it.
I'm not sure I wouldn't forget it.
You now have $38.
Now $38? Remember you're going for $1,000 a night? How much of this vast sum will you risk this time?
30?
Okay.
$30?
$30.
All right, give me the title of this song. Play, Mr. Fielding.
Cocktails.
Cocktails for two is right.
And you now have $68.
You now have $68. How much will you bet on this one? You pretty near blew that last one. How much?
Go ahead.
65.
65.
65.
Play, Mr. Fielding. Talk it over. I'm sorry. It is Give Me Something to Remember You by.
You now have...
Written by Arthur Schwartz and Howard Dietz. Let me get these names in because
sure.
they happen to be friends of mine.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have $3 now.
You have $3, and I'm sorry you only have $3, and it's your last chance to beat the other couple, but don't be discouraged. How much you going to bet?
$3.
All right, give me the title of this song. Play it, Jerry.
I wouldn't know.
I wish I could help you, but I can't. It's a small hotel.
Al,
You were flirting with it, but you didn't have it.
you've lost all your money.
Well, nobody leaves here flat broke. So I'm going to give you one more question. Think hard now, and please no help in the audience. If you win this, you split $25. In what state is Omaha, Nebraska?
Nebraska.
Nebraska is right. You win $25. Now, before we proceed, I have a note here to remind me of something, Fenneman. You don't mind, do you?
No, go right ahead.
There's a piece about me in the current issue of Quick magazine. That's the issue of Quick that's on the stands now, so I trust as soon as the show is over, you'll all rush out and buy a copy of this.
We asked for some young people who were in our audience
You
tonight.
asked for some young
yes,
people?
unattached.
Aren't you married?
No, I didn't ask for myself. I was asking for you.
Oh, now you're talking.
Well, we asked for these young, unattached people who
And
are...
were you successful in getting any?
Yes, they are unattached now, and they're not averse to getting married sometime in the future. And we have them backstage here. Miss Beth Jelm and Mr. Wayne Swift. Come in and meet Groucho Marx. Right away.
And here I shot all my ammunition with Shakespeare. Well, welcome. For the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and for me, too. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you will find in the kitchen. Beth Jelm, huh?
Yes.
And what kind of a name is that, Beth?
That's Swedish.
Oh, you're Svenska, huh? Born here, I presume.
Yes, in Los Angeles.
You're a very good advertisement in Los Angeles. Local product. Can't understand why they insist on bragging about oranges out here. Products like this hanging around. Wayne Swift, that's you?
That's right.
Boy, you're going to be ignored tonight, huh? What kind of a name is that?
It's English. It goes back, I understand, from my grandmother to Jonathan Swift. Even back past that, I imagine.
Really? Are you connected with the Swift Packing Company?
I wished I was.
Have you ever skinned a Frankfurter?
Not yet.
Have you skinned anybody out of anything?
I've tried.
Wayne, you're unattached, is that correct?
That's right.
What kind of a girl do you have in mind, Wayne? Perhaps I can help you look.
Well, she ought to be a little above average in height. I imagine she should be fair-complected. She should be blonde, I imagine. Oh, like to do the things I like to do. Be intelligent.
Well, it may not be easy to find a girl who's both intelligent and wants to do the things you want to do. That's a large-size order there, Wayne. Beth, what sort of work do you do?
Well, I'm a junior at UCLA right now.
UCLA, they have quite a football team this year.
They sure do.
What are you studying?
Well, I'm studying to be a school teacher.
Sure, I had to be out 40 years ago. I couldn't wait a while. What made you decide to become a teacher?
Well, I was going to be a dentist, and sort of a long grind before you become a dentist, so I decided to switch.
Is this a joke? I recognize a feeble reason there.
No, I'm afraid not.
I didn't know whether this was done maliciously or whether this was just inadvertent.
And it takes quite a while to become a dentist, so I decided I'd be a school teacher instead.
Well, you'll find teaching many of those children is like pulling teeth. What sort of work do you do, Wayne?
Well, I'm half owner in Can-Do.
Can-Do? You mean Can-Do the magician? I knew him well. How is the old faker?
Not Shandu, Can-Do. K-A-N-D-U.
Well, dash to you, too. Huh? What does it mean, Can-Do?
Well, it's Marine Corps language for we can do anything.
Have a care, young fella. We don't use Marine Corps language around here. Maybe some sailors listening. What do you mean you can do anything?
Well, we will do anything for anyone at any time for any reason as long as it's legal and ethical.
Well, it has to be legal and ethical, huh? You must be starving to death, aren't you? Now, what's the hardest job you've been asked to do, Wayne?
I think the hardest job that I've ever had to do is when a movie company asked us and wanted us to obtain one of their obsolete M3 General Grant tanks.
Wanted one of what?
One of the Army's obsolete M3 tanks.
You're welcome. Well, you're a nice couple. I'm sorry I don't have time to clinch this romance, but maybe you'll get together in the quiz, huh? You run your $20 no more than our other couples, you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. Can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The French war bride and her partner still lead with $319.86.
Let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected anatomical terms. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Okay.
Okay, all right.
1975.
1975. The word manual pertains to what part of the body?
Hands.
Hands is right.
You're on your way. You have $39.75.
Pretty silly, that. You imagine a fellow says, cold on, I'm going to put a pair of gloves on my manuals. How much did they get?
$39.75.
How much you going to bet of that?
$39.50.
The word epidermal refers to what part of the body?
The outside.
Skin.
Well,
skin.
Oh, skin.
Skin. We prefer skin.
You now have $79.25.
$79.
All right. The word cardiac pertains to what part of the body?
The heart.
The heart is right.
You now have $158.25.
How much you going to bet?
We'll bet it all.
Okay. She's a pretty smart dentist, this kid, yeah. All right. The word pedal pertains to what part of the body?
Feet?
Or foot, yes. That's good enough.
And you wind up with $316.50, and that means that the French war bride and her partner, with $319.86, in just 1 minute, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Right now, let's pay attention to some important information about the beautiful 1953 DeSoto.
And here comes our winning couple for tonight, Groucho. The French war bride and her partner, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question.
All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. In many parts of the world, people still make daily use of a counting device that originated before recorded history. It is a board with beads or counters on it. For $1,000, what is this primitive mechanical brain called? chance you two have decided upon?
A Bacchus.
That's right, a Bacchus. Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the distinguished 1953 DeSoto also sell the brilliant new Plymouth, the first truly balanced car in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the 1953 DeSoto.
Folks, here's a message from the National Tuberculosis Association. Join the fight on TB. Buy Christmas seals. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Sid, are you still playing that communist version of Mario Brothers you got from China? I know it's silly, but it's the principle of the thing. I paid for it, and I've gotta beat it. I've had the same principle since the NES days, and I won't let any game defeat me. But your character is just standing in an almost empty room. Why aren't you doing anything? Nothing to do at this point. I was suspected of having COVID, so they welded me inside my apartment. Isn't this getting old fast? You're the one who wrote the bit. See you next time, folks.